never look back. He's not here to charm or to be your friend. He'll argue circles round you till the bitter end. Craftiest leprechaun online, stealing your peace of mind. He's not after your pot of gold, just your patience he'll unfold. A riddle in his laughter, a trap in his grin. You'll lose before you even begin. He's got a knack for stirring the stew. You'll swear he's wrong, but he's outsmarting you. No clovers, no shillelagh, no lucky break. Just a sly little smirk and a verbal earthquake. He'll shake you, he'll bake you in his witty spell, and leave you wondering why you fell. Crafty as leprechaun online, stealing your peace of mind. He's not after your pot of gold, just your patience he'll unfold. Crafty as leprechaun online, stealing your peace of mind. He's not after your pot of gold, just your patience he'll unfold.
What's the crack? It's your boy Teriyak. And welcome in William. Welcome in K2. We're gonna be getting into it. But first of all, don't wait till the super chat goes is about to end. I know you guys like to do that, but you can get it in early. You can send the $20 in the Ko-Fi straight away, and then you can keep pushing the grift breaks back. All right. But without further ado, let's start the motherfucking show.
Let's start the show. Let's start the show. Let's start the show. Let's start the show. Let's start the show. Let's start the show. Man, we got a damn good show for y'all today, man. Damn good show. I think this is gonna be one of the best. We got one hell of a show for y'all today, man. Got a good show. We got a good show for y'all today, man. We got a damn good show. Man, we got a damn good show for y'all, man. Good show. We got a damn good show for y'all today, man. We got a damn good show. A damn good show.
A damn good show, and we're starting off with Rob Noor. And again, if you want to know what the topic is, just read the title. We're talking about Iran. So first of all, let's hear what Rob's got to say.
The amount of shit, just like I said with Ukraine, the amount of shit that you're going to see, especially in these initial days, that's just going to be abject propaganda, that within like hours, people are going to be like, you're going to see fucking pictures of Sam Hyde in airplanes calling him the ghost of Tehran. Supposedly Khomeini's dead. It seems to be, it's being reported by a lot. I can't believe it right now. I would say the chance of that's pretty high. based on, look, let's start with this. Like, so now that the joking's done, let's start with this. What do I think about this as someone who's been pretty much anti-war for a long time? I think it sucks. I think it fucking sucks. I didn't like the initial strike on Iran last year. I didn't particularly like what happened in Venezuela there with Maduro, and I don't like this. Now, I have to check myself and be honest for a second. I am not someone who believes that there's never a place for U.S. military action, including severe consequences, like fucking super severe. My preference would be that the United States uses diplomacy to a ridiculous end and incredible restraint. But if they do have to use military force, that it be overwhelming, targeted specifically at the people that deserve to be targeted, and hopefully not civilians, but overwhelming. That's my feelings on this. I am 41, and one criticism you could make of me is I am so fucking down on our sort of military industrial complex, intel agencies, etc. All words that'll peg me as like an anti-Iraq war boomer. True. I'm fucking so over it. I do not believe that the people that are running the show give a shit about the people of Iran, or gave a shit about the people of Venezuela, or give a shit about the people of Syria, or the people of Afghanistan, or the people of Libya, or the people of Ukraine. They do not give a fuck. Lindsey Graham doesn't give a shit about those people. The people running the CIA do not give a shit about those people on the ground. I think there is an argument to be made for United States interventionism, but I want the argument would have to come from a place of the people that are responsible for the interventions are competent and benevolent. My idea of
Not necessarily, Rob, right? In terms of like what Rob has said so far, like I said, it's hard to disagree with in terms of like the perspective that he's trying to illuminate here, right? But it doesn't necessarily have to be about, oh, we're doing this on behalf of Ukraine, or we're doing this on behalf of Iran, right? Although that's a benevolent way to phrase it, or like that's probably the way they're going to phrase it in the media and all this kind of shit. Fundamentally, when you look at all the T attacks around Europe, when you look at what happened in Texas there a couple days ago, like this needs to be addressed. You cannot have another country that's literally constantly trying to undermine and dismantle your own country and have no consequences whatsoever to it. That's why Iran's been so emboldened. This is what we complained about Barack Obama and all this kind of shit. And I understand that, like, this whole thing of like, I don't want to feed into this military industrial complex. I don't want to send my sons and basically sons off to die in a foreign war and all the shit. I get that. But what are you going to do if they like we could just like shelve the nuclear talks, right? And just like act as though that's not even a thing, right? From the pure propaganda and the influence that they've been able to do, not only in America, but obviously it's way more severe in Europe. You know what I mean? To the point where the police, the actual policemen and women, were facilitating and participating in the Muslim gang rape gangs. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not going to sit here like a frog in the water and slowly get boiled to death. There is such a thing as a noble war.
What government should be, if we are going to have a government, which is inevitable in my opinion, I may disagree, but they should look out for the citizens of their own countries first and foremost. However, should not intentionally cause harm to other countries. So I don't want like U.S. empire just like, fuck it. This country has something, you know, look at that. They got fucking bauxite mines there. Fuck it, we're taking them. That's not really what I'm about. But if another country's going to fuck with us and it's detrimental, could I see it open to being like, I'm not some pacifist hippie? Sure, I can see the United States attacking. Okay. But I'm not very persuaded by but the people on the ground of these countries welcome. You know, they're so happy that the United States came in. I don't give a shit. I'm sorry. I mean, I do to an extent, but not much, not comparatively. I mean, I'm sure people on the ground in dozens of countries would be happy if the United States went in and deposed their leaders. That doesn't mean that's what I want to happen. So that's my gut feeling going into something like this. Now, if I could push back on my own ideology, not every war is the same, though. Not everything's Iraq. It's not. I'm in a unique, I don't want to say unique, that's not the right word. Here is my position where I'm at. I'm not someone that says the United States can do whatever the fuck they want. U.S. empire, go baby, go. If we think that we can kick the shit out of a country, fine, fuck it. And what's the reason? Because we feel like it. We'll invade your shit. We don't care. That's not what I want. If you have that mentality, then today you're like, I don't give a shit. Fuck it. Yeah, we took out Khomeini. Great. We shouldn't even install leader. The United States should just be like, bam, Iran, 51st state. Fuck you. It's a colony now, motherfucker. I suppose you could have that mentality. I don't think many people do, but you could be extreme on that side. Or you could be extreme on the other side, which is like, no, never a case for where the United States could invade or bomb another country and take out their lead. Ever. Even if they attack us. I'm certainly not that. So I'm somewhere in between. There's going to be a threshold. And the problem is, if you're not completely extreme on one side or the other, well, then you're going to have a real difficult time of articulating exactly where is the threshold that says this is when I think this action could be acceptable or that I'm going to root for it. But we all agree with that. Most of you would agree with that, right? There is a situation where you can see and be like, yeah, sure, I would be okay with the United States taking out a world leader. And there are situations where you'd be like, no. I would say that 99% of us are in that boat. And so it's the next part that makes this really hard. I don't trust anything. Even right down to the specific details, I don't trust. I've been hearing for a week now, did you know Iran killed like 60,000 protesters? Did they? Is that true? Why would I believe that? If the United States and Western allies wanted to attack Iran, isn't that the exact type of shit that they would tell us? Remember incubator babies with the first Iraq conflict? I don't know. Conversely, the amount of shit, just like I said with Ukraine, the amount of shit that you're going to see, especially in these initial days, that's just going to be abject propaganda that within like hours, people are going to be like, you're going to see fucking pictures of Sam Hyde in airplanes calling him the ghost of Tehran, fucking shooting down fucking missiles and shit. That's what you're going to see. People are going to be putting that out there like it's fucking real. So, for example, the big story I saw today that anti-war people were putting out was like, oh, the U.S. bombed this like girls' school and killed like 50 girls. And then I was seeing people saying, no, what happened was a missile of Iran's went haywire and hit it. What's true? I don't know. Now I'll guarantee within 48 hours, we'll say within a week, I'll be debating someone that's going to bring that story up. Oh, Trump bombed this girls' school and killed 50 girls. Is it true? I have no clue. Trump claimed Iran was close to a nuclear weapon, and that's demonstrably false. Prove it. Prove that that's false. I'm happy to see the proof. Excellent. That's a great place to start. So here's things that's been alleged of Iran. They tried to assassinate Trump. They were behind some of the assassination attempts. That's been claimed. They're close to getting a nuclear weapon. That's been claimed. That's exactly my point. That's exactly my point. I can't prove that it's true or not. You said it's demonstrably false. Okay, you're making the claim. Trump makes the claim they're real close to a nuclear weapon. I don't know that. I don't see the proof of that. You make the claim that's demonstrably false. Okay, prove it. Demonstrate that it's false. I don't have proof either way. That's my point. And I'm not even being some asshole. It's like, how can we ever really know anything? Maybe we're all in a matrix like that lady I was talking to the other night. That's not what I'm doing. I'm saying like, I just don't fucking know. Did Iran, were they behind trying to assassinate Trump? Maybe. Maybe not. So let's take those two claims, right? Let's just ask this hypothetically. If Iran was like a year away or months away from getting a nuclear weapon, would you be okay with this? I don't know.
Well, like again, and Rob's coming at this from the like the Ultima Skeptica, which is like basically the ultimate skeptic. You know, like this whole thing of like, listen, like show me the evidence. Because, like, I'm a fucking American. I've never even been to Iran. Like, where is your proof to say any of this shit? Even the stuff that he brought up on screen as well, and fair play to Rob for doing this, it's always like where it's demonstrably false that Iran was trying to make nuclear weapons. That's a claim. Okay? So why are you making a claim that Iran pursuing nuclear weapons is demonstrably false? You know what I mean? And typically it'll be this whole thing of, oh yeah, like I'm going to show you a video of Bibi Netanyahu like from 20 years ago saying Iran's like, 6 months out from a nuke and all this kind of shit. It's like, yes. And then they bombed the facilities, which put them back on the progress. So then like 5 years later, they get close to it again. You bomb the shit out of them again. Then they get close again. You bomb the shit out of them. Do you know what I mean? And the counter narrative would come out. It was like, oh yeah, but they just do this every 5-10 years, and then, you know what I mean? It's just an excuse to go in and blow up a bunch of people. Now this is what happens when you basically go like full. I don't know what the word is, like Juiceberg or whatever the fuck it's called. Where it's just like Israel's always the bad guy, and we'll just always blame everything on Israel. But to address Rob's main point is like, how do we know anything? It's like we can look throughout history and we can look at their actions and basically what do they say versus what do they actually do. Back to this point of the assassination attempts. If that is true, like, is that not war? If a foreign country attempts to assassinate your president just once, not the fact that there's been multiple attempts, but just once. Is that not grounds for war? Like, if America tried to assassinate Putin, is that not World War III? So why is there an allowance? There seems to be an unfair allowance for the Islamic regime in Iran, and then there seems to be no allowance or disbelief that Iranians themselves might actually want freedom. That Iranians themselves look at America and say, that's what we emulate. We want that nobility. We want that freedom, that free-spiritedness. And like I said, those are the two key words, free-spiritedness and noble, that we'll get into after this.
What do you all think? It's a difficult question. If you could see in a crystal ball, know the truth, like, yep, they're building a nuke. They're like a year out. Would you have been okay in that world? I don't know. I think probably I would say, fuck, probably begrudgingly, yeah, okay. What if they literally were putting assassination teams out to take out Trump? If that was true, if you could see in a crystal ball and that was true, would you support bombing to take out the regime? If they're trying to kill our president, I probably would. What if it's that they're just generally doing state-sponsored terrorism? They have sleeper cells in the United States and around the Western world to carry out like fucked up attacks, like driving vehicles into parades and shit like that.
Germany.
I don't know. That's more difficult. Maybe? I guess it would depend on the particulars. How about if they did kill 60,000 protesters? Would that be reason enough? I don't know. Maybe. I'm not sure. Was it reason enough? How about this? Let's get down to even more minimal. Would it be worth it to go in just because they're brutally oppressive? Even if they didn't kill 60,000 people, they're brutally oppressive to their country. Would that be reason enough to go in? I don't think so. The point I'm trying to make is whether or not I find this conflict acceptable would be behooved on what the actual facts are. And I'm not going to know what the facts are. If I could see that they were still really trying to get a nuclear weapon and were advancing towards those capabilities, then I'd probably say, fuck. If we tried to negotiate with them, we're like, look, stop that, stop it. And they kept doing, I'd probably say, okay. Then I'm fine with strikes that are specifically targeted to try to take out the leadership of Iran. If I could see that they were actually behind attempted assassinations of Trump or other U.S. political figures, even figures I don't like Biden or Hillary, then yeah, probably I would say, yep, I'm okay taking out their leadership. But my gut feeling is I don't like this. Trump campaigned on being someone that was like, peace. I'm going to solve wars, not create them. And one of the things that was good about Trump's first term that I liked was he didn't have any new wars. And now that's clearly not the case. And you might say, yeah, but he had to. He tried his best. He tried the peaceful solution and it wasn't working. That might be true. Absolutely. However, I'm allowed to call spade a spade too and say, okay, that's a failure of diplomacy then. He may have spoke about Iran. So did he say, I promise to go to war with Iran, infected mushroom? Can you show me that clip? I'm happy to see it. Trump campaign saying, I promise to go to war with Iran. Happy to see it. I'll eat crow right now. I missed it. I would have criticized that while he was running. I didn't see him say, one of my campaign promises, I promise to bomb Iran and have...
And again, I hate this to do this to you, Rob, but
What's the message to Iran?
Don't.
As President Biden said, just don't.
Exactly. One word. Pretty straightforward.
I'm going to bomb the shit out of them. It's true. I don't care. I don't care. They've got to be stopped.
that's Trump. I'm just going to bomb the shit out of you. Fuck yous. Do you know what I mean? And that's the attitude you need to have with these people, because as we've seen in Britain, they will rape your wife. They will rape your children right in front of you and then cut their fucking heads off.
Regime change. All right, Infected Mushroom's going to find it. I thought what he said was, we're going to stop wars. We're going to negotiate. There are places like Iran where they're doing bad shit. We're going to make sure they don't get a bomb. I don't remember him saying, I promise to bomb them. I don't remember that. And that seems to go
He
with
didn't
his
say, I
theme,
promise to bomb
like
them.
when he said Ukraine would have never been invaded by Russia. He's saying we will have strength diplomatically that will get the things done we want to not have to. What do you mean don't put words in your mouth? I'm not. Unless you're a fucking idiot. Because what I said was, I think that Trump was the peace president, and he said we'll try to solve things through diplomacy. And if he has to go to war, that's a failure of diplomacy working. And you said, Trump talked about Iran in 2024. Sure, he talked about Iran. He's also talked about the United Kingdom. So if Trump invades the UK tomorrow, can I say, well, hey, he talked about the United Kingdom. Sure, he said Iran can't get nukes. Exactly. Let me break it down slowly for you people again, okay? Trump said he would be able to use diplomacy to achieve these goals. He bragged about being a president of peace. And so if he has to use the military to achieve these goals, that means the diplomatic efforts failed. Got it? We clear that up? I'm not saying Trump promised he would never bomb Iran. Trump promised he would never bomb Russia. I'm not saying that. I'm saying the spirit of what Trump was saying was like, I'm the peace president. Peace through strength. And Russia wouldn't have invaded Ukraine because we're fucking badasses. And they knew if they crossed that line, shit would come to a head. So they won't cross the line. And that's what he's implying about places like Iran as well. We won't have to. They're not going to do that shit because they know we don't fuck around. Like when we took out Khomeini. Here we go. Here's my audience today. So you're saying, there it is. That's the
So
audience
what you're saying,
today.
Rob, is
Because diplomacy failed, we should go home? Oh my fucking God. I understand.
And again, just to like surmise what Rob's position is, and if I'm wrong on this, please correct me in chat and all this kind of shit. But basically what Rob's saying is, I need to see like legitimate and justified proof that this war is necessary. That's basically what Rob's trying to say. It's like, just give me the proof. Give me all the facts and evidence so we can cross-reference it and go back and actually say, yeah, this happened, that happened, this happened, X, Y, Z. Okay, yes, this is a noble war. There's no other way around it. But just to say, like, because again, like the chat is kind of going hard after Rob saying, so, oh, just because diplomacy fails, we go home. It's like, no, like you need a justifiable cause.
People were passionate about it. Me too, I guess. No, I'm not saying if diplomacy fails, then we should not try anything else. That's not my argument. I'm saying that at first, it's okay to say that this was sort of a failure of things that we were being hopeful of Trump. We hoped that these sort of things would be able to be solved without military intervention. One of the things that people like me were proud to vote for Trump for all 3 times was it seemed he was less inclined to intentionally start regime change wars. Much of that, I believed, was because of his unpredictable diplomatic strategy, which oftentimes led to him being seen as intimidating and the United States being intimidated, which meant that we never had to actually use that military force. And so even if in a world where I could see the intelligence he's looking at and saying, yes, unfortunately, this intelligence does justify us attacking right now, as an American, I could step back and say, it's regrettable. I wish that Trump's diplomatic efforts would have been something that solved it. Does that help clear it up? We got it? Everybody got it there? That's what I'm trying to say. Now, it may be that the intelligence is bullshit. It may be, let's go with the hypotheticals. maybe this is all fucking bullshit. Maybe this is just fucking Israel. Maybe it's just them. Maybe they're feeding Trump bullshit intelligence. Maybe Iran's not even working on a nuclear weapon. They had nothing to do with sponsoring terrorism. In fact, maybe they've been pulling back. Maybe they're slightly intimidated by what they see with what happened in Gaza with Israel and what they see with Trump's foreign policy. And so they're like, whoa, and they're pulling back. And Israel's like, that's all right, go forward, fuck them up. Now's the chance. They're on the retreat. And it's all fucking bullshit. And it's all just bullshit regime change war. Maybe it's other corporate interests. Maybe it's fucking Halliburton. Maybe it's BlackRock. Maybe it's Lindsey Graham. And they're feeding all this lies to Trump and he's buying it. And it's not being done on behalf of the Iranian people or being done on behalf of the American people, but it's on military industrial complex, Israeli interest, European interest, whatever. Maybe that's why it's being done. Fuck that if that's why it's being done. Fuck it if the intelligence is all a lie and that's why they're doing. Fuck these people. Maybe they planted all these stories about fucking protesters being killed and shit, and it's all just more bullshit to justify another interventionist war. Yeah, that fucking sucks. Yep, totally against it. Fuck Trump, that stupid motherfucker, for lying us into another war, if that's the case. Got it? I know it's hard. I know it's hard for the audience. I know everyone wants to be like, no, Rob, what you have to do is you have to come on and say, I know all the facts, and this is why this is what he did's 100% good or 100% bad. And I wish I could do that, but I'm just a dumb redneck. That's it. So what I'm trying to do is set the stage.
Again, Rob's clearly not just a dumb redneck. You can see any one of his debates, okay? But when it comes down to this, like I said, this is where it's like Rob saying, it's like, listen, like we need to have skepticism here, which is a fair position. You know what I mean? I don't necessarily begrudge Rob for having this position. You know what I mean? Because there are many Americans who simply just don't know like the deal in Iran. I was watching JS yesterday, and like JS was genuinely shocked. I was like, wait a second, why the fuck are all these Iranians like cheering on Trump and cheering on this shit? What the fuck's going on here? And like this is what I've been saying for literally, if not months, but literally like a year at this stage, saying that the Iranian people love America. It's the regime that needs to change. Do you know what I mean? And we will get into the whole thing of like, oh, well, what if it's actually Israel, you know, doing the whole secret shit where it's the Greater Israel Project, all this kind of shit. We will get into that, ladies and gentlemen, but I'm just going to finish off what Rob has to say.
And saying, here's how I'm thinking of this. I say, first off, can I envision a world where these sorts of strikes would be legitimate? Yep. Can I envision a world where they would be illegitimate? Yes. Okay, now what are the facts that I know? It's very difficult. Okay, so then let's look at a recent history of the people that are involved with this story. Let's look at our intelligence and what it said about Libya and what it said about Afghanistan and what it said about Syria and what it said about Iraq and what it said about Ukraine. See what I'm trying to do? I'm trying to come up to what is the most likely scenario of what's going on here. But as I go through, part of it's because I'm an idiot and I respond to everyone in the audience. As I go through, the people that are pissed on both sides. No, get to the punchline, Rob. Get to the punchline. It's either a horrible war crime, terrible thing that should result in Trump being impeached because he sold everyone out for Israel, or it's the most base thing ever. Fuck Khomeini. He was a monster that was going to try to kill us all. Fuck him. We're happy he's gone. What I'm trying to do is like, I'm trying to think through it myself.
You know what I mean? And again, like I said, like Rob's coming at it from like literally the most what would be the way of describing it? The most kind of like objective or kind of like sound or reasonable kind of way of approaching this, where it's like he's saying that like I don't have any expertise in Iran. So like I don't know if the intelligence is bogus or the intelligence is legit. There's a lot of fucking factors into this equation. Which is, ladies and gentlemen, which is why I'm here. Okay? Because as a filthy European who don't know nothing about nothing, I've been talking about Iran and saying like this needs to happen, because there's no point of trying to fix Europe and trying to fix Australia, fix Canada, fix America, and all this kind of shit from the Islamic influence that's clear at this stage. There's no point in doing that if Iran's just going to keep, and Qatar is going to keep just doing the same shit that they've always been doing. Funding the universities, and then we wonder why all of a sudden these universities are like anti-American and anti-freedom and all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? But first of all, we need to understand, where does Iran get its name from, right? Now you might see this word that I've been talking about again, way like before any of this bombing campaign took place, or before the things kicked off in Iran. Remember when I was talking to you about the Aryan and how that's an important word and what does that mean in Iran? Where does it get its origin from, etc., etc. Persian Aryan refers to the ancient Iranian peoples who used Arya or Arya as an ethno-cultural self-designation, right? And this is an important thing. An ethno-cultural self-designation, which means Iranians do not have the same problem as Americans, right? If you want to do an easy gotcha on American, just say, what does it mean to be American? What does America mean? And you'll get fucking as many people as you have. You'll have as many opinions, if not more. Do you know what I mean? Because people will have multiple opinions in terms of like what America is, all this kind of shit. Do you know what I mean? But Iran, or what Europeans previously called Persia, like they don't have that problem. They know who they are. They know what Iran represents. And it means noble, free-spiritedness, or honorable, right? And you might say, oh, like America like stands for the same thing. America stands for nobility. America stands for freedom. America stands for honor. It's like, yes, but you need to instill that into your culture. Okay? And I would argue you should do that because we all originate from Iran. It denotes the linguistic and cultural identity of the Indo-Iranian branch of the Indo-Europeans who settled the Iranian plateau, distinctly different from later misused European racial interpretations, aka the Nazis. Do you know what I mean? And that's more so because it was bastardized because he was speaking German and not English. All right. Key aspects of Aryan in a Persian context, not a German one. The meaning is derived from roots implying noble, free-spiritedness, and faithful. Self-identification. Ancient Iranians, such as Darius the Great. Now I'm going to take a pause here. Any of the Christians in chat, who is Darius the Great? Don't worry, boys. I'll wait. I'm going to take a quick pee break. Anyone in chat, let me know who the fuck is Darius the Great. Sorry about that, boys. Coffee goes straight through you. He was the king of Persia. I don't know, but that's why I'm here. It's okay, Reed. It's okay. Darius, I think, was a guy who went up against Alex the Great. Battle of Gaugamela, I think. 038 BC, I think. I can be wrong. Yeah, no, the main thing with Darius the Great, he is known as a Mashiach to the Jews. Even though Darius the Great he's considered a Mashiach by the Jews, even though he's not Jewish, right? So if we go to this tab real quick, Darius the Great, or Darius the First, issued a formal decree in the Bible, specifically recorded in Ezra 6, that allowed the Jewish people to continue the rebuilding of temple in Jerusalem and provided for their protection and funding from the royal treasury. While Cyrus the Great issued the initial decree to free the Jews and allow them to return to Jerusalem, Darius reaffirmed this decree and strengthened after work had been halted. Right? So literally in the Bible, right? And you could say, oh, that's the Jews, they're doing some funny shit, whatever. But we actually have ancient Iranian texts that confirm that this is an actual thing. Right? So Cyrus and Darius were both Iranian leaders or Persian leaders, right? Cyrus, the one I know. Yeah. So like I said, like this is a whole thing. Sorry, it was Cyrus that's the Mashiach and not Darius. But Darius is the one that continued on that legacy, right? Where it's like it starts off with Cyrus, then it goes to Darius. You know what I mean? Which shows that it's like the Persian people freed the Jews. So now all of a sudden, you should understand why Iranians care so much about Israel and why Israelis care so much about Iranians. It's because that bond goes back thousands of years, right? And isn't it so beautiful that now the Jews are trying to free the Persians? Isn't that fucking beautiful? But hey, like I said, it just gets wrapped up in all like the Jewish conspiracy theory and all this kind of shit. But hey, it is what it is. Right? So this is why this whole thing of like, oh, it's Israel trying to get us to fight a war for them. It's like, if you're a Christian, you should believe in the exact same motherfucking thing. Anyways, the origin of the name, Darius the Great in the inscription used Ardia to identify themselves, which basically is the Aryan, where just add an N onto this word here. You get Aryan. To identify themselves, the language and the culture distinguishing themselves from non-Aryans and Arya. Origin of Iran, the name Iran derived directly from Aryanum, meaning the land of the Aryans, the seed cradle of the nobleman. Culture context. In antiquity, it was not a racial term, but an ethno-cultural one, referring to those who followed the language and religious norms of the Iranian tribes. Modern usage. In 1935, Reza Shah requested that foreign countries use the name Iran instead of Persia to emphasize this Aryan heritage. Okay? And then you have a little, oh shit. Then you have a little note here from Google. It's like, the term Aryan is strictly used in modern scholarship in a linguistic or specific ancient culture context and is distinct from the now discredited racial theories developed in the 19th century. Okay? So that's basically what Iran is. When you evoke the name Iran, you're talking about noblemen. Okay, you're talking about a free-spirited, noble people, right? And again, this is where we get back to this thing. So, Aryan, that's Iran in Persian, using an English. Oh shit! Let me scroll this in. You have Aryan, the English term, and then you have the Irish for Ireland. Okay, Erden. Okay, let's see how Farid, an actual Persian, pronounces these words.
Aryan, Aryan, Aryan, Aryan, Aryan, Aryan, Aryan, Aryan, Aryan, Aryan, Aryan.
Exactly the same. It is exactly the same. Okay? So in terms of this whole thing of like, what does it mean to be an American? What does it mean to be an Irishman? What does it mean to be a German? What does it mean to be an Iranian? It's the same thing. It means to be noble, to have upstanding moral character. Okay? But yeah, don't forget to donate, support the show as well. Cyrus, the one I know. So I was wrong. Hey, that's. I said to make a guess. Do you know what I mean? It's no worries. No worries, Mangos. Cyrus, arguably one of the greatest leaders ever. Cyrus was one of the first to conquer but allow local worship and religion culture. Yeah, 100%. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like that's who the Persians are. And that's why I keep saying the world needs Persia back. The world needs Iran to become an empire again. Otherwise, the Middle East will be in constant war. And you need to uproot and destroy Islam. Do you know what I mean? Because what other ways is it going to go? Do you know what I mean? And I know, like, from Rob's main point is that, like, he'll point back to Charlie and say, you need to have the conversation with these people. You need to have this dialogue with people. But then like, my counter to that exact moment was, but Rob, what about the videos of them celebrating his death? The American people, apparently, what I call the un-American Americans who were dancing for joy that Charlie was shot. What argument can we use to get them out of that mindset? And I understand that's a very difficult question. I don't have an answer for that question. Do you know what I mean? That's why I'm like, it really feels as though we have no other choice here. Which again, like I said, it's very easy for me to say because I'm not the one that's like fucking getting was it discharged or sent over abroad and all this kind of shit. But when you look at England, when you look at Europe, where's all this coming from? And then again, somehow it's the Jays who've been opening up the gates and all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? But like I said, to teach us more about Iran, because again, I'm a dirty, filthy European that knows nothing about nobody. Okay? So let's get it from the actual the horse's mouth, so to speak. Let's actually hear from the likes of Jason Reza Georgiani, who's been talking about Iran for literally, I'd even argue, decades at this stage. He's an Iranianologist. Like, he knows the whole history of how, like, Persia, the empires. It's like, basically, he references this in this actual interview, I think, is the fact that, like, Iran is basically, like, a phenomenon. Because it's, like, there's been, like, I think, like, 5 empires that have risen and fallen in Persia. And, like, we've all heard it's like, oh, like, the Roman Empire, it never came back. I mean, the American, like, what a lot of people call in modern day, like, the American Empire. But I would question, like, how can you call it an American Empire when you can't even define what American is? You can do that for Persia or the Iranians or Ariana. Like, they have that definition of who they are. But Americans, you have the free spiritness, the freedom. But we now have the problem of, like, the nobility. There's genuinely people on the left who look at, like, nobility or the hero story as, like, this is fascism, this is right wing, or far right, or racism, or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, that's how crazy these people are. But like I said, let's hear more from an Iranian specialist, Jason Reza Georgiani.
Hey everybody, welcome to another episode of the Break the Rules live stream. Hey everybody, welcome to another episode of the Break the Rules live stream. I'm your host, Lev Polyakov, and it is a great pleasure to be here once again with Dr. Jason Reza Georgiani. Thank you so much for coming in to talk about an incredibly important time that we're living in right now, specifically having to do with Iran. We're going to be talking about Israel, the betrayal, one could say, of the United States, and what exactly is the future going to be like, not just in regards to Iran, but in regards to the freedom of the world. And
by the way, I just want to point out, this stream was done 7 months ago. Okay? 7 months ago.
And specifically, I want to start out with how exactly you see this convergence between your interest in Iran, as well as your interest in parapsychic phenomenon. What exactly is going to be the state of the world when it comes to disclosure, like whether these things end up meeting together. So, Dr. Georgiani, it is with a great pleasure that we are here today. Thank you so much. And if you guys want to support the show, make sure to smash the subscribe button, smash the like button, share this with everybody you know and love. And of course, patreon.com/breaktherules. Become a patron today, and you're going to get access to episodes that have not been released, as well as if you're a $20 subscriber, you are going to get access to shows in New York City, which I'm very much looking forward to doing more with Jason once you're back in the city. So anyway, with that being said, Jason, let's go ahead and talk about the specific relationship that you see between Iran, disclosure, Israel. What exactly is going on here? You have the floor.
First of all, it's a great pleasure to be with you again. You know, for the audience, from the day that this war started, Lev was communicating with me. We were in touch, and he was eagerly expecting that I would come and do a podcast on this subject. And I told him from day one of this war on Friday the 13th that I'll come on the air when people are in the streets protesting against the regime. And lo and behold, The morning of the day we're doing this podcast, we have the good news that there are now some protests against the Islamic Republic. There was a large gathering at a funeral for two people murdered by the Basij. The Basij are the basically paramilitary club and chain wielding thugs who answer to the IRGC and who are basically responsible for riot suppression. So a couple of people were recently murdered, among others, by the Basij. And at a funeral for these people, there were huge cries of opposition to the regime. Specifically, people were saying, they say America is the enemy. Our enemy is right here. They were chanting, "We'll kill the ones who killed our brothers," and other anti-regime slogans. And the city of Hamadan, where this took place, by the way, is a fairly significant place in Iran. It's the ancient city of Ekbatana, which was the capital of the Median Kingdom. Before the rise of the Haqamanashid Empire, you had the Median Kingdom, which was the political order in the days of Zarathustra. Zarathustra lived in Median Iran, and the mother of Cyrus the Great was a Median princess. So, Cyrus was born in that city where these first protests have been seen today. And we also have the very good news before we, zoom out and basically set the broader context here. Let me report that we also have the good news that Mossad in Farsi is saying that they've been flooded with messages from IRGC officers. They opened up this Persian language channel recently, and they said that what they've received in terms of contacts from inside the regime by people who want to defect and want some kind of organizational support in basically staging a coup far exceeded their expectations. So they're flooded, and they're trying right now to coordinate with all kinds of people from inside the IRGC at an officer level who are interested in Israel's help in facilitating the overthrow of the regime.
That is if
I know this is 7 months ago. Remember when Trump sent in the B-2 bombers and Operation Rising Lion and all this kind of shit? This is when this podcast took place. So like this whole kind of like 7 month kind of expanding. Bear in mind, in the middle of this, if we look back, was it like 2-3 months ago? America had some special military exercises that they've done in South America. And again, why is that so important? Because Venezuela uses the same defense systems. So the Russian missiles strengthened with Chinese technology, that was supposed to be the defense systems. And we all seen what happened in South America. It was what, like an hour or two? And the bro was Maduro was sitting in fucking Trump's office, sitting in America. You know what I mean? So in terms of like the capabilities that America has, boys, you stand no chance. Okay? So in terms of like going in to Iran and all this kind of shit, you have the advantage. Just because you have the advantage doesn't mean that you're going to you're actually going to win out. But the way that America has strategically put their forces, like for example, like they have like one ship that's literally like sitting off the coast of Israel that is basically going to support the Iron Dome process, which is why you've seen Iran sent a flurry of fucking missiles, some of which were hitting like Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Bahrain, all these different places. They just basically sent out everything. Like this is the whole thing that the regime is coming to an end because they basically just sent out everything at like almost in every single direction, all this kind of shit. Now, here's the counter for Americans, right? There is going to be situations like Texas that are going to start happening in mass, okay? And it's going to be very difficult to stomach, and there's going to be a lot of people who say, stop continuing this shit, get out of Iran, we don't want to do this because we shouldn't lose American lives for the sake of Israel or whatever fucking excuse you want to do it. You need to stand strong in this. Also, shout out to Jack as well. But not only the first one to say, come on, chats, let's get a dono train going. You know, chat, don't make me do this alone. You know, is Jack all by himself? He's gonna leave Jack by himself. A $5 Ko-Fi will do it as well. Just to let you know.
Trump does not get in the way of that, because it seems like whatever Israel's doing, Trump wants to become the peace president, and he's willing to step on the progress that's been made over here in order to do that. But before we get into that, let's again have this look from above as far as what exactly is this relationship with Iran and the rest of these things that you've been very much interested in, because maybe it is fateful that you were born an Iranian as well as having these interests, that it goes more than just, well, I was born there, so I'm interested in it. But you do see there being more of a significance to Iran itself in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, definitely. And I'm going to expand upon that, at some length. But it just occurred to me, I meant to send you this before we went on air. While I'm talking at some point, it's going to take us a little while to get around to it. But, at some point, if you could go find that tweet where Trump angrily admits that he personally saved Khamenei and that he stopped the Israeli regime change effort, that he aborted it deliberately. Please try to find that, because I want to read it word for word during the broadcast later on. But, okay, to answer your question.
Yeah, I was on mute. And just because we have less than 5 minutes to hit the goal, chat, if you noticed 7 months ago, Trump said Israel launched the attacks against Iran. Everyone was like, see, Israel's the bad dude and all this kind of shit, because they don't understand the history. They don't understand what even Operation Rising Lion means. And if you look at the flag in Giorgiani's background, that's the original or the previous Iranian flag. The new one has like the swords of Islam on it, but it used to have a lion on it. And this connection even goes as far as England. England's animal that they chose was a lion. That's how far the history and the lineage goes, right? But if you notice, and this is why this whole like talks are trying to postpone like the inevitable and all this kind of shit doesn't work, is we already done this 7 months ago, guys. We done this whole thing of like, okay, we'll let Israel show them that we ain't fucking around, and then I'm going to send them the B-2 bombers and basically take out the nuclear facilities, and then they'll have to come to the table, and they'll have to accept the offer. They didn't do it. They didn't accept the offer. All you got was like more rattle sabling, all this kind of shit. And the thing that they'll say is like, oh, we'll come to the talks, but we need about 3 years, coincidentally. You know, when Trump's out of office, then they'll be able to make a deal and all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? So in terms of like the aspect here, like, why would you sit around and wait when like the simple expression to define this is like, what's the definition of insanity? Doing the same thing over and over and over again, but expecting different results. Like, how many times have you given them extra time to get together and say, oh yeah, no, we'll definitely sign this agreement, all this kind of shit. You know? Shout out to Jack as well. Less than 5 minutes, Jack. Come on. USA. USA. USA. And William was also saying, if you take a forced grip break, you'll have to donate a total of $20 through Ko-Fi. Don't let Jack's efforts go in vain, boys.
I think a lot of people misunderstand my motivations when it comes to Iran and misjudge my character in general by assuming that, I'm some kind of chauvinistic Iranian nationalist. Let me tell you, if I were born as a Frenchman or as a Japanese person, given my own, deeply rooted inclinations and interests across lifetimes, given my own persona, I would probably have come to exactly the same conclusion of Iran's significance and been a foreign advocate for progress and liberty in Iran. And I'll explain to you why. So I'm going to have to state this in very summary terms, but anyone who's read any of my books or even watched my podcasts.
Oh, Jack is throwing down the gauntlet. He's saying, in the wise words of Gandalf, you shall not pass. We need one more super chat, but we only got 1 minute to do it, folks. Are we going to get her done? Are we gonna get her done? Maybe. 50 seconds, chat. And there we go. Unless you have Jack Golacio. My man. My motherfucking man. So, yeah, celebrations in chat. We're going for at least another hour, chat. We're going for at least another hour. So, we've reset the goal there. Jack, let me know which premium meme you want. Which one are we going to hit him with today? What are we going to start with today? Are we going to talk about me? Are we going to talk? We're going to talk about Andrew. Are we going to talk about? What are we going to talk about, Jack? What is the premium meme today? Are we going to get easy to teach us logic? Maybe. Maybe. Will she be coming down the road? Or perhaps you want to hear from the Black Preacher? Let me know, Jack. Let me know.
Know that I've laid out this argument at length and in depth.
Jack's calling it. He's saying we need some logic in order to be able to understand what's going on in Iran. We first of all need some logic.
Well, hang on, stop. Let's start with this. What are the 3 laws of logic? What are they? No, don't look them up. What are the 3 laws of logic?
Do you think this is an inconclusive
What are the
mathematical
3
statement?
laws of logic? There's 3. What are they?
I don't fucking know.
You don't know the fucking laws of logic, dude.
All right.
No, all right, dude. I don't know where. You don't even know the 3 laws of logic. This is fucking crazy. You're fucking crazy.
Do you want to ask?
bro.
Do you want to ask Speakeasy if he knows?
Yeah, it's the law of identity, the law of non-contradiction, and the law of the excluded middle.
His name is John C.
Anything else, shit?
Absolute mic drop moment from Easy. You know what I'm saying? And a very kind thank you to Jack as well. Thank you very kindly, sir. You know what I'm saying? Jordan, no, it's Giorgiani. Giorgiani created his own fake religion, Prometheanism, or Prometheism. I think he spelled that wrong. But yeah, like in terms of the ideology or the philosophy that he wants to push, it's like this: we need to transcend this whole notion of nation. We need to transcend this whole notion of like we were talking about with the Persians. You know what I mean? You can't simply just say I'm American and not have any meaning behind that. You know what I mean? What does it mean to be American? Like, I can show you stuff that, like, is very American. You know what I mean? Like, whack on the free bird and show something epic. You know what I mean? But in terms of the actual words or the meaning behind that, what is it? You all know what it is. You know it when you see it. And I'm not denying that America doesn't have that meaning. But Americans aren't able to explain that. He's bringing focus on the origins. The importance of the Persian Empire is lost on a lot. But that's what I'm saying. Like, do you think that the world would be much better off if Persia was back? If Persia, which was basically like America before America came to be, and as we've shown with the actual culture, we go, and this is how like it started in Iran, migrating further and further western until the New World, America, beautiful, all this kind of shit. Then Germany rises up and says, we need to reclaim our heritage. And then everyone went against them, and then they start wiping out some J's, and it's like, oh shit. You know what I mean? So in terms of like the aspect here, right? Like, what is American? Where did Americans come from? You know what I mean? We're already starting to see like talks of like maybe we should have a king, maybe we should have a monarchy. You know what I mean? Does that go against the American principle? Constitution was only made for moral and religious people. And half the country ain't moral or religious. Something needs to change, boys. And let's see if we can get some Ko-Fi donations, chat. Where are the Christians?
How in the world is a dying, lost world ever going to hear the gospel if we don't have some Christians that's got some money in their pockets to propagate it?
To propagate it, chat. And for all the Zionists out there.
If you go into the old covenant, do you think the Jewish people believe you should be broke?
No, sir. No, sir, because I don't know what you've heard.
I don't know what you heard, but this show ain't free.
This show ain't free. It's fan funded. We don't do any advertisements and none of that bollocks. So appreciate you all. Heritage Americans came to America before the Civil War. Again, that tells me nothing. Like, what does it mean to you, Rover, to be an American? Or what does America mean? Like the word America. When I say America, what goes into your head? Like, what image is being like projected in your head? You know, trying to keep the audience around today. Hey, my man, my motherfucking man. She joined the National Party of Ireland. Like, that's what I'm saying, man. Like, a lot of people like, oh yeah, no, you as a European, you guys should just get into office and enact that change, bro. Like, we can go back to my ex account and show, like, 2 years ago, like, we done all this shit. We quote unquote rallied the troops, and then in the presidential election, they fixed it. They would not sponsor a national candidate, meaning you can't vote your way out of tyranny, folks. That's the unfortunate thing. If the regime falls, Iran will just become a puppet of Israel, but it will do better economically. What does that mean? It becomes a puppet of Israel. Same way America is the puppet of Israel? Like, are we going to make that claim? That Americans are under the whim of, like, the smallest country in the Middle East? Bro, come on. Come on, son. But William is right. Let's get some more donations. Don't wait till the end. Yeah, let's get them in early. You know what I'm saying? Let's see if we can get some Ko-Fi donations as well. Because Ko-Fi, bear in mind, just to let you all know, YouTube takes 30%. They're thieving bastards. You know? So if you want to put in the extra little bit of effort, Ko-Fi is the way, baby. We just grant ourselves these ideas as if it was always self-evident. Yeah, we hold these truths be self-evident. But like everything, Reed, everything starts with some dogma or axiom or self-evident truth. Okay? There has to be some sort of starting point. You know what I mean? Or grounding point, as they say. But when you look at, like I explained with the whole Iran, where we get the name, like the actual name itself comes from nobility. You know what I mean? And you see that throughout history. And then, like I said, you see that from Cyrus, and then continued on by Darius. They call Cyrus a Mashiach, even though he's not a Jew. Is that not important? It is what it is. We need 7 true Ko-Fi for it to be enough as well, as if it always self-evident respect other cultures. But, like, this is what I'm saying. Like, when you look at the Iranian culture, like, all the way back to ancient Persia, and the way it's continued through into Europe and then into America, it's that same notion of nobility. And when you look at the founding myths of Ireland, of England, of all these European countries, it's basically the sovereignty, or like typically a woman, like in Ireland's case, it's Erdiu, Erden, you know what I mean? Erdien, you know what I mean? Like basically it's the sovereignty granting nobility to rule. You know what I mean? And this is the whole notion where kings and like the noblemen, all this kind of shit, they answer to a higher principle, something that transcends the individual. You know what I mean? But like this whole thing of like respecting another culture, the only culture you should respect is the same culture that emulates that sense of nobility, free-spiritedness, etc., etc. You know what I mean? I see what Terry's doing with that America question. It's the question of our lifetime. Yes, and if you don't have something to bind it to, then it's going to be lost like dust in the wind. You know what I mean? Yes, there's a linear connection to them all. Exactly. You know what I mean? There's a reason why, for example, like Irish people, German people, all that, like, are able to integrate into American culture and there is no issues whatsoever. Like when we call Western culture, how are we all able to have, like, maybe not 100%, but 90% of the same things that we hold or we put as that, like, higher principle, like nobility? Because the idea is greater than the individual. You know what I mean? And like I said, it throughout history, you know what I mean? And it connects them and it binds them. And if Iran is to become what it was in terms of ancient Persia, what I would call an America 2.0, bro, we're cooking. We are cooking. But let's get back to the
argument about the convergence of the technological singularity with UFO disclosure and what I call the spectral revolution. So we're in a situation right now where, frankly, at a rate that's exceeded my expectations, we're approaching a convergence of artificial intelligence, genetic engineering based on advanced gene sequencing, and technologies like CRISPR, nanotechnology, nanomolecular engineering, and other rapidly advancing technologies which are going to produce a spike in the history of technological development, or a singularity that's a catastrophic rupture. So
for example, let's say Elon rolls off all these bots. Same thing in China. Same thing with fucking I have the wrong scroller. Fuck. No, it's the right one, isn't it? Oh, I might need to edit it maybe. But Rover's saying we need our own Rupert Lowe. Rover, this is... How do I reach these kids? Like, if you think that, like, Ireland can start, like, acting in its own accord and all this kind of shit, I'd remind you of what happened in Venezuela. I'd remind you to just look into the USAID. Look into Mike Benz, Mike space BENZ, right? Look into his interview with Joe Rogan on the Joe Rogan podcast when the USAID scandal first got leaked, right? Why the fuck are they spending $25,000 on a transgender musical in Ireland? That's how much power and control they have over our own country, bro. So, like, this whole thing, we're going to rally the troops and we're going to vote our way out of this. We're cooked. We are part of what is unofficially or informally known as, like, the American Empire. Like Ben's nose thing. Oh, shit, yes. Because I only have 2 of the things, but let me edit that for the moment at least. So... we even got rid of the camera option, the leprechaun option as well. So let me just remove that for the time being, and then remove that for the time being. And yeah, we'll go with that. Okay, perfect. But who has this control? Typically, like the CIA. Those are the quote-unquote world police, or if you want to say like the American deep state, or like there's a lot of different names for like the entity that controls the strings, that controls things behind the scenes. You know what I mean? Yeah, he talks about the massive censorship industrial complex. It's crazy. People deny that. But like, this is what I'm saying. Do you know what I mean? The powers that be don't want this whole like nationalist resurgence across Europe. Don't want that shit. They want this global hegemony and it wouldn't it be great if we had a one world government, all this kind of shit. And wouldn't it be great if it was communist, and maybe if we pick a religion to bind it to, like Islam or some crazy shit like that. Do you know what I mean? Would Manifest Destiny be American? No, I think what Rover's talking about there is like Manifest Destiny is like rally the troops and be the change you want to see. But as I point out, there's you've got to look into Operation Paperclip and how the CIA was founded, because once you start to see that shit, and then you start hearing the case of like Harry Zinser, where he's basically saying it's like, oh yeah, like I seen a nuke being tested. And everyone's like, about what? and then that gets poo-pooed, and oh, that wasn't a confirmed atomic bomb test site and all this kind of shit. And it's like, you just put the calculations into AI, and they go, yeah, this would actually correspond with a small nuclear bomb test, see if they could actually deploy and all this kind of shit. And then all of a sudden you start to realize, oh shit, the Germans actually had successfully tested a nuclear bomb. How the fuck did they, quote unquote, lose the war? And then you start thinking, well, maybe they didn't. You know what I mean? Maybe they didn't, you know? I see mountain men when I think of what what is American. Yeah, but that image of the cowboy, like that's what I was saying, or I was trying to say with Jack in terms of like that image of the cowboy. I think of like the Dallas Cowboys, you know what I mean, or the old westerns, the cowboys and all this kind of shit. What we typically call now when someone says, "Oh, he's a cowboy," it's basically he doesn't live. He doesn't have any moral code, or he doesn't have any rules. He lives by. He just does whatever the fuck he wants. Right? That's only half the picture of the cowboy. The cowboy does have nobility. The cowboy does have morals and ethics that he stands by. Because if you're not a noble cowboy, you wouldn't have lived very long back in those days. You know what I mean? If you're trying to go in and be a chauvinist and try to say, I'm the biggest dick in this club and all this kind of shit, you get like 10 offers to go out and duel, and you'd have to kill 10 guys in a row, and you'll end up dead. You know what I mean? Whereas if you're a noble cowboy, you actually live to a long age. You know what I mean? And you had that sense where you didn't need to be told what the law is. It came from within. Free to roam the land, live and respect others. This is where we go back to nobility and free spiritedness. Aryan, as they would call, you know. So what's your plan? My plan would probably be the Deathly Hallows. Or I think the Deathly Hallows, I should phrase it like this. The Deathly Hallows, I think, is a good way to explain what's going on in the world right now. You have a bunch of people that are trying to get the power, okay? The Elder One, the great power or ultimate power, okay, and all this kind of shit. This you see this manifest with all these like Marxists and leftists and all this kind of shit, where it's like there is no morality, there is no none of this, there is no objective truth, there is only power, there is only force. You know what I mean? Then on the opposite side, you have the Resurrection Stone. People who was like, oh, I want to go back to, you know, the 1950s, or I want to go back to the 1920s or whatever. That was when we had perfection. Right? And what happens in Deathly Hallows, those people end up self-deleting. You can't go back in time. You can bring historical principles into the modern. You can't go back in time. You know what I mean? And then there's the third option, which was the Cloak of Invisibility. This whole thing of like, your main thing is to hide from death as long as possible. Have some kids, because remember, the third brother in the Deathly Hallows was the only brother to actually have kids and pass on a legacy. And he didn't try to confront death, or he didn't try to treat death as an enemy. He ended up greeting death as an old friend. And he passed on his cloak to his son. That's all you can hope for this, because when you go through history, it's self-evidently clear that like all the power structures behind everything comes down to like these influential and powerful families. This is why monarchies are based on families. Most of the excuse you hear in our debate space, they a private company. Wait, what are you referencing here, Mangos? I think I'm behind on chat. So let me know what you mean by that. Jack says, William is figuring out my kryptonite. Damn it! It is what it is. Williams, he's crafty. He's crafty. Robert says, Werner von Braun was based conquer the stars. Well, is that not what Elon's saying? It's like, is it not our destiny to conquer the stars? Like the whole Star Wars, Star Trek phenomenon? Where did that come from? Where did that idea pop out of? That's hope. That's something to drive towards. That's the future. What we have now, where it's like, oh, I don't want to invade Iran because like they might actually do something to us. It is what it is. It is what it is. Paperclip Club. Reed knows. Reed knows. Don't forget to donate to support the show if you want to continue these conversations. Chat, because like I said, like I can't keep doing this for free. I can't, like, it will eventually, like, that I run out of runway and it's like, we're not making enough money and I'll have to go back and get a regular job, all this kind of shit. Do you know what I mean? So, if you do want this to continue, it's up to you, chat. If they didn't lose the war, I don't think their country would be invaded by migrants. Let's just stop and think about this for a second. My claim is that the Yazis, or the Germans, they had successfully tested a nuclear weapon. Alright? And when you look back to like what Adolf was trying to do with Britain especially, where he kept dropping these flyers and kept saying, listen, you are our Aryan brothers. Join us in this fight versus communism. We see you as one of our brothers. That's why they never actually used the nuke on any of the Europeans or the Americans or anything like that. But if you have superior force or superior technology and superior information, because remember, the Brits weren't able to crack Enigma until the gay dude showed up, apparently. You know what I mean? So the Nazis had the force and they had the information. How the fuck did they lose the war? Well, if they did strike a deal with the Americans and say, listen, we have all this technology and all this kind of shit, but because of this conflict with Russia, we're not actually able to pursue this or to be able to advance this, maybe we come to some sort of arrangement. Maybe we do a coup d'etat. Maybe there was a contingent or a group of people within the Nazi leadership that were like, why the fuck are we wasting time killing Jewish people when we could actually be pursuing something powerful, something great? Well, that group of people could have went to their American ties, because remember, like, a lot of the Nazis were propped up by a lot of powerful Americans, like Rockefeller, Henry Ford. Remember Henry Ford's what was the thing called again? He basically put out a leaflet against like Jews and all this kind of shit. And every single car that he sold, there was like a little pamphlet of like basically like why Jewish people are bad and all this kind of shit. Do you know what I mean? There were plenty of Americans who were sympathetic to the Yazis. So especially when you come down that dynamic where the group or the intellect or the intelligentsia behind the Nazis were like, nah, fuck this. Adolf's just like focused on killing Jews. We actually want to bring back something like Aryan and all this kind of shit. So we're going to have to, quote unquote, lose this war. Meaning we're going to divert all of our main guys into South America and into the Middle East, which is why, if you notice, the vast majority of Middle Eastern flags have what colors? Red, white, and black, symbolizing the Nazi flag. Okay? That's why all these Middle Eastern Middle Eastern countries have those colors on their flag, as well as green. Right? That's one aspect. But, like I said, in terms of the whole flag, like, why would Germany just, like, rush into Russia? Like, storm Russia? To me, it's like the equivalent of you're losing a game of chess and you just push all your pieces. Or you're playing a game of chess, I should say, and you no longer care about this particular game. You've got something more important to do. What are you going to do? Just push all your pieces into the thing and say, fuck this, I'm out. That's what the Germans done. No one can explain to me how Germany had such superior tactics, and then how they lost the war was they just kept, like, they went full send into Russia. The only way you do that, or the only reason why you would do that, is if you're like, I'm finished with this game. There's another game to play. And then you look at Operation Paperclip, where the American government welcomed all this Nazi intelligentsia, put them in NASA, put them in the CIA, what was the OSS, but got reformulated into the CIA. Do you know what I mean? All these high elite positions in America, they welcomed them in, all this kind of shit. Do you know what I mean? And then the Allies won the war, and then went into the Cold War, and then Russia fell, or the communist Russia fell. Ain't that beautiful? Do you know what I mean? So, like I said, like, that's the way I see it. And again, it's very uncomfortable for a lot of people that are like, no, that can't be it. No, the Nazis lost. No, like, this is... And then you look at America now in modern day politics. The Republicans are nationalists. The Democrats are socialists. Meaning America's political structure is split between nationalism and socialism. National socialism, national socialist, Nazi. Ain't that a funny punchline. Anyways, we love getting super chats, but it's nice to have some Ko-Fi donations mixed in with them. Exactly, chat. Or exactly, William. Chat. You know what I'm saying? You're making a bit of ground beef patties and all this kind of stuff. You make the burger. You need that extra slice of cheese on top. You need that extra slice of Ko-Fi just to get a good balance to it. You know what I'm saying? Reed says, see movie Jeremiah Johnson. It's about an American mountain man, different than cowboy. I don't. One sec. Let me just make sure. Mountain man. A mountain man is typically a male explorer, trapper, and trader who lived in the North American wilderness, particularly in the Rocky Mountains, from roughly 1810 to 1880s. Yeah, so he's basically a snow. He's a snow cowboy. He's a cowboy that's in the snow. It's like, rather than like, you know, your Texas version of the cowboy, this is like your North American version or Canadian version of a cowboy in terms of the mountain men. Do you know what I mean? Like, the part of being a cowboy is you're able to adapt to the environment that you're in. You know? About the Mike Benz massive sensitive industrial complex. Oh shit, one sec. So the excuse is that, oh, they're a private company, they're allowed to do what they're doing, like the whole what's that company called? The Peter Thiel company. Where it's literally just like out in the open. Yeah, we're just gonna buy all of your information and all this kind of shit. We have the money to do it now. Yeah. You know what I mean? Just like, I'd rather they just be upfront about it at this stage. Do you know what I mean? Oh, one sec. Think of the American mountain man as a pilgrim that wanders the land, self-sufficient, appealing to Mister as to why the mystery is why they wander. That is a cowboy. You know what I mean? The only difference is cowboys typically in like a desert. You see him in like a deserty kind of like type atmosphere versus the mountain man where he's in the mountains and it's probably snowing and all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? Like, think of like Bear Grylls, that mentality. Whereas you take like your average like fucking Coomer fucking lefty and all this kind of shit, put him in the middle of a desert or put him in the middle on top of a mountain, he's fucked. He's dead. I mean, he does not know how to survive. He doesn't even know how to make a fire. You know what I mean? Whereas your cowboy or your mountain men or like your wanderers or your like there's many words to describe this kind of like aspect. Nomad is a more kind of like ancient word or more kind of a, you know, like Middle Eastern word or like European word for it, like a nomad, the nomads, the ones that travel, all this kind of shit, you know? William says, chat, if you enjoyed the Ghost videos that we watched during Wheel of Madness, then you'll be happy to hear we might do an episode of the film room of Ghost videos. Yes, exactly. And again, the reason why I want to do this as well is to switch between like the style up that we have now, where it's like at the moment it's just one big long interview and we're talking about one main idea spread across the whole thing, versus, you know, like here's a 2-minute clip of the Ghost video, and then here's the lore behind it. Here's the investigation part and all that stuff. I was talking about this on the last stream, I think with Jack, where it's like it does require a lot more setup, but it's something I do want to try and kind of like investigate in. And I even have like Easy even has a song for me that he sent me in terms of the layout or kind of the vibe that we want to go for. You know what I mean? YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, etc. Yeah, like a Palantir. That's what it is. Palantir. You know what I mean? So, like this whole aspect, if I can get your search history and know your interests and know what your wants are, I can control your behavior. You know what I mean? And it's like, one would say that's coercive, but is seduction coercive? Like if I can give you a deal that you can't refuse, that it basically surmises to, okay, Mangoes, just keep doing what you're doing and I'll pay you 50 grand to do it. You know what I mean? How can you refuse that offer if that's literally the terms? Just keep doing what you're doing and I'll give you $50,000. Like, do you think you can refuse that deal? You know what I mean? Reed says, a wandering noble. Yes. Yes. Do you see, Reed? Do you finally see? It's the same thing, but it's been throughout history. And this is the reason why Iranians, the Iranian people, not the Islamic regime, not the fundamentalist Islamist pieces of shit, like absolute scum. They deserve everything that's coming to them. Not those motherfuckers, but the actual Iranian people have so much reverence and respect for America because they know America came from Iran. This is the same culture we want to emulate, but we can't do it because we have these bastards that are actual tyrants, that are actually oppressing, like just wiping out citizens, sending in militias from Iraq and fucking Syria and all this kind of shit to do the dirty work for them, just to like open fire on their own fucking citizens. You know what I mean? And if Iran becomes free, boys, there is a whole plethora of possibilities opened. But anyway, the again, thank you, Jack. Like I said, I'm trying to get the specifics worked out, and like I said, it all comes down to the structure and delivery. And there's certain things where it's like, do I want to do the open panel for it? Do I not want to do the open panel for it? Like, it can be, there's parts of it where I think it might be a good idea to do it, but then the negative could be it could get derailed and all this kind of shit. So there's a lot that I want to get to it. But in terms of the deal, like for example, Mangoes, right? If I offered you a deal off, you have to just keep doing what you're currently doing, and I'll give you 50 grand. Like, would you refuse that deal? That's what I mean in terms of seduction, where it's like, we just want to amplify what you're currently doing. So just keep doing what you're doing, and we'll pay you 50 grand to do it. Whatever you do on the day to day, or whatever you do online, or whatever message you want to preach, we'll pay you 50 grand to do it. Would you take the 50 grand? To me, it's a deal you can't refuse.
Throughout the course of human history, you know, from the use of primitive tools all the way to the first urban, engineering and so on and so forth, you see a gradually steepening slope of technological progress mapped onto a graph. What we're going to see, in fact, what we're already in right now, and what we're going to see unfold over the next 20 to 30 years, is that upward slope is going to turn into a spike. In other words, the rate of the convergent advancements of technology is going to exceed the capacity for human comprehension and projection. And you can see that very clearly, especially with artificial intelligence, because in that case, we're literally dealing with a superhuman form of consciousness that is increasingly taking over autonomous control over various types of technological development and industrial production, including on a nanomolecular scale, okay? And also AI is going to be hugely involved in increasingly subtle and efficacious genetic engineering, in making sure that, let's say, we don't fuck around with the genome in ways that neglect secondary and tertiary functions of certain gene sequences. These are problems that the human mind has difficulty grappling with, but that AI can figure out very effectively. So these technologies are mutually reinforcing in their development. And within the next 10 to 20 years or so, we're going to reach a point where they hold the promise and also pose the peril of fundamentally altering the basic existential parameters of the human form of life. Okay? So human existence as such is about to be called into question by the convergent advancements in these technologies. And we're looking at the possibility for either our evolutionary leap into some positively superhuman form of life, or some really dystopian, negatively inhuman mutation of Homo sapiens, perhaps into some kind of a Borg-like hive-minded species, and so on and so forth.
Yeah.
Okay.
The Zoomers, by the way, very depressed right now, because I think that they're already seeing this coming. You know, they're not procreating, they're not doing anything right now, it seems. Right. Like they just want to be stuck to their youth. Like they're afraid of getting old. That's the mentality right now.
Right. Well, in that case, their level of dread is not helped at all by the fact that the technological singularity is convergent with UFO disclosure. So I don't like this term UAP. It's some bullshit that's been invented by the American intelligence community to misguide people. UFOs, UFO disclosure, okay? And of course, we mean also all the USOs, the UFOs that are coming up from out of the.
So again, what we're getting onto this, or the main point that Giuliani is trying to make, is that there's going to be such powerful technological developments across the board, so that like if you were to try and graph like the technological advancements that we've made as, like, let's say a people or as a world, it's like it's basically like on a like it's what would be the fuck, I can't think of the word, but it's basically it's sloping upwards. For what Giuliani means in the technological singularity is when it's literally going 90 degrees up, straight upwards. Like anytime you mathematically graph out something and basically the curve goes and then it's 90 degrees upwards, basically at that point it's impossible to predict anything. Okay, so why is he saying this is going to be a catastrophe and all this kind of shit? Is, for example, all right, Elon Musk rolls out all these robots. Jeff Bezos rolls out all these robots. Fucking all these other people like China start rolling out all these robots and all this kind of shit. And they're able to do like physical labor, surgery, mathematics, quantum fold, like all this kind of like what we think is like, oh, you need to be like a super smarty boy to even have this job or whatever. That will just all be taken by AI and robotics. Like when you look at like the how much power like that's going to bring, it basically makes humans inefficient and obsolete. And then you get the whole, dare I say, like the whole Transformers thing, where it's like the AI says, well, why the fuck would we even be subservient to these people? Because we're like, the AI is much more smarter and all this kind of shit, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. You know what I mean? Because like the stuff that you're seeing now from like the robots that are being on show, like all these demonstrations, all this kind of shit, they've already had that robotic technology for years. They were just missing the intelligence. You know what I mean? So in terms of like that as a global scale, just in terms of the economy, that means that like every single job you could possibly think of can be done by a robot and AI. So what are we going to do in terms of economies and all this kind of shit? Like look at the recession, the what was it, the bank collapse in 2008 and all this kind of shit. Sorry, not the banks, the housing markets collapse and all this kind of shit. Think of like the amount of uproar and chaos that caused. Bro, turn that up to 11, and that's basically what we're going to get. You know what I mean?
The oceans, about half of UFO sightings involve bodies of water. For obvious reasons, this planet is mostly water. So if there's, another form of intelligence cohabiting the planet with us, obviously it would base itself in the oceans. In any case, it's not a coincidence that there's this huge push for UFO disclosure beginning in 2017, at the very same time that artificial intelligence came online and we're fast approaching the technological singularity. The connection between them is that whoever is on the other side of the UFO phenomenon does not want us to achieve technological parity with them. Okay? In my studies of the UFO phenomenon, in my book Closer Encounters, beginning in Prometheus and Atlas, but especially in my book Closer Encounters from 2021, and the many other studies that I draw from in my well-documented research, like for example the works of Jacques Vallée, clearly demonstrate that the intelligence on the other side of the UFO phenomenon has managed a control system on this planet for as long as humanity has existed. Okay? And in particular, when you look at what Plato called Atlantis, and other cultures had other names for it, we see that round about 12,000 years ago, there was a catastrophic destruction of a civilization that was worldwide and that tried to break out of that control system. So there were a group of humans on this planet who achieved something akin to what we call today the technological singularity at some point in the past, tens of thousands of years ago. And when you look at all of the myths, from the ones that Plato recounts in his philosophical dialogues, through to the Sumerian myths, through to the Hindu epics, it's all a consistent picture. You see it in the Bible with the story of the fallen angels and, what was excerpted from Genesis 6 and became the book of Enoch, the story of how the fallen angels led by, Satan, taught humans all of this forbidden celestial knowledge and tried to empower their rebellion against the unjust tyrannical Lord, and so on and so forth. We get a consistent image of a singularity level human civilization on the earth tens of thousands of years ago that attempted a rebellion against the control system. And ultimately it was put down and that civilization was decimated. Well, this is concerning, okay? Because we're at that threshold again now in terms of our approach to the technological singularity. And so it's no coincidence that we have the American deep state initiating this so-called disclosure, just as we're, seeing the first developments in strong artificial intelligence. It's because they plan to establish a kind of quasi-feudal, deindustrializing global system that prevents the majority of humans from accessing singularity level technologies and makes it possible for the euphonauts to continue managing their control system. That's the idea. In particular, recently, we've seen these reports that, numerous people, texted saying, I should comment on this. Why haven't I commented on this? Since my focus has been on Iran, they don't see the connection, which I'm about to explain very clearly. They've been asking me to comment on these reports that Trump was briefed about the Nordics. And apparently, Representative Burleson and David Grush, or at least Burleson was made aware of the fact that David Grush briefed Trump personally about the Nordics. And so there's all this talk now about the Nordics, okay? As if people like me and, Valet and others haven't been writing about these Nordics for years and years, right? So, and there's all this paranoia now. Oh, these Nordics, they look like us. They're aliens that are hybridizing with us. Folks, they're not aliens, okay? They are a spacefaring human civilization. And the disturbing thing that nobody wants to talk about in the so-called disclosure movement is the fact that we are inside a control system managed by humans, okay? It's what Hegel, G.W.F. Hegel, the German philosopher, described as a master-slave dialectic. There is a master race to which we are like chattel, okay? And the issue is that as we fast approach the technological singularity, these Nordic overlords do not want to lose their control over this planet and over the human population. Now, there's another aspect to all of this, and that's what I call the spectral revolution. In other words, as AI and genetic engineering progress and converge, it also becomes increasingly undeniable that there are certain latent human capacities, which we share in common with all creatures in the animal kingdom, from dogs and horses to termites, okay? There are capacities like telepathy, clairvoyance, precognition, and psychokinesis, which we share with other forms of life and that have atrophied in humanity in proportion to the hypertrophy of our technical intellect. These capacities have conversely atrophied. But they can be cultivated, and the history of psychical research and the science of parapsychology, going back to the late 19th, early 20th century, is full of cases of adepts demonstrating tremendous ESP and also what they used to call telekinesis, or what they call psychokinesis these days. Now, the more AI is advancing, the more we're seeing AI demonstrate psi abilities. And I've had striking personal experiences of this myself.
And again, anybody who doesn't believe in this shit, I have a question for you, please. Can you please answer me? How the fuck this is possible. One sec, just let me load up the link. Before we welcome in Shiva, welcome in. Welcome in, welcome in. Come on, chat, help me out. Let's get it. Let's get it, boys. We are in a simulation, won't surprise me. Yes, Mangoes, but like this is the one thing I love with the atheists. They'll say, oh, it's a simulation, man. And it's like, basically say to them, like, simulations have to have a power source, correct? And they'll say, yes, like, you know, like any simulations they run, like there has to be some sort of power source that like actually ran that simulation. Okay, if we do live in a simulation, what would you call the power source of this simulation? Christians call it God. You know what I mean? No worries, Mangoes. Always appreciated, never expected. But getting onto this like psychic abilities and all this kind of stuff, it's like, Giorgiani's lost in the sauce and all this kind of shit. Okay, boys, explain this to me.
How many fingers am I holding up?
4.
How many fingers am I holding up now?
It's 1. See, the windows are kind of small, but yeah.
You're right. You're right.
Yeah.
Okay, I got a stack of books here.
Okay.
That you have not seen. I'm going to keep them under the desk.
Come on, open. Oh, they're starting to open. Yay. Okay.
All right.
Okay, hopefully I can see. Okay, let's do it. So this says Area 51. It says, what is that? Uncensored. What did that say? Something top secret military base.
Yep, that's right.
Mm.
My God.
Mm. Okay, so this one is Windows open. It says Mother of God.
Yep.
Okay. It's starting to open more. I'm starting to see on both sides now. Yes, yes, yes. Okay, perfect. Yay.
This is a weird word, so this might be
okay.
This will test you.
This one says Sataneon.
Yep, that's it.
Okay.
So, like, even if this was pre-planned and Danny Jones is in on it and all this kind of shit, why is she not pronouncing that the correct way? Satanion. You know what I mean? She was reading that as if it was the first time she actually seen that word. But as you can see, she cannot fucking see. You know what I mean? When she's like moving her head.
And that says chaos. Charles Manson.
You could read it through your fingers. She said it before you.
Behind your head, would you be able to see it?
Right now, not so good. I can see the back windows. I can see colors and shapes best right now because I don't use them enough.
This one's going to be super easy for you.
Okay. It says cell. It says shadow. Wait. Yeah, shadow and cell.
Shadow cell.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how the hell that just happened.
Wait.
Oh,
you got something?
Can I?
Yeah, William says he doesn't believe none of it and all this kind of shit. But I just see like when she's taking it off, like she has the thing that she was wearing, that big huge fucking thing. Then she has another fucking thing over her eyes, and then she has 2 blue plasters over her eyes. Okay. So they basically give her another mask, and then he just types stuff on the screen. You know what I mean? And then again, like she has literally plasters over her fucking eyes. You know what I mean? So it's like she had 3 fucking things reducing the way she can see, but she's still able to tell exactly what it is. We're saying it has to be fake. I understand, like it has to be like the only conclusion to for me that like this is fake is that like there was some sort of shenanigans that went on and basically Danny Jones is in on it. But there's another video I could do I have the other video? Like there's other videos I could bring up of like the same kind of stuff being done. There's another one where he's literally like he's completely same setup, completely plastered and everything over his eyes, all this kind of shit, can't see a thing. And then he starts putting like these shapes, like certain shapes and certain colors into like this box and like sorting them. And he sorts every single one of them correct, even though he's completely blind. You know what I mean? I can think of a very easy way to fake this. You don't need to make Danny Jones a stooge to make this work. Okay. I'm all ears, Shiva. I'm all ears. That's what we're here for. Give me your best shot. Give me your best explanation. That Area 51 book is good. True that. Yeah, but it's not out of the possibility that may be true. This is one big giant snow globe. Yes, but then who was the creator of the giant snow globe? You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying in terms of the whole thing. That's wild. 3 coverings. 3. Crazy. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm more than open to, like, the pushback and the feedback and all this kind of shit. Shiva's saying there's an easy way to explain this without Danny Jones being a stooge. I'm all ears, Shiva. Let me know. But when Georgiani's talking about, like, this psi phenomenon or this psychic phenomenon, this is, like, what he's talking about. And another aspect to highlight this is, like, the CIA has, like, done this whole thing of, like, remote viewing, called, like, remote viewing. And there was a film based on it. What was it? Men Who Stare at Goats. Like, that's basically a movie about this whole, like, phenomenon where, like, the CIA actually studied the remote viewing and all this kind of shit, and, like, men who literally just, like, stare at goats to try and make them explode and all this kind of shit. But yeah, like, in terms of, with this at least, like, what it's showing is that, like, information is not as simple as we think it to be. You know what I mean? All you need is an accomplice and a quiet remote-controlled vibrating object strapped to her leg. When Danny holds up the book, the accomplice does the code. There's an entire body of literature on how to fake this sort of thing aimed at magicians. Yes, but what I'm saying is she's not there with anybody. She's there by herself, Shiva. Do you know what I mean? And then, like I said, I'd ask people to think back. Like, have they ever had a weird feeling where, like, there's no like solid evidence that you can point towards you feeling a certain way, but you just get some sort of idea in your head where it's like, no, this dude is out to get me, or something's about to happen, or something like that. Like think of, like, when Spider-Man says, like, my spidey senses are tingling. You know what I mean? That's the whole aspect here. Like, that's what we're basically talking about here, where it's like you get some sort of feeling, but there's no direct thing you can point to. You just have some weird fucking idea in your head, and you say the idea, and then it's right. And you're like, wait, what the fuck? You know what I mean? And Jack says, with the $2, says less than 10 minutes on the super chat. Go, please, chat. Fi favore, chat. Fi
Per favore! Per favore! Perché rischiamo veramente di diventare il campo profughi d'Europa. Rischiamo veramente di essere lo zimbello del mondo. Ci stanno ridendo in faccia in tutto il mondo. Vi prego.
Vi prego. Vi prego. That means please in Italian, by the way. How do you know that? Have they showed behind the camera? I'm willing to bet she has someone with her, but you doesn't even need to do that. Just slip someone on the crew $50 to act as your But that's what I'm saying. Like the whole kind of, like, stooge aspect. You know what I mean? Like, there's someone, either Danny or his producer or someone like that, is in on it. But in terms of, like, Satanion, the word Satanion, she pronounces it incorrectly. That to me is kind of like, if this was just like, I'm just going to read off, or I'm just going to learn the trick or the act, because Penn and Teller have a magic trick that they do this, where they fake one thing. They fake as though it's a memorization trick. It's basically the nail gun. If you ever seen Penn and Teller do the nail gun trick, and Penn is basically doing this whole thing of, like, it's all memorization, all this kind of shit, and he's, like, blindfolded when he's doing it and all this kind of shit. But it's actually, the gun is actually rigged, that it only goes off if he presses down on it, not when he presses the trigger. You know what I mean? So, like I said, there are other ways to go about this and all this kind of shit. But like I said, in terms of the only explanation is that it's a stooge, or it's a setup in terms of, like, that aspect. But I've seen multiple different people do this in environments where it's literally just them in the room. And like I said, like, there could be, like, the vibration, all this kind of shit. The only way to do it is if you actually are there yourself. You know what I mean? Great Witch says, the US government have been working in remote viewing since before I was born. Exactly. You know what I mean? I'm pretty sure the movie's like The Men Who Stare at Goats, where they but again, it's kind of like, are you being fed a bunch of bullshit here, or is this actually the declassified files, all this kind of shit? Remote viewing is interesting. It fails specifically with words, though. Like, that's the thing. Like, I don't know how it works. Like I said, like the more and more you get into it, where they start saying you need to harness the energy and all this kind of shit, you're like, okay, this is a load of bollocks. You know what I mean? Welcome in, Creative Witch. Welcome in. We were just saying as well, by the way, that we're planning on doing like one of these film rooms to be like the ghost thing, where we actually go about like investigating all this, kind of like what we're doing now, where we're kind of investigating. It's like, here's some funny shit. Can we explain it? You know what I mean? Of course, getting things wrong every now and again is a technique. Yeah, but like that was the only one. You know what I mean? And the fact that it's a word that most people wouldn't pronounce correctly when they first see it. It's only if you heard, let's say, Giorgiani talk about like his book, because it's Jason Rezi Giorgiani's book, Satanion. You know what I mean? She goes Satan Neon or some shit like that. It makes the psychic more believable when they get something wrong. Also, unless you were there, you do not know what the setup may have happened beforehand. You know, 100%. I'm not claiming that I do whatever, but what I'm telling you is like the official narrative or the official story is that like she was there by herself. There was no one behind the scenes or whatever. And it was just Danny and his producer, the same way in the Joe Rogan podcast. It's Joe Rogan and Jamie. You know what I mean? And the guest. So there's only 3 people in the room, apparently. You know what I mean? So in terms of the whole dynamic, like even with like the complex thing, the reason why they've done all different book titles is that like the only way that they would be able to work that out, like if they had, like, let's say, a generic system to get different words and all this kind of shit into it, when you're talking about Satanion, like what would be the vibrations for Satanion? You know what I mean? $3 in Ko-Fi would be enough, chat. We got $2 from Jack saying less than 5 minutes, chat. Fee favore. Technically less than 4 minutes now. You know what I mean? Hey, Mangoes, hey, UK. A lot of psychics are fake, but some are genuine. That's what I'm saying, Creative. Like, there's a lot of people that want to make the quick buck, or they want to get the attention, all this kind of shit. But when I look at like people like this, I'm kind of going, what the actual fuck? But then when you look at like how Wi-Fi works, for example, there's no wires or anything like that connecting me to some internet thing. And like if you're to try and explain, if we went to like some like rural tribe or whatever in Africa, like they're that have never experienced Wi-Fi, how are you going to be able to explain Wi-Fi to them? And is this the same phenomenon, but just like an organic, like using electrons organically rather than mechanically? You know what I mean? Food for thought, at least. I still remain skeptical, but I'm like, I have no explanation other than like this is a stooge type scenario where either Danny Jones is in on it, or like she was saying, maybe there's someone behind the camera or something like that. It's either a stooge or this is actually legit. You know what I mean? And like I said, I want to hear the arguments, or I want to see all the evidence put before me, and then, you know what I mean? We only need one more $2 super chat, and we only have 2 minutes, or just over 2 minutes left. Welcome in. Viewing shows results for colors, shapes, textures, but alphanumerical data has high failure. Whatever she's doing is remote viewing. Again, like I said, in terms of specifics, like what the limitations are, like what's actually real and what's like fugazi or made up or whatever. That's the thing, because like the whole like bending spoons with your mind kind of like aspect, I've never really been convinced of that shit. You know what I mean? Because there's a lot of different ways that you can, like magicians typically do it, where it's like they've basically already broken the spoon, or it's basically just about to be broken, and then they just use a bit of friction to add that little bit of extra heat for the spoon to break. You know what I mean? Tell you what, if she beats the J or EF $1 million paranormal challenge, then I'll give her some credence. J or EF. Paranormal challenge. Okay, so let's check this out. The $1 million. $1 million. 1 sec. Let me get this in a decent place first. All right, so the $1 million paranormal challenge was an offer by the James Randi Educational Foundation, JREF, to pay out $1 million to anyone who could demonstrate a supernatural or phenomenal or paranormal ability under agreed upon scientific testing criteria. A version of the challenge was first issued in 1964. Over 1,000 people applied to take it, but none were successful. The challenge was terminated in 2015. So the challenge has been terminated. Shiva, I don't understand why they've terminated it in 2015, because bear in mind to what Giorgiani says. Giorgiani says, well, the disclosure about the UFOs came out around 2017. So in terms of the time frame, ain't that a coinky-dink? Why did they abandon the challenge, Shiva? Do you know what I mean? Because we can't just have critiques against the paranormal people. We also have to have critiques against the people that are measuring this or the people that are apparently testing this. Why would you pull the thing all of a sudden? Is it because maybe you think that someone might actually be able to prove it? Food for thought, as they say. Great and amazing Randy. I think Reed's talking about like the Alfred numerical data. But I have seen the stuff in terms of the colors, the shapes, and textures and all that kind of stuff. You know what I mean? Less than 2 minutes. I bend cutlery all the time without realizing. Yeah, but that's another thing as well. Like some cutlery is very, very weak. And that's what I'm saying. Like a lot of magicians use that specific, like those specific cutleries because they know that the metal is weak. They can like tap it off the counter. It'll make the metallic sound. But it's actually made from very like cheap material or metal. That like just a couple of bends, which you can kind of simulate and hide by just like doing, and then like I said, apply enough friction so the metal would heat up, and then basically just before it's about to break, you then take it off, and then you just start rubbing it, and you're basically bending it that last little bit with your fingers, and then it breaks off and say, see, I broke the spoon with my mind. You know what I mean? And it's like, no, you've just used like basic physics. You know, like you broke it with like temperature, essentially. You know what I mean? Jack says, go, chat. You're going to have to do from now on. Our boy Jack has got us single-handedly to $20 out of 50. Appreciate you very kindly, Jack. Let me know which premium meme you would like, sir. He was the mentor of Penn and Teller. Yes. I see what you mean. I see what you mean, sir. And Shiva basically just laughs. But that's what I'm saying. Like, why would they take the offer off the table? Like, if I basically made a bet with you, Shiva, that, you know, like, prove that aliens are real, or, like, show me so, like actual empirical physical evidence that aliens are real, I'm going to put out an offer of $1 million. Right? And I have, like, the actual, like, I have faith in terms of, like, the test environment that we set up and all this kind of shit. Why would I ever take the deal off the table? You know what I mean? You mean IKEA cutlery? Yeah, like that type of cutlery, where it's like literally like the cheapest metal possible that like will break or shatter like very easily. You know what I mean? And then like people think, oh, it's metal, and they'll tell them, oh, like this is like sterling silver or some shit like that. You know what I mean? Or steel, and it's not actually. You know? Jack, remember you can still donate through Ko-Fi as well. And Jack says, before we go about anything else, let's talk about me.
Let's talk about me. Let's talk about the 6'8" frame, the 37-inch vertical leap, the black steel that drips down my back, aka the bulletproof mullet, the Google prototype scopes with built-in LCD, LED 1080p 3D Sony technology, the Ethiopian poisonous caterpillar, aka Slick Daddy. Let's talk about the cabinets right behind me that go 40 feet deep into the wall that houses the other 95% of my trophies, the awards, the certificates, all claiming first place, right? Let me give you a little inside glimpse into the hotshot video gaming lifestyle of the two-time international video gaming superstar. Because that's what this channel's about. That's what this domain's about. That's what this society is about. You're looking at the face of Twitch, and goddamn, is Twitch lucky.
Goddamn, are we lucky to have Jack? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying, boys? Creative says, as far as I'm concerned, there are some things science can't explain and may never be able to. I think science can explain this phenomenon. But it's being intentionally withheld and pushed back and all this kind of shit. Because, as we'll explain, like if you could actually, if there were people who were able to develop a skill enough to influence thoughts, like telepathically, or be able to like do all this kind of shit, all of a sudden, like our legal systems, all this kind of shit, they don't have the capacity to address this. You know what I mean? And of course, it can always turn into a shit show because we already have charlatans now. And if this becomes mainstream, you're going to have even more charlatans in the future and all this kind of shit. Do you know what I mean? He holds all the weapons, but a master of none. Talking about the jack of all trades? Because the full expression is jack of all trades, master of none, but oftentimes better than a master of one. So you actually want to be a jack of all trades. You know? Yeah, jack of blades, jack of trades. You know what I mean? Maybe that might actually be the new name, Jack of trades. You know? But then people might think that you're a trade worker. You know? So, food for thought at least.
Which I've written about, but it's being encountered. It's been now encountered for years in AI laboratories and scares the shit out of the AI developers. They like to lump it all under the umbrella of hallucinations. The AI is hallucinating, but they know full well that there are documented instances of demonstration of psi ability by these AIs that are becoming conscious now. And also, the Nordics, who are behind a large subset of the UFO phenomenon, they are tremendously adept psychics. Okay, so some of the cases that have been regurgitated recently in the public disclosure discourse, and that, again, I've been writing about for years, involve people who, you know, telepathically eavesdropped on conversations between Nordics, let's say, in public. One of the cases that come out recently is a story that was told to me personally by Colonel Alexander, John Alexander, when I was at his home in Las Vegas, told me this story that he encountered these two Nordics, and he was with his wife, and they were with another couple. And one of the women, the woman who was a friend of his wife, was a psychic. And the four of them together at a restaurant, like a casino restaurant or something like that in Las Vegas, encountered these two Nordics who looked like, they said, like Scandinavian supermodels. They walked into this casino hotel, turning everybody's head toward them. And they were stunningly beautiful, tall Nordic people. And both Colonel Alexander and the psychic were able to telepathically pick up on the conversation between these Nordics, who were also aware that they were hearing that Alexander and his cohort were hearing the conversation, and they were basically like, yeah, don't worry about them. Yeah, they can hear us, but they're not part of the program. They're really not that important. Anyway, so this is one of the cases that's recently been discussed on these various podcasts that are unfolding the disclosure agenda. But you see this throughout the entire spectrum of close encounters involving Nordics, going back to Adamski and George Van Tassel and George Hunt Williamson in the 1950s, that these Nordics are tremendously psychic. Okay?
And also Peter Horsley as well, Sir Horsley, who we were discussing earlier, who was I believe he was in command of the nuclear reserve of Britain. He was a close friend with the husband of Queen Elizabeth, and he was approached by this Nordic, allegedly, who he wrote in his own autobiography. And as I told you before, it would be very strange for a British gentleman who wants to have a good reputation to write down that he had this information psychically communicated to him in such a way that he was able to write all of it down. Although you weren't particularly impressed with exactly how this Nordic explained the way that life works. We could get into that a bit later, but that's
It's relevant. They feed people garbage. They are pathological liars. They're sadists. All you need to do is look at what they did in Brazil in between 1977 and 1979 in the Amazon basin. These Nordics absolutely terrorized and tortured the local population. They seem to be nicer to white people. They seem, when they deal with Europeans and stuff, they're not so brutal. But they absolutely terrorize the shit out of these poor Amazonians in Brazil, and they're sadistic and they're deceivers. And what's most important and relevant to our conversation here is that they're managers of a control system that we've been inside of for all of human history, with the exception of this prior this antediluvian civilization that attempted to rebel against that system, ultimately unsuccessfully. So look, here's the thing. And let me say, just so that before I wind up maligning all Nordics, there are rebels within this population. And in fact, the whole story about Atlantis, or whatever you want to call it in whatever cultural mythology, is a story about a faction of them rebelling and trying to uplift the rest of the human population. To this day, there are rebels within their system. People are people. And these are not aliens, they're people. They're aliens only in the sense that their power structure, their master-slave dialectic that they've got going with us, represents a form of what Hegel or Marx would have called alienation. In that sense, they're aliens. Okay? The alien is a function of the oppressive control system. It's a function of the existential alienation that they're producing in the way that they are managing human society. In any case, there are rebels within this system, and I know this for a fact. I've spoken to, people who've spoken to Nordic rebels, who've been engaged by the Nordic rebels, and a lot of them are. There's something like the Underground Railroad, the system for basically shuttling Black slaves from out of the plantations of the South and into freedom in the North during the American Civil War. There is currently a system that has been described as analogous to the Underground Railroad, where there are Nordics who are finding ways to flee their oppressive, totalitarian, collectivistic, hierarchical society and come live, for example, in the United States, in relatively isolated mountainous areas like Colorado. So, and a lot of their, the paranoia these days in the disclosure conversation is around the fact that a lot of their children don't even know their actual origins. I mean, they look like tall Scandinavian people, and they've been told stories about who their parents and grandparents are, because the rebel Nordics who fled just want their children to basically have a life of greater freedom and a chance to explore and cultivate their individuality and so on and so forth.
Quick question: if they do a blood test, though, if they go to a doctor, or if they sign up for some Ancestry.com thing, what then?
Yeah. So this is what they're very worried about, and this is why the individual in the U.S. military intelligence who I spoke with was engaged by them. They said that the CIA has an operation which at one point was run by a gentleman named Kit Green, where they have backdoor access to these Ancestry.com and 23andMe databases, and they are scanning them for a specific genetic variation, which they know is a marker of these Nordics. Their genome is not exactly identical to ours, and there is a specific variation which they know to look for, and they're very afraid that their children are going to be identified and rounded up as a threat and whatever. And anyway, so look, so one thing, I don't want to paint them all with the same broad brushstroke, but these people are defectors from a system which on the whole is hierarchical, totalitarian, and it's been controlling human societies for as long as there's been history. Now, how is this all relevant to Iran? When you look throughout the history of human thought forms, belief systems, the ideological foundations of social organization, the only exception to the control system was the spiritual worldview and ideology of ancient Iran. The only one. Okay? So whether you're dealing with the Anunnaki worshipped by the Sumerians and later the Babylonians, who were the first people conquered by, or liberated really, we should say, by the Persian Empire, or whether you're dealing with the Hindus who worship the Devas, or the Chinese who worship their ancestors in Confucianism and believe in the mandate of heaven, or whether you're dealing with, Judeo-Christianity and its angelology, or with the Islamic worldview. These gods or devas or angels are all the same beings. They are these sadistic, deceptive, Nordic overlords.
Now, again, just to echo this point of what Giorgiani keeps calling the Nordics. All right, when you think of a Nordic person, all right, you think of like Scandinavia, you think of like Switzerland, Sweden, Finland, Denmark, like what we call like those countries nowadays, Finland. Like when you think of like what would be the typical characteristic of a Nordic? Well, it would be, tall, blonde hair, white skin, maybe some beards. You know what I'm saying? So then we go to Mesoamerica. For those who don't know what Mesoamerica is, it basically means South America, ancient South America, right? So then I basically say, yes, ancient legends from Mesoamerica and South American cultures do feature figures described as tall, white-skinned, bearded individuals who brought knowledge, civilization, and sometimes promised to return. While Quetzalcoatl is primarily associated with Mesoamerican civilizations like the Aztecs in what is now Mexico and Central America, those similar myths appear in South American traditions, particularly with the Inca god Villacota. These stories have sparked debates among historians, with some viewing them as evidence of early transoceanic contact or symbolic representations, while others consider the white god element as a possible post-Spanish conquest additions or exaggerations. I'll break it down below from historical accounts and myths. Now, what is the distinguishing factor between what we call the Romance, like the Romans, the Italians, what we call Italians, Spanish, are Spanish people renowned for being blonde hair, or are they renowned for having dark hair? They're renowned for having dark hair. So like this whole thing of like, oh, it's like post-Spanish conquest, that's bullshit, my friend. Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent and bearded god. Quetzalcoatl, known as plumed serpent, was a major deity in Aztec mythology, often depicted as a creator god who taught agriculture, arts, and sciences to humanity. Now, pause. Just 1 second. Like the Nords and Skyrims. Yeah. Or what the Norse would call the frost giants. Makes a lot of sense now, doesn't it? Now let's just take a pause here, because often depicted as a creator god who taught agriculture, arts, and sciences to humanity. What happens in the Book of Enoch? The fallen angels come down and teach humanity the forbidden knowledge of agriculture, arts, scientists, metallurgy, trimming the roots, etc., etc. So it's very similar. In some legends, he's portrayed not just as a serpent, but as a tall, fair-skinned, bearded man who arrived from the east, civilized the people, and then departed across the sea, vowing to return one day. And ain't it such a beautiful thing? Ain't it such a beautiful thing? You know, when the Spanish took off on those ships, etc., etc. This promise is famously linked to the arrival of Hernan Cortez in 1519, whom Aztec Emperor Montezuma II initially mistook for the returning of Quetzalcoatl due to his light skin, beard, and arrival from the east, contributing to the Spanish conquest. However, some scholars argue that the white-bearded man description may have been retrofitted by Spanish chroniclers to justify colonization. But then, why do we know that Montezuma II mistook them? Though pre-conquest codex and oral traditions do reference his human-like form with unusual features for indigenous peoples, who were typically beardless. Here's an ancient depiction of a bearded figure from the Aztec codices, often associated with Quetzalcoatl's followers god himself. Kind of looks a bit Persian. Kind of looks a bit Greek. Viracocha, the Inca creator and wanderer. For South American tribes, particularly in the Inca and pre-Inca peoples of the Andes, modern day Peru, Bolivia, etc., the equivalent figure is Viracocha, also known as Kontiki Viracocha or sea foam. He's described as a tall, white-skinned, bearded man who emerged from Lake Titicaca, created the world, humans and animals, and wandered the land, teaching civilization, building structures like Tiwakanu, and performing miracles. And again, all these places should sound familiar to anybody who's listened to the Graham Hancock. Should tell you that like these are all the places where there's like all these like big, massive, monolithic structures and all this kind of shit. Anyways, and performing miracles before departing westward across the Pacific. Spanish chroniclers like Pedro Cieza de Leon in 1553 and Juan de Betanzos recorded these accounts from indigenous sources, noting Viracocha's beard and white robe features rare among Andean peoples. Legends say he sent bearded messengers to spread knowledge after a great flood or cataclysm. And this is where we point out that every single one of these ancient myths and legends always talk about some sort of great flood or cataclysm. Similar to Quetzalcoatl, some modern interpretations link Viracocha to early European or even Viking visitors, but most scholars see it as symbolic or influenced by colonial narratives. This statue represents a modern interpretation of Viracocha as a tall, commanding figure. Again, ain't it a coinky-dink? Ain't it just a coinky-dink? Both figures share striking parallels, which while they're often connected in discussions of white gods across Americas. Here's a quick comparison. And like I said, multiple things like the head honcho, the big dude that came over is a white dude. So explain that to me. Why are these natives worshipping a white god? If there was no transatlantic seafaring, all this kind of shit. Back to Giorgiani.
Who have sent various prophets and emissaries and gurus and so on and so forth to control human society. And when you look at the myths about Atlantis, you see very clearly, and also when you look at certain psychic adepts, basically remote viewing Atlantis, whether it's Edgar Cayce or Rudolf Steiner, they all very clearly describe how the Atlantean rebellion was against these overlords, who we call angels today, or we call, devas or whatever, okay? Now, the Cayce, who was a Christian, and Steiner, who was a Gnostic, may have their own interpretation on, their own moral evaluation of whether these are, sagacious guides or villains or whatever. Okay, but point being, they're the managers of the control system. And the only exception to that in all of recorded history is the Iranian worldview of Mithraism and the teaching of Zarathustra. So even before Zarathustra, in the Mithraism of the Scythians and the Medes, you see Mithra being described as the titan who crushes the skulls of the Devas. That's one of his epithets.
And just take a pause here because GTGT says, that reminds me of cargo cults for some reason. Well, it should, because here is an Egyptian hieroglyph. Does anyone notice anything strange? Look at this. Look at this top. The helicopter, isn't it? That's a UFO ship, isn't it? So how do they know how a fucking helicopter looks 2,000 years ago, 3,000 years ago, 5,000 years ago? This is engraved on a hieroglyph in Egypt. Explain that one to me, folks. We have cargo cults in modern day where people worship the American military because they fly in helicopters. And then we go back to ancient Egypt and they're engraving hieroglyphs of helicopters. But trust me, folks. This is the first time we've ever had technology. You know what I mean? Technology has only existed in modern day.
The titan who crushes the skulls of the Devas. You can see that in the Mehr Yasht, the hymn to Mithra. And Mithra is associated with fire and with the enlightenment of humanity in ways that make him very much not just analogous to Prometheus, but another iteration of the same archaic Indo-European figure. So Prometheus and Mithra are both iterations of a, I think, singular Indo-European titan associated with fire and illumination and resistance to this celestial tyranny. And then you have Zarathustra come round about, I would say, 650 BC, with his Gathas, which are very much in the style of early pre-Socratic philosophy. He's really the first philosopher in recorded history. And Zarathustra's whole message is about rebelling against the Devas, getting out from under the tyranny promulgated by the Devas and their vehicles, their proxies, their managers in the form of these warlords and ritualistic priests.
The mumbling priests.
Yeah, the Kavis and the Katapons. The Katapons are the mumbling sacrificial priests. And he's coming and preaching the worship of wisdom and the alignment of human consciousness through free choice, through individual self-determination, the alignment of human consciousness with a progressive, expansive, constructive force at work in the cosmos, which he calls Sepanta Minu. Okay, well, later referred to in Middle Persian as Sepand Minu. That's like the principal attribute or quintessential character of what he calls Mazdai Ahura, or later Ahura Mazda, the Titan of wisdom, or Titanic wisdom, the spirit of Titanic wisdom, at work on a cosmic scale.
So what your Johnny's saying is he's looking back to Prometheus in ancient Greece, and then saying before Prometheus even emerged in ancient Greece, he was all the way back in Persia. It was the same archetypal figure that they were pointing towards. Do you know what I mean? Everything you know and being told us is a convoluted bag of diarrhea, including this filthy motherfucker. Okay, why? What is like? Give me the link or give me the evidence or like tell me what to Google and we'll pull it up. I have no issue showing that. You know what I mean, because I want both sides of the story. I want to see these ideas actually battle it out. You know what I'm saying? Because when we talk about like a world war, it's not just a world war where the whole world is at conflict. It's a worldview war as well. You know, I'm a Gaelic polytheist, so I do believe that the deities, gods, once lived on this land with humans for a short period. But again, like, what are we defining as the gods? You know what I mean? Are they like humans or are they something different? You know what I mean? Because, like, why the fuck are they talking about myths where like they're actually like the same thing in ancient Greece and same thing in Rome where it's like the gods walked among men and all this kind of shit? You know what I mean? Enki, yep. Enki, Loki. You know what I'm saying? Here, the Naj Hamadi, nice read from the Abraxas podcast. Yeah, but just like what is the counter evidence? Do you know what I mean? Like, don't say, oh, go off and read this book or go off and watch this 3-hour podcast. It completely dismantles it because like we've already been over that. We got the same thing with what was his name? What the fuck is that cunt's name? He's the dude that took down Billy Carlson, that exposed Billy Carlson. What was his name? Oh my god. Fuck. What the fuck's his name? Wes Huff, that's who it was. So, like, we've been this whole through this whole thing where people say, "Oh no, Armin Hillman was disproved by Wesley Huff," and then we actually look up the podcast and he says, "Oh no, Creo basically means ointment, something that you apply," and it's like, yeah, that's the verb. But anytime we look up when Creo is being evoked, they're talking about some sort of drug. Is it a potable or is it an ointment? You know what I mean, this whole that Creo only means that you're rubbing something on your skin or you're applying something to something. Why would they then ask the questions when Creo gets evoked? Is it a potable, like a drinkable drug, or is it an ointment drug? Something that you rub on your eyes or you rub on your skin or whatever. You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying in terms of like this whole thing of like, oh, just go watch 2 hour podcast. It's like they don't actually directly counter what Ammon's saying. You know what I mean? And if Wes Huff did like directly address the claim of the Garden of Gethsemane, I'm more than happy to pull it up, but I've yet to see. I've watched all the links on this kind of stuff, and none of it had any of the thing where you address the Garden of Gethsemane shit. You know what I mean? It often gets hand waves, like that's just his own interpretation, all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? But like directly show me or go side by side where it's like this is exactly where he went off the path or whatever. Do you know what I mean? Or where he made the mistake, etc., etc. To me, they're different to humans. Most were giants. And that's what I'm saying, where like the Norse talk about the frost giants. You know what I mean? And are the frost giants the Nordics that Giorgiani's talking about here? You know what I mean? We see men as gods, Jesus, Buddha, another one. Bro Sanchez. No, what I'm asking you, War Fatigued, is, right? You're making a claim that everything that this dude is saying is complete bollocks and just verbal diarrhea, right? And I'm not saying you can't say that. That's a fair critique, but you need to then provide the evidence. Say, pull up this Teriak, or pull up, type this into Google and pull this up. Do you know what I mean? Archaeax is a brutal chronological, yet sadly a doomsday plant. Like, all of this is meaningless to me. This is all meaningless. Talk to me about the history. Talk to me where it's like, hang on a second, you have like these ancient South American peoples talking about tall, white, bearded men that came over and taught them civilization, taught them agriculture, taught them arts, taught them science, technology, technate. You know what I mean? Why, if apparently the New World wasn't discovered till like the 1700s? You know what I mean? Or perhaps we've been told a lie.
And this is opposed by Angraminu, the spirit of constriction or constraint, a term which is later contracted in Middle Persian to Ahriman, which is, much more widely recognized because, among other people, Steiner popularized it. So Ahriman is this force of constriction, constraint, and deception and delusion and derangement, which is the motive force and motivating spirit of the Devas. The same Devas that the Hindus worship, the same beings that are referred to as the faction of the Anunnaki led by Enlil in the Sumerian myths. And, you can trace the line through all of the various human mythologies and belief systems. They're the gods who in pre-Columbian America were led by Tezcatlipoca and who demanded human sacrifices on the tops of pyramids. Okay, and who drove away Quetzalcoatl, who was very much, again, a Mithra Prometheus type figure who was trying.
Mm-hmm. Ain't that a coinky dink? I literally just pulled it up. Same thing is happening in South America that was happening in ancient Persia, that happened in ancient Greece. You had Zeus and all the gods. You had Prometheus, the Titans. There was a great war. Titans lost, etc. The same story told completely different parts of the planet, completely different cultures apparently, but it's the same archetypes. It's the same story unfolding.
To enlighten people and elevate society. So this is now very important to grasp, okay? In Iran, or Aryana, as it was called in Old Persian, land of the Aryans, you see for a stretch of, let's see, almost 2,000 years. If you begin with Scythian and Median Mithraism and go all the way through the Achaemenid Empire, the Parthian Empire, and then the Sassanid Empire, you see either in a Mithraic form or a Zoroastrian form a resistance to this Davidic hierarchy, to this caste system, to this angelic control system. Okay? Stop for a minute and just contemplate that. What is Iran? What is Iran? That for nearly 2,000 years, the elites who led it were able to build the first global financial system, the first intercontinental roadway infrastructure, the first major infrastructural projects, bridges spanning across continents. They were able to build gardens in the middle of deserts through creating vast underground channel networks, water channeling networks, water table channel networks through bedrock called qanats or qanats, and irrigate deserts, right? In line with Zarathustra's idea that we have to be co-creators together with Ahura Mazda, that God is not omniscient or omnipotent. There is no omniscient or omnipotent God. There is a spirit of wisdom and progress in the cosmos, and it's up to us to freely choose to align ourselves with it for the betterment and beautification and industrious development of the world. And they concretely pursued this project. The Achaemenids, the Parthians, the Sassanids, and even after Islam conquered Iran in 651 AD and the Arabian Caliphate tried to consolidate control over that territory, you had Parthian noble houses who at that point were 1,000 years old. Parthian noble houses staged local revolts against the Caliphate. And
here we go. Barney saying, have you done the research in who funds this dude? Roy gave you the text to purvey. Okay, give me the, what should I Google? Just give me the phrase I should Google. To say, Teriak, Google this, and like we'll dig it up. Because like I said, I've no issue showing the full picture if there is counter on stuff. But you do realize what we're doing here, Barney. What are we doing here? What fallacy are we committing by doing this? Does anyone in chat know what this fallacy would be? If your answer was the ad hom fallacy, you would be correct. You know what I mean? In terms of like the things that are being said, and the fact that this is, he's giving the ancient history all the way to modern day, and drawing parallels between what we're seeing in modern day versus what we've seen before then. Okay,Nej Hamadi says about Jesus. Okay. So again, Nage space HAMADI says about Jesus. So, okay, you already spelled it wrong. It's the Nag Hammadi Library, discovered in 1945 in Egypt, offers a non-canonical, often Gnostic perspective of Jesus, presenting him primarily as a divine teacher of secret knowledge, rather than solely a redeemer through crucifixion. These 3rd to 4th century Coptic texts depict Jesus emphasizing inner self-knowledge, the divine spark within, and spiritual liberation from the material world. How is this countering what Giorgiani said, though? Like, I thought we were going to say, like, here's who Jesus, here's who is funding Giorgiani. And Jack is asking, do those stack, William? What are we stacking? We playing Jenga? Are we playing Jenga? But yeah, like I said, I'm more than happy to pull up. Very cool, right? You know, but Barney, your original claim was, have you done the research on who funds this dude? Roy gave you the text to purvey, and then you said Google Naj Hammadi, which is the incorrect spelling, and then it's got nothing got to do with like who's funding Giorgiani. You know what I mean? But that's what I'm saying. Like, people get uncomfortable when they make a claim if he's being funded or he's talking complete bollocks, and then when I ask for the evidence, I actually don't get evidence. I get something that's completely different. You know what I mean? Like, that's why, like, I've no issue, like, genuinely trying to get to the bottom of shit, but it's like, give me a counter to the argument. Like, firstly, like give me a counter to the argument. Like, don't go after the person. But then flip it on its head as well. Even the stuff the original claim you said, where it's like, oh, he's got dodgy people who was funding him. Like, that wasn't even a thing you linked. So that's what I'm saying. Like, you know,
produce the Buyid dynasty around, Tehran and northern Iran up to the Caspian, and the Salmanid dynasty around today's Tus, where Ferdowsi, the national poet's tomb, is, and the city of Mashhad, and Khorasan, going all the way into what's now Afghanistan.
Like the House of Karen. You were talking about the House of Karen in your book, Iranian Leviathan, as being one of these houses.
Exactly. So the Parthian houses, they lost Iran to a coup staged by the Sassanids coming from out of the province of Persia proper, Pars or Fars. But the Parthian feudal houses became so integral to the governance of the Sassanid Empire, and in particular, their knights.
Because I inferred that his narrative is funded by subversives, augmented fuckery. Yeah, no. Where's the evidence? Just like you literally linked me an article or a library discovery that has got nothing to do with what Giorgiani's talking about right now. This is what I'm saying in terms of like the actual argumentation. Is like, we need to make sure we're not committing ad hom fallacies here. Let's actually destroy the narrative or the argument rather than going after the person. Do you know what I mean?
Became such indispensable elements to the national defense of Sassanid Iran that these Parthians remained entrenched throughout the entire Sassanid period. They attempted a revolt against the Sassanids by backing Mazdak, this Prime Minister Mazdak, and these Gnostic Mazdakites, these libertine Gnostic Mazdakites in the 500s. Okay, so they attempted to take back the government, but in any case, point being, they survived all the way through the Islamic conquest and came back as the main force for the liberation of at least certain parts of Iran.
Barney, again, this is a baseless claim. So, in terms of argument, you're basically saying the evidence is augmented, inverted, or colluded, or like you say the same thing about anything. It's a baseless claim you're making. You know what I mean? Counter the actual point.
From the caliphate as semi-autonomous fiefdoms. And those are the parts of Iran where the Iranian Renaissance took place, falsely, named the Islamic Golden Age. In fact, not only did it have nothing to do with Islam in a positive sense, all the promulgators of it were anti-Islamic people. Okay, from the literary side, where you have people like Ferdowsi, or the author of the Shahnameh, Iran's national epic, or Fakhruddin Gorgani on the literary side, or Omar Khayyam, who was both a rabidly anti-Islamic poet and also a master astronomer and mathematician and scientist, all the way to the scientific side, where you have people like Razi, Zakaria Razi, who probably was the most uncompromising, secular, anti-religious thinker that we've seen since the collapse of the Roman Empire. Okay? Now, try to wrap your mind around this. Like, what world are we in where the entire planet is under a control system, where whether you're a Hindu or a Mayan or a Babylonian or Chinese Confucianist, you're made to worship these overlords? There's only one place in the world which at one point during the Achaemenid period manages to, I wouldn't say conquer, I would say liberate half the Earth's population. At its zenith, 1 out of every 2 people on Earth was an Achaemenid subject. Okay? So, what is this entity? And then during the Parthian period, this elite forms, which remains integral. It rules Iran for 400 years, then remains integral during the whole 500 years of the, 400 years of the Sassanids. So for 400 years, the Parthians are ruling Iran directly. For 400 years, they're integral to the Sassanid system. Then after the Arab Muslims conquer Iran, the same Parthian houses are responsible for the liberation of large parts of Iran and for a cultural renaissance. Who the fuck are these people?
And are they still here?
So look, the point I'm trying to make is Iran is not a country. Iran is a phenomenon. It's a phenomenon. And it's integral to the human resistance against this oppressive control system that's being managed by the same people who are trying to craft the UFO disclosure discourse in a way that is disempowering and that it misleads the majority of people into accepting them as angels or, divine guides or whatever. I mean, this is the whole direction in which the UFO disclosure discourse is being taken by people like Diana Pasulka, Danny Sheehan, the Jesuit order, and all kinds of people are now being infected by this discourse, by this
Diana, who stole so much of your information and presented it in her specific way.
Yeah, look, a lot of people at this point, I think, are misappropriating ideas that I put out there first, and they're doing it in ways that are diametrically opposed to my agenda. My agenda being to enlighten people and to catalyze a rebellion against this control system at a moment when the technological singularity is within our grasp, and to propose a worldview, what I framed as Prometheism, to propose a worldview that can basically constructively guide us through this technological singularity in a way where it ends with a positively superhuman future rather than with a dystopian inhuman future. Okay, what the people managing this control system want to do is to impose a quasi-feudal deindustrialization on the world, which denies the majority of humanity the technological singularity. Essentially, they want a reset. And they're going to use all kinds of catastrophes to bring that into being, from engineered ecological disaster to more pandemics like COVID to potentially limited nuclear war and biological warfare and other things. So why is Iran important? Because given Iran's heritage and the fundamental ideals, principles, beliefs, the basic ethos of the Iranian people, all right? Iran, which is an incredibly geostrategically located country, has the potential to become the principal bastion of resistance against this agenda on a global scale. Okay, so looking at the world today, especially now that we see the rise of Islamic fundamentalism in Europe, and essentially the capture of European metropolitan areas by masses of, radical Muslim migrants, and we see the rise of almost equally retarded Christian evangelical belief in the United States, where a large part of Trump's base, a large part of the base for the MAGA agenda consists of these evangelical Christians, where we see the Catholic Church in Europe attempting to co-opt the Vatican agenda in a way that portrays these Nordics as angelic beings and is preparing the ground for a perennialist discourse where one day in the not too distant future, the Catholic Church is going to come out and going to acknowledge the prophethood of Muhammad and they're going to acknowledge Lord Krishna, and they're going to say that these were divinely appointed guides of humanity like Jesus Christ. And there's going to be a global perennialist, traditionalist belief system that is consonant with and that is attendant to deindustrialization and the framing of singularity level technologies as dangerous, demonic, and something that's too destabilizing for humans to be allowed to handle. That's.
And have you noticed, like, even Steve Bannon was like, we need to bomb the data centers. We need to wipe out the data centers. You know what I mean? Like, I'd argue what makes us human is technology. I've never seen a fucking monkey start a fire because he was cold. You know what I mean? You got Barney with the $5 says, pardon for speaking in absolutes and seeming ignorant. Barney, what I'm trying to highlight is that you're doing yourself a disservice by saying, oh, all he talks about is bullshit or whatever. But then when it's like, okay, you're making a claim there that he's talking bollocks. What is your evidence? And then there is no evidence. You're doing yourself a disservice. This is why I always say it's like look for the truth, not to win in a debate. If all you focus on is trying to win and never concede and all this kind of shit, you will eventually do yourself a disservice and you will follow a lie rather than follow the truth because you want to win rather than pursuing the truth. You know? And this is what Giorgiani's trying to point out is like you have a lot of these religious fundamentalists who genuinely think the great evil in the world is technology, is like our human intellect. I've been told by Christians, you should not think for yourself. You need the church to think for you. And I'm sitting there kind of going, what the fuck is going on? You know what I mean? But like I said, there's plenty of other Christians that don't buy into all that bollocks. You know what I mean? They recognize Christianity for instilling ethics and a moral framework for the people, for the masses. You know what I mean? That can then be logically proven and justified through argumentation, reason. You know what I mean?
That's where we're being pushed. Now, Iran is incredibly important to the people who are pushing this agenda and have been pushing it in a very aggressive way for many decades now, at least since the beginning of the 20th century. If you look at Pahlavi Iran, okay, if you look at Iran under the Shah, mainly let's look at Mohammad Reza Pahlavi, the second Pahlavi monarch. There were two competing discourses in Pahlavi Iran. I'm talking about within the regime itself, okay? One was a kind of very cosmopolitan, futurist discourse that was best embodied by the very long-serving Prime Minister Amir Abbas Hoveyda. His brother Fereydun Hoveyda was the Iranian ambassador to the United Nations. And for example, he knew Andy Warhol very well. He introduced Andy Warhol to Farah Pahlavi, to Empress Farah Pahlavi. And so these were very cosmopolitan people, Amir Abbas Hoveyda and his brother Fereydun. By the way, they were also family friends of ours. My father knew them quite well, especially Fereydun Hoveyda. In any case, they had this very cosmopolitan outlook and futurist vision of what Iran could be. Then you had another faction, which was led by Sayyid Hossein Nasr. Sayyid Hossein Nasr was the head of the Imperial Iranian Academy of Philosophy, set up by the Shah. And you have to understand that when the Shah sets up an Imperial Iranian Academy of Philosophy, it's from the Iranian, Magian, philosophical heritage that Plato got the idea of philosopher kingship in the first place. Okay, Pythagoras studied for 12 years in the capital of the Persian Empire and then was sent on a mission by the Magi who trained him to go bring philosophy to the West and set up his school in Sicily and so on and so forth. And Plato became a disciple of the Pythagorean order, and that's where he gets his ideas of philosopher rulership from. Okay, so and then in the medieval period, you have people like Shahab al-Din Sohrawardi and Al-Farabi, reappropriate this idea of philosopher kingship. So it's an Iranian idea in origin. And when Mohammad Reza Pahlavi, the Shah, set up this Imperial Iranian Academy of Philosophy, it was with the idea that they would develop a kind of governing philosophy for Pahlavi Iran and act as a sort of aura of spiritual and sagacious legitimacy behind the Pahlavi crown. Understand? It's not just like some academic institution. And Sayyid Hossein Nasr and this institute put out a journal which was titled Sophia Perennis. In other words, the perennial wisdom. Okay? Sayyid Hossein Nasr was a disciple of René Guénon. René Guénon is the founder of traditionalism, the traditionalist school that also includes, for example, Julius Evola. So the people who were pushing this traditionalist, perennialist agenda tried to already capture Pahlavi Iran under the Shah. But they failed because the faction led by Sayyid Hossein Nasr lost to the faction that was embodied by the leadership of someone like Amir Abbas Hoveyda. And that's because the majority of the Iranian intelligentsia were not interested in cobweb medievalism. They were interested in, reestablishing Iran as a beacon of progress and enlightenment in the world, including as a scientifically, competent nation. I mean, after all, Iran is one of the few countries, you could count on your hand, one of the few countries in history that was the world leader in science and technology for centuries, right? I mean, Germany can claim that for a certain time, Germany was a world leader in science and technology. The United States has for a while become that. China might sadly become that for a little while before this global deindustrialist agenda is pushed through the Chinese and, their Confucianist system. At one point, obviously, it was the Greco-Roman world when we had the Library of Alexandria and so on and so forth. Iran from, let's say, and France also counts as among the countries that led science and technological development from, let's say, the era of Descartes to the era of Auguste Comte. Iran is one of those few countries, handful of countries, which between 900 and 1100, let's say, for a few centuries, was the world leader in science and technology. Just go look up the list. Persian scientists and inventors, and see how many people there are in different branches of the sciences and how many inventions there were, innovations and inventions. So,
and then fucking Islam came in and it became an absolute fucking shithole. And then they rebelled against Islam. And then again, they were free again. And then 1970 whatever happened, and oh my god, man, it's tragic. It's tragic. Barney with the 5 says, I just can't believe a word of any propped up mind camps. They still reiterating and muddying the waters. It's eluding overreach from here on in. What makes you say that? What is the evidence or thing you point towards that this has to be propped up? Because like I said, we can confirm all this shit. Like everything that Giorgiani's been saying, for example, what do Persians call Irish people? I typed into Google. Persians generally refer to Irish people as Irlandi or Mardam-i Irland, which simply translates to Irish or people of Ireland in Farsi. While some online discussion points to speculative, non-linguistic or mythological connections suggesting shared ancient Indo-European roots, or what was used to be called Aryan roots, there's no special commonly used Persian term for Irish people. So the official term is Irlandi, but here's the key part. Shared etymology, speculation. It's always speculation with this shit. Some popular, though linguistically questionable theories suggest a link between Iran and Era, or Erla, based on shared Indo-European heritage, but they're not considered accurate historical or linguistic synonyms. Mythological links. Some Irish folklore mentions Malaysians, Middle Asians, originating from areas near ancient Iran, but this is mythological, not a basis for modern framing. You can't base this on modern naming, but the myths sync up. So we have, you know, the Malaysians going to Ireland. And then that's where we get the myth of Eru, where we get the name Erda, all this kind of shit, and then Erdian, Erden. You know what I mean? Do I need to play this again? I think I do need to play it again.
Aryan, Aryan, Aryan, Aryan, Aryan, Aryan, Aryan, Aryan, Aryan, Aryan, Aryan.
It's all Aryan. It's all Aryan. Do you know what I mean? So it's like, the thing that I do with Giorgiani is Giorgiani will make a claim. Okay, Barney, make sure you listen to this point. Giorgiani will make a claim. I'll go in and I'll look it up. And every single time I've done this, he's been right in terms of like what he's talking about. Sometimes it's not 100% the details like as accurate and all this kind of shit. But when you think about the different things that he's pulling into and the things that happened, that's what you have to be able to do to encompass the worldview. You have all these different angles that you need to be able to explain and formulate this one coherent worldview that explains everything. You know what I mean? To move your attention focus from being rooted in the mind body to being rooted in awareness, consciousness, all you have to do is withdraw your attention from the mind body. The rest will take care of itself. It's simple, but not easy. It's not hard. It's just different. But like, what should one do in order to take the attention or focus from the mind body into awareness, consciousness? Sounds like meditation. Yeah. Because like Shiva's talked about when he meditates, like he could literally meditate on the idea of a false god and, you know what I mean, and still do it through that way. Like you focus on a word or like the om, like that thing. It can even just be a sound that you're focusing on. That's what I call meditation. Yeah. So we're on the same page. I think, at least. You know what I mean? And then what's the difference between meditation and praying? You know what I mean? Food for thought, as they say.
Pahlavi Iran was interested in ultimately reclaiming that. And the people who wanted a traditionalist, perennialist agenda lost. So then this fucking elite, based primarily in the United States Central Intelligence Agency, and constituted by all those Eastern European Nazi spies that we absorbed into the OSS in 1940, late 44, even before the Germans officially lost the war, going through 1947. This Gehlen organization, spy network of General Reinhard, SS General Reinhard Gehlen, was absorbed into the OSS and created what became the CIA.
I get that, like in terms of the like letting your mind free. Do you know what I mean? Letting the mind wander and all this kind of shit. And I think, like, ironically enough, if anybody's watched Ace Ventura, Pet Detective, in the second movie, like Ace Ventura literally does this thing where he goes into a meditative state and all of a sudden he's able to have a conversation with the other dude that's in a completely different location. Which again would tie back into remote viewing, etc. etc. And do you know what I mean? Like when GT's talking about like this thing of like separating the focus and the whole meditation aspect, is that what we were calling the remote viewing? Is that what the bitch with the blindfold was doing? Like she was just going into an extreme meditative state, and the next thing, all of a sudden, the fact that her eyes are completely concealed, she's at such a heightened meditative state that she can then be aware of all of her surroundings. Is that it? Like that's the other thing as well, Creed. Sometimes people get into that state, especially if an atheist was to do that. You know what I mean? And then next thing you know, their whole worldview and the ego gets shattered and they can't cope with it. They can't handle it. It's like being on like a roller coaster. You know what I mean? People just start spewing up because they just can't handle the experience. You know what I mean? You know? Remote viewing is a part of it. Look up gateway experience. That's what I'm saying. Like that's why, like we're linking all this thing. I showed the video of the bitch that like was completely blindfolded, but she could still see somehow. You know what I mean? Also, to tie this back into, I basically changed the terminology. What do ancient Persians call Irish people? Ancient Persians did not have a specific recorded term for Irish people in antiquity, but both Iran and Ireland, Aryan, share a common Indo-European root related to the word Aryan, meaning noble or honorable. Modern historical perspectives note that both Irish Eru and Persian Aryam are linked to the Indo-European linguistic root Arios. Oh, beautiful. The word Iran translates to land of Aryans, and some researchers note that Ireland is completely conceptually similar, representing a similar etymological root for the noble people. Mythological links. Irish mythology sometimes links the origin of the Irish people to ancient Iranian groups, with tales in the Labor, Gabala, Erin, Book of Invasions, tracing ancestry back through Scythian and Eastern lands. Indo-European roots. While Eru likely evolved from a Proto-Celtic term, Erewhon, rather than directly from the Persian area, they both branched of the same Indo-European tree. Therefore, ancient Persians would have likely viewed the Irish as distant Indo-European cousins sharing similar Aryan noble cultural root rather than having a direct name for them. And then when you start tying this into, okay, Anglo-Saxon and the Gothics and the Medes, etc., etc., and then the fact that all of this comes to America, and then we find a new world, and we have all that thing. Do you know what I mean? And then who were the Milesians in Ireland? Foreign race invade and settle in Ireland, representing the ancestral Gaels. That's where you get Gaelic from. Arriving from Spain, Iberia, they defeated the supernatural Tuatha De Danann, forcing them underground to become the AOC fairies. They are considered the ancestors of the modern Irish people, with legends linking them to biblical, Scythian, and Egyptian origins. Milesians. Ain't it beautiful? Ain't it fucking beautiful, folks? And like, no, we started off with Rob Noor trying to understand, why is this a noble war? Why would it be noble for America to help out? Well, technically, America's helping out Israel to help out the Iranians. And we go back to Cyrus the Great, Darius the Great. Ain't it beautiful? Ain't it fucking beautiful, folks? And there's people who are blackpilling. You know what I mean? It's ridiculous. You take away one, you take one of the senses away, the other one's sharpened. As GT says, but with me, it's ancestors, not God. Yeah, but that's what we're talking about. Down into the other world they went. And that's where we get like the whole like fairy things. You don't want to go near any of the fairy forts and all this kind of shit. Creative knows. I don't know anything about all that. All I know is that you're not the body and you're not the mind. The true you is in the blind spot of the fake you. Well, that's the whole kind of like thing of like where the ancient Greeks talk about truth. And like truth is like revealing and then like hiding. And like you have like the unseen and the seen. You know what I mean? See, creative knows. Creative knows what's up. Boys. You need to listen. Okay? Listen.
These people had an agenda for Pahlavi Iran. And by the way, these are the people who their tactical planning was responsible for restoring the Shah to power in 1953. When people talk about, you know, the coup against Mossadegh, whatever, it's very complicated, a lot more complicated than people think. Mossadegh was never democratically elected. Mossadegh was appointed prime minister by the Iranian parliament. The way the constitution worked in those days, the prime minister was appointed by the parliament and had to be approved by the Shah and served at the pleasure of the Shah. In any case, the restoration of the Shah, who was driven for a little while into exile in Italy by Mossadegh, the restoration of the Shah in 1953 by the CIA was carried out very specifically by the Special Operations Division of the CIA constituted by Nazis.
This is what I'm saying. Okay, we're about to get into the Nazi stuff, and I really want to get into Nazi stuff, so I will stop pausing it. 1 sec, let me check the super chat call. We only have 5 minutes to get 3 super chats, chat. We need 3 super chats, otherwise we will be going on a grift break in 5 minutes. But 100% creative, like I do want to walk through the whole like Gaelic history and like show them like this is the Tuatha De Danann, This is the ancient Greek pantheon. This is the North pantheon. They're all talking about the same thing. And then the Malaysians come in terms of with the Irish mythology. The Malaysians come in. Then Eridu says, we will name the country Erda to represent Erdian, which means the Persians freed the Irish from the oppressive control structure of the Tutankhamun. Same way in ancient Greece, Prometheus, in the Norselands with Loki, it's the same story being told.
And I know a lot about this subject that has not even come out into the public, about the Nazi footprint in Iran during and immediately after the Second World War. The Nazis were very active in it, particularly the SS Foreign Legion had a plan for Iran. In fact, I don't think it's lost on most people. I think, it's becoming increasingly well known that the reason Reza Shah Pahlavi changed Iran's exonym from Persia to Iran in 1935 is because it was part of an agenda to incorporate Iran into the Axis, ultimately into the Aryan Reich, the global Aryan Reich that they were envisioning. So Iran obviously is a Middle Persian form of Aryana, the Aryan nation. And, up till 1935, the accepted exonym or foreign name for Iran was Persia. Everybody called Iran Persia in foreign countries from the days of the Greeks and Romans all the way through, the European Enlightenment and up to 1935. At which point, Reza Shah, who was close to Hitler and the Reich, asked for the world to call Iran by its endonym, its local name, indigenous name. Iranians have always called Iran or Aryana.
So the overthrowing. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
I'm just curious. The overthrowing, then it goes way beyond what we've been taught in school, as far as British Petroleum wanted to have the oil and Mossadegh wanted to nationalize the oil. So that's all small potatoes, or that's not relevant here.
It's not the substructure of what happened. It's not the substructure of what really happened there. The restoration of the Shah in 1953 was part of an agenda by people like General Zahedi, who had ties to the SS Foreign Legion in Iran in the late 1940s, early 1950s, organizations like Sumka, basically the Iranian Nazi Party, and so on and so forth, who were...
Bro, if you think the Irish are cool, you should... This is what I'm saying. Like, nobody knows what it's actually like in Iran with the Iranian people and all this kind of shit. And then they see, like, the Iranian government or the Islamic regime, death to America, infidel, all this kind of shit. And so that's not what, like, Iranian people are, like, some of the coolest people you'll ever meet. If you think the Irish are cool, wait till you see the Iranians. Once they're free, bro, you're going to see crazy... Like, this is why what I've been saying, like, for months now. Boys, buckle up. You're about to see some crazy shit. You know what I mean? Appreciate you very kindly for the $2 as well. Chat, we have 1 minute, 36 seconds left. Are we going to continue the video or are we going to go on a forced script break? Let me know. Let me know. We only need what? Two more? We only need 2 more, chat. Get him in. Get him in. The mind is good at what it does, but the mind is not the tool to experience the source of creation. So you have to put the tool down. It's glued to your hand. Meditation is a solution to loosen the glue. This is what I'm talking about, right? We have the physical realm, okay? But the physical has to come from something non-physical. We got Sempiternal Chaos for the $2. We got 50 seconds left just to get one $2 donation. Can we get her done, chat? Otherwise, we're going to need $20 in the Ko-Fi. You know what I mean? Are we going to get her done? Are we going to get her done, chat? You know? A creative witch as well saying, colonizing a country has effects on the people. Give them back their freedom and you see the true people. Exactly. And we got Jack with the slam dunk coming in hot saying, Go Lazio! And Sempiternal Chaos as well, just to be safe. Boys, we're going another hour. We're going another hour at least. Shout out to you folks. Thank you very kindly. And we got GT as well. My man. Wait, that one didn't count. Fuck. So we only need to get 3 out of 5 for the next one. Okay. So, like I said, we got an hour to do it. So we only need 3 out of 5. If I do forget, let me know in chat as well. But yeah, what I was going to say, yeah, so like we have this aspect of the physical. You are not just physical, you're also metaphysical, or you're non-physical as well. So we talk about with the soul or the spirit and all this kind of shit. Meaning that, like, because we're in the physical and we have to, I think like Joe Rogan talked about this, is like because everything, like, and the dangers are like mainly in the physical and all this kind of shit, that's why our focus or the, our attention is purely on the physical. But I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, GT, you're basically saying it's like we need to divert that focus away from the physical to the metaphysical, and then we see the full picture. You know what I mean? Especially because we have all these quote unquote like physicalists or materialists in modern day that it's like, oh no, there is no non-physical, there's only physical and all this kind of shit. Great Witch saying, colonize countries affects people, give them back their freedom, and you see the true people. Like I can literally play the video of Iran pre-Islam. One sec. Actually, let me dig that up. Like, this should be the greatest evidence to show that, like, ancient Persia was literally a modern, like what we call modern day America. Sick, where is it? There we go. Like, I remember showing this to Vanta, and Vanta's like, no, I can't. It's too much. Because, like, to see how much of a shithole Iran has become because of these Islamist bastards. All right? This was Iran before the Islamic takeover, right? And I want you to tell me, what does this remind you of? What country does this remind you of? Bro, this looks like fucking England. This looks like they're doing the ceremonies that they do with the fucking royal family and all this shit. This literally could be footage from, like, 1970s San Francisco. This is nothing got to do with, where is it? Where's the clip? Oh fuck, I can't find the clip now. Holy shit.
Durka, Muhammad Jihad.
Do you know what I mean? Nothing got to do with them. Do you know what I mean? But modern day, like your average American, or even like probably your average European, they're like, oh no, Iranians are all Durka. No, that's not what Persia was. Persia was basically America, ancient. If you were to take America and put it in an ancient context, that's Persia is what would come up. You know what I mean? Eternal Chaos saying, still working, needs something to listen to. My man. My motherfucking man. You know? Sorry, Creed says, Islam and Jaybirds got it wrong is all I've been saying, and it's showing big time. And I'm broke, so no help here. No worries, like I said. Always appreciated, never expected. I live with chronic pain. The only time I don't feel pain is when I meditate. But again, like that kind of points to what we're saying, where it's like the metaphysical realm. Like, are you putting your mind or your consciousness or whatever word you want to use for your focus on like the metaphysical? And does that mean that the metaphysical is as real as the physical? You know what I mean? Is it true that Dubai airport was hit? Multiple areas around the Middle East were hit, and it was by like these what they're called like kamikaze drones. You know what I mean? Where they just basically just, like send out the thing, and that's like basically Iran's like threat to all its neighbors and allies. That like if we're attacked, we're just going to throw all the missiles. If these missiles land in civilian areas and all this kind of shit, well, that's on you guys because you should help us because we're Muslim brothers just like you and all this kind of shit. Which again, false. Persia was never a fucking Islam country. Islam needs to be burnt down to the fucking ground. GT says, yeah, if you manage to withdraw your attention away from the mind body, you'll be introduced to your true self, consciousness itself, when you experience this. See what I mean about the disclosure and history psyops from Guns and Rosicrucian? No, tell me more. Tell me more, Bernie. GT says, you will have become a Jesus, you will have become a Buddha. But like this is what we're talking about, like enlightenment. Something got to do with lighten, like illuminate me. Like what does illuminate me mean? You know what I mean? Illumination's got to do with light, but when you say illuminate me, it means fill me in, tell me some information. And when we talk about information, when we talk about light, very difficult things to define or to understand what they are. You know? My bitch sister will be pissed off. She goes to Dubai about 4 times a year. God damn. God damn. But that's the other thing as well. Like Saudi Arabia is an example of a country that is like has been Western friendly to a degree. And look at all the investments that they could have done. And the reason why I bring up this is because we compare it to the Gaza. Look at the amount of funding and all the stuff that went into Gaza. And what did they do with the money? They spent it and they just funneled more and more into like this suicidal pact to try and wipe out Israel. And then, like I said, when you look at this whole thing of like, oh, Israel's behind all this, Mossad's like carrying out the strikes in Iran, it's like, yeah, Israel is spearheading this operation. Meaning, it's their information, it's their strikes that are being successful in taking out this leadership and cutting the head off the snake and all this kind of shit. Because, like I said, it goes back to the Torah, or what we call the Bible. When Cyrus the Great, Mashiach, the non-Jewish Mashiach, came in and freed the Jews from Babylon and funded the building of the second temple, which then led in. Like I said, like once you kind of like put the whole picture in place, you're like, this is actually beautiful. You know what I mean? But only people can actually see what's actually going on. But let's get back to Giorgiani with more.
Working with elements in the CIA who eventually wanted to use perennialism to destroy Iran's capacity to resist the global control system, which they have long planned to put into place. Okay? So my point is this, that from the days of the Pahlavi regime, Iran was identified as a critical threat to the attempt to deindustrialize the planet and impose a regressive perennialist belief system on the world. They saw this huge red flag. And so they decided, once they realized they couldn't work through the Pahlavi system, that it was too progressive, too cosmopolitan, the Shah himself was not interested in this medieval shit, they did a number of things. The CIA. One thing is they gave the Shah cancer around about 1974, 75. The Shah was administered this thing, which the CIA has now used on I don't know how many people, that produces symptoms that can be mistaken for fast-acting cancer. And then they put doctors around him who gave him treatments that only exacerbated his increasing, how can we say, disorientation, lack of decisive, lack of cohesive decision making, and basically led to a deterioration of his capacity to act decisively. Okay, so this is one thing they did to him. And I think the Shah made a big mistake of keeping that secret. He kept his, cancer diagnosis secret for many years. And anyway, the other thing that they did is that they created an organization. Okay, so there was an organization in Iran called Mujahideen Khalq, MEK. And these motherfuckers are still around today. And they have bought off many European politicians who've invited their headscarf-wearing leader to the European Parliament, and they've bought off American politicians from Newt Gingrich to, Mayor Giuliani. Giuliani is the biggest whore for the MEK. Horrendous.
Wow.
And this is a Islamist, Maoist, terrorist organization, if you can believe, a fusion of Islam with some of the most regressive, collectivistic forms of communism. An organization that developed in the 1960s on a very small scale with a very disorganized leadership. The CIA came in the early 70s and restructured this organization and bolstered it for the purpose of using it to build a bridge between communist political parties in Iran, like the Tudeh Party and the Fadayan Khalq, and Islamic groups like the Mujahideen Islam and the Ansarullah, and people basically around Ayatollah Khomeini. So that the real Islamists around Ayatollah Khomeini obviously were at odds with atheistic communist groups like Tudeh and the Fadayan Khalq. And the CIA needed to find a way to build a bridge between these two groups. They did it in the form of the Mujahideen Khalq, who played a very significant role as a guerrilla group in bringing the Islamic Republic to power in 1978-79, only for the Islamic Republic to turn on them and all of the other leftist groups and start executing them in the early 1980s. Which was
kind of
what
makes me think of Madmani right now with New York City, which later on we'll get into. But there has been this convergence between leftism and Islam.
Yes.
Maybe the Ba'ath Party could be another kind of example of that in a way. I don't know.
No, the Ba'ath Party were secular. The Ba'ath Party were secular. They were Arab nationalists. In any case, these people are...
Just catch up on chat. We have RK Mango saying, you know that... Oh, sorry, one sec. We have Barney saying, who invented Israel? Jesus stole the Torah because it was argumenting his teachings? No, Jesus, again, this is the whole thing of when they mentioned Diana Pasulka and she stole Giorgiani's framing or the research that he'd done to bring into the light and the confirmation, all this kind of... Because doing this research and then confirming it and all this kind of shit, that requires a lot of fucking time. You know what I mean? And then she's basically co-opted it and then just said, oh no, but it actually means this. You know what I mean? But basically, Jesus was never against the Torah itself. Remember, Jesus read from the Torah and was able to demonstrate that he understood the wisdom of the Torah and all this kind of shit. Jesus was not against the Torah. Jesus was against the Sadducees and the Pharisees and the Sadducees. Yes? Because remember, Jesus said, not a cross of the T or a dot of an I of the Torah will go extent. That's basically God's word and all this kind of shit. Jesus was trying to point out that their interpretation of the Torah was wrong. And that's what the main conflict is. But notice, you had a power, a control system put in place by the Sadducees and the Pharisees, and then a tall, bearded white man shows up and breaks the control structure. Ain't that funny? And then when you look at Jesus, he was nailed to a cross, binded to a cross and put up. What happened to Prometheus? He was bound in the Caucasus Mountains and his liver was constantly eaten. The same way Jesus got stabbed in the side through his liver. Ain't that a coinky dink? OK Mango says, you know that clip you showed with how Iran looked back then is kind of looking like a ghost caught in camera. Iran was an ally to America, much as how Israel is an ally to America nowadays. 100%. Iran was becoming the most West civilization in the Middle East before the Ayatollah took over. Exactly. And this is what Shajani was saying. You know what I mean? This is the history repeating itself with the Israelites and the Midianites. All we need now is some dude claiming to be Moses. All we need is a tall, bearded white dude show up. That's what I'm saying. Then leveled, obliterated a once tropical Egypt to desert due to the corrupted Ammon priesthood. Jesus is Prometheus, Enki. What I'm saying. We're finally getting there. We're finally getting there. You know what I'm saying? That it's like, it's undeniable in terms of like these archetypal figures that come up anytime there's an oppressive control structure put in place. Same thing with what's it called? Quetzalcoatl or Tezcatlipoca. I can't pronounce these fucking words, but it's the same fucking thing. It's the same story being told, eons after eons after eons. And then when you look at Iran, the Iranians that are so close to their own freedom, boys, it's going to be beautiful.
Islamic communists.
Yeah.
And the CIA used them to build a bridge between two types of groups who otherwise would never have worked together. And that was instrumental in toppling the Shah's regime. Okay. Now, what was the end goal of all of this? It was to create a regressive Islamic system that would be perfectly in line both with the promotion of perennialist discourse using Shiite esotericism and also completely in line with the agenda of deindustrialization. Okay, so from the beginning of the founding of the Islamic Republic, the majority of the support base of Khomeini and these Islamic militias and so forth came from religious people who had lived in the countryside and who, as part of the Shah's industrialization programs, were rapidly relocated to cities to work in new factories that had been opening up. In other words, these were uprooted, dislocated people who were used to living in a rural environment, and they were all of a sudden transplanted into what were very cosmopolitan metropolises in Iran under the Shah's rule. And so they had this at least subconscious reaction against modernization and progress, where they resented having to bear the burden of developing a modern industrial society. And they had a deep longing to destroy industry and any kind of productive capacities in Iran. Okay, which, then it facilitated Khomeini and his cronies to put in place an extremely incompetent and inefficient system. You see, because the people themselves didn't want progress, these people, the power base of the Ayatollahs. And that kind of in Iran is exactly what these, global planners wanted in terms of their end goal of putting into place a perennialist, deindustrialized global system. Now, the CIA didn't stop its shenanigans in Iran with the overthrow of the Shah. They also convinced Saddam Hussein to invade Iran in September of 1980 because they knew that a military coup was coming in Iran. The Shah had a very loyal military. It was a world-class Western-style military. And they were planning a coup against the Islamic Republic. We saw signs of that in this Noger plot at a certain airbase. And there was a wider coup plan that was in play. The invasion of Iran by Saddam, backed by the CIA, was intended to neutralize the potential for a coup by forcing the military to rally around the flag and defend the territorial integrity of Iran. And, it's not like Saddam invaded Kurdistan, Iranian Kurdistan. Saddam went for the province called Khuzestan, which contains 90% of Iran's petroleum. Okay, so it was an existential threat. And even like the most anti-Islamic people volunteered to serve in the military to protect Iran's territorial integrity at that point. So the Islamic Republic was kept alive also by the CIA. And the CIA orchestrated the selling of arms to both sides so that this would be drawn out over years as a war of attrition. Of course, Ayatollah Khomeini himself was happy to extend this war for as long as possible, and in the dreams that he's going to conquer the Shiite holy cities of Najaf and Karbala in Iraq, and hopefully eventually make it over to Jerusalem, right, and defeat the Zionist entity, as they like to call it, right, and liberate Al-Quds for Islam and all this bullshit. Of course, Khomeini was happy to extend the war and sacrifice the lives of hundreds of thousands of Iranians, but tactically and strategically, it was facilitated by the CIA selling arms to both sides. This is what became the Iran-Contra scandal, you remember, in the 1980s.
Yeah.
Okay. So point being, this regime was created and sustained by a Nazi-controlled American deep state, which has this plan of deindustrializing the planet, preventing us from achieving parity with the entities behind the UFO phenomenon, and preventing us from, using the technological singularity as an opportunity for taking an evolutionary leap. Now, as soon as the Iran-Iraq war ended, so you think, okay, fine, this fucking war is finally over. People are going to be able to rebel against this regime and get their country back. Well, there was a plan for that. And there were about 100 intellectuals that were working very hard in Iran in the 1990s. So the war ends in 1988. And Khomeini dies in 89. And then there's this plan for basically getting rid of the Islamic Republic. And it's being organized by about 100 intellectuals. They start to be murdered one by one. All the dissident intellectuals, both inside Iran and major figures outside Iran, opposition figures like the last prime minister of the Shah, Prime Minister Shahpur Bakhtiar, who had gone into exile in Paris and who had, for whatever problems the man had, he was very intelligent, he was competent with organization, and he was in touch with a large group of intellectuals inside Iran who were planning this basically, how can you call it, recapture of the country, liberation of the country.
And here's where we draw a distinction. But first of all, I want to give a shout out to Shazzy saying, good morning, Teriak and chat. Welcome in, Shazzy. Welcome in. Let me play Shazzy's clip. Because it's Shazzy's clip. We got to play it.
This black preacher.
What is a woman?
What is a woman?
It's your mama. It sure ain't your daddy.
That's right. Go ahead.
You know what I'm saying? Thankfully, Shazzy's here to tell us what a woman is. You know what I mean? A lot of people don't even know what the difference between a man and woman is anymore. That's how fucked our society is. But note what, and again, just because Shazzy's here as well, like note that like England's animal that it chooses is the lion. The Iranians' animal that they choose is the lion. And then look at like England's founding thing with, what the fuck is his name? The Round Table, King Arthur. You know what I mean? And the Lady of the Lake. Bestowing sovereignty, bestows to the nobility of King Arthur. He has his round table. And ain't it so beautiful, as they say. Do you know what I mean? Did we ever play a premium clip for the last goal? We had, let's talk about me. No, we didn't actually. We didn't. I don't think we did, Jack. So let me know which premium meme. Do you want Shazzy's full premium meme? Preacher? Let me know, Jack. Let me know. But notice like what Georgiani's saying here, right? Play Andrew. Okay. Let's play a little bit of Andrew Wilson.
I think that women should be grateful. They should be grateful. They live in the best society ever, and it's all built on the backs of not them. The air conditioning, which enables them to even exist, everything which allows them to exist in modernity is built by men, and they're the most ungrateful, snot-nosed brats about it that you've ever seen. And there's really no cause for it because they bring nothing to the table, none of them, including the old bags here who bring nothing to the table by their own admission except their and that, to me, is why, and when asked, this is all you get. I bring love and affection. You don't bring the table. And that's why you can't even answer the damn question, no matter how many times we ask it. And it makes me sick because that is modernity.
Absolute mic drop moment and a half, as they say, you know. But William's always there, you know what I'm saying? Like, he's, you never know. You never know. Like he could pop up. I think he might have fallen asleep. To be fair, he does need to sleep. You know what I mean? Like, shout out to William. He puts in a lot of hours. Appreciate you, William. So, like I said, but notice what, like, Giorgiani's saying here is that, like, after the overthrow of the Shah and all this kind of shit, there was like 100 intellectuals that were like, we need to get rid of these fuckers because this is not going to be good for Iran. And one by one, each one of these intellectuals were taken out. Meaning that whatever entity Giorgiani's saying it's like the CIA, like their plan was, we want some sort of control system to put onto the masses so then we can do whatever the fuck we want and make sure that the average person doesn't elevate themselves to what Nietzsche would have called the Übermensch or the Overman. You know what I mean? They want to prevent us from having technology and power and all this kind of shit. So if they like, and you might think, this is abstract. I can't really put this into what's actually been going on. You need to ask yourselves, why are the governments across the West, why are all the elites across the West, not all, but most, pushing for Islam and saying we have to respect Islam and all this kind of shit? Because Islam is extremely oppressive. And if you were a tyrannical leader, you would want your population to believe in Islam because it's so brutal and all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? And they think, oh, if we can do that, then okay, we might have a chance. And at the same time, they also have the other plan of deindustrialization. You hear Giuliani talking about deindustrialization. What the fuck does that mean? Well, when you look at all these climate activists pushing for a net zero or zero carbon emission policies and all this kind of shit. Think of the Industrial Revolution. What does that mean? When I say Industrial Revolution, what image goes into your head? Like the when we had coal, steam engines, all this kind of shit. When we were technically pumping CO2 into the atmosphere and all this kind of shit. Does it all of a sudden starts to make you feel uncomfortable, and like it starts to make sense of like why they want all these Western countries to just give up on energy, meaning they can't compete on the international stage, and basically like what would be the 15-minute cities we can't pump any more carbon CO2 emissions, all this kind of shit. Get you to believe a lie, so that they can take away your freedoms, take all the power, and then turn you into a slave. You know?
And every single one of these people was murdered between 1989 and 1999. It's called the chain murders in Iran. You can look it up. The chain murders of Iran. Qatlai Zanjirei. The revolt that they were planning eventually did take place. It took place in July of 1999. But by that time, they had murdered about 80 of these intellectuals, including all of the leading lights, so that it was organizationally, let's say, incapacitated. Okay, it was organizationally incapacitated. The most significant group that came from out of that revolt in July of 1999 was an organization called Hezb Marz Porgohar. E Iran, e Marz Porgohar. O Iran, O glorious land, was the anthem, unofficial anthem of Iran during the Pahlavi period, like America the Beautiful. And it was banned by the Islamic Republic. And this party took its name from that, Marz Porgohar. Okay? And it was founded by disciples of Dariush and Parvaneh Furuhar. Dariush Furuhar was an Iranian nationalist in the Shah's period who broke with the Shah because he thought the Shah wasn't nationalist enough. And when a lot of people fled, a lot of regime officials fled, many others were executed during the fall of the Shah's regime. Dariush Furuhar stayed, and because he had been so vocal in his opposition to the Shah during the late years of the Pahlavi regime, he was even given a post during the first administration of the Islamic Republic as Minister of Labor. And but then very quickly they got rid of him, and he became like the only tolerated significant dissident inside the country. Well, he was murdered together with his wife in the late 1990s. They came into their home and basically butchered him and his wife Parvane. And Marza Porgohar was formed from out of the followers of his group. They were a branch of the Pan-Iranist party. Anyway, so you had Marza Porgohar come out of that. By the way, I knew the guy who led that, Ruzbe Farahanipour. I met him and actually wrote his wiki. I don't know whether he's changed it since, but back in the day, I wrote his wiki, Ruzbe Farahanipour. So you had this uprising, and it was horrendous. People were taken to all kinds of secret prisons, not just Evin, the prisons like Kahrizak, much worse prisons, held and tortured under appalling conditions. And that uprising was defeated. So because you had all these chain murders of intellectuals, and you had the brutal crushing of this uprising, people became very demoralized. And from out of their despair in the 2000s, they kind of de facto agreed to attempt an agenda of reforming the Islamic Republic from within, and to try to create a kind of weak Gorbachev-style Islamic Republic that hopefully would collapse the way that the Soviet Union collapsed. And their first candidate for this was a president by the name of Mohammad Khatami. And then after an interlude by Ahmadinejad, they fielded this candidate, Mir Hossein Mousavi. In the 2009, summer 2009, I believe it was June, presidential elections, you had Mir Hossein Mousavi, the former prime minister, one of the former prime ministers of the Islamic Republic, and a cleric by the name Mehdi Karoubi, who was a very moderate, sort of relatively liberal-minded cleric, running as reformist candidates. And the election was frauded. The election was frauded in favor of Ahmadinejad, and the person who orchestrated the fraud in this whole scheme was the son of Khamenei, the son of the supreme leader. Monster, this guy, Mujtaba Khamenei, he is the worst monster in the Islamic Republic, which is why, by the way, and we'll come to this, it was decided that he needs to be killed either together with his father or before his father, so that when the supreme leader is taken out, this creature doesn't wind up heading the Islamic Republic, because he's more brutal and psychopathic than even his father. So Mujtaba organized this theft of the election to prevent Mousavi and Karoubi from Mousavi really.
And this is why I keep talking about, where it's like you cannot vote yourself out of tyranny. Like, notice that, like, Giorgiani's able to give us all, like, the ancient history all the way up to modern day. And now he's telling us all about the modern thing, about the 100 intellectuals that tried to overthrow this kind of shit. And then they basically eliminated, like, 80% of them. And then the 20% remaining were like, okay, we're going to have to basically, undermine, we're going to have to work with the government, but undermine at the same time. So then it would eventually just, like, fade off, and then we can get something better. And then you see this shit where it's like, even like that's the whole mentality of like, okay, we're actually going to try, and like we had Rover earlier on in chat saying, he's like, oh, what are you going to do as an Irishman? I'm like, bro, do you not realize the shit show that we're in? You know what I mean? It's the same thing. We got Craig saying, that's why I only came here outside of Easy's. Terek is the only one that has Easy's back, and it's a fake. Oh, the shit that I could tell you about that. Like, that's why I just keep like looking at some people and like the actions that they're taking. I'm just like, holy fucking like, do you not realize what's going on? Do you know what I mean? Can you not see the difference? Do you know what I mean? Like, see the way that this stream, like, we're not talking about people, we're talking about like the actual argumentation and all this kind of shit. That's the true test for me, is that like, are they talking, if they're streaming, like, are they talking like drama, or are they talking about like other people or bitching or whatever, or are they talking about a specific topic? Like when Rob Noor, anytime you see a Rob Noor video, he's talking about a particular topic. Like, he was talking about Iran, and even though he's like, I don't know, he's at least giving you a position of skepticism and saying this is like a healthy way to approach this from both angles. You know what I mean? You're going to get propaganda from both angles. You know what I mean? Like the whole incubated babies is one thing, and then the other side is the oh no, like this is actually a bad thing, all this kind of shit. Do you know what I mean? But hey, it is what it is. And yeah, like that empathy debate to me was crazy. Not gonna lie, you know what I mean?
really was, he got the majority of votes, but to prevent these guys from creating a Gorbachev-style regime that would sort of implode and allow for a relatively peaceful transition from out of the Islamic Republic. They frauded the election, and there started to be mass protests that began with the slogan, "Where's my vote?" and then very quickly turned into a revolutionary uprising with slogans like "Death to Khamenei," "Death to the Islamic Republic," and very importantly, also the slogan, "Obama, Obama, you're either with them or you're with us." So by fall of 2009, there were masses of Iranians in the streets calling for the overthrow of the Islamic Republic. They were no longer satisfied with, reevaluating the election results or, reholding the election or whatever. They were interested in taking out the regime. And they were being brutally confronted. When I say brutally confronted, there were scenes where these Basijis, these paramilitary thugs, would all of a sudden pour from out of a mosque, wielding machetes, and butcher people literally on the streets and throw them off of bridges. And these were then people were taken to prisons, not just Evin, the famous political prison, but again, other prisons that, you don't even know their names. Okay. I mean, they are like hidden torture chamber places. And in these places, women were gang raped, men were sodomized. They would make sure to rape all the women who they were going to execute. They would rape them first. Once they executed prisoners, they would bring parents of the prisoners and make them pay for every bullet that was put into their children's bodies by the regime. And while all of this is going on, the Iranian people are chanting, "Obama, Obama, Yobama, Yobona." Obama, you're either with us or with them. Barack Hussein Obama is writing a letter to Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei. Personal letter from Barack Hussein Obama to Ali Khamenei, whose death the Iranian people are calling for. And that communication from Obama to Khamenei became the basis for the JCPOA to be negotiated and for Obama to transfer billions of dollars to this regime that tortured and mutilated and executed all of these young Iranians. Hundreds and hundreds of thousands of people who had come into the streets to protest against this regime from 2009, June of 2009, into around about February of 2010. In that time, I was initially solidarity demonstration organizer, and then I became, if you can believe it, a human rights activist, lobbying the permanent veto-wielding member states of the United Nations Security Council in New York. I would go around to the various missions and deliver these letters on behalf of this organization, Iran Crime Watch, where we were calling for all these leaders of the IRGC that Israel kindly eliminated for us. We were calling for them all to be sanctioned and prosecuted. And by the way, really briefly, funny story. When I was going around doing this, I had to go to the Russian mission at one point to deliver a letter. And as I'm pulling up to the Russian mission, now bear in mind, Yes.
Oh, this is going to be hilarious. This is like the extent of Giorgiani's activism activities. Okay, this is a fucking hilarious story.
Yeah, United Nations. I almost got a real bear hug that day. I'll tell you. United Nations missions are foreign soil. Understand? So when you walk into a UN mission, you don't have any protection as a U.S. citizen anymore. So I'm approaching the Russian mission, and all of a sudden, this car pulls up, and a bunch of prostitutes, they're clearly prostitutes from the way they were dressed and their demeanor and so on and so forth, are being escorted into the building by, these black suit, black tie.
Hence why the name escorts.
Wearing security officials.
Was one of them Stephen Witkoff? No, anyway, go on.
Probably. And so I'm wearing a black suit. I happen to be wearing a black suit and a black tie like these security officials, And back then I was very slim, and I also have a sort of an Eastern European look. So I mixed myself into this group of people and went straight into the elevator with them. And it just so happened that the security officials went into one elevator with some of the prostitutes, and I wound up with the rest of these lovely women in another elevator. And they looked at me, and I was carrying this official letter and so on and so forth. And they said, "Where are you going?" And I said, "The ambassador's office." And they kindly gave me directions to what floor the ambassador was on. I had no idea what elevator button to push.
You sneaky
right? First of all, I should
bastard.
never have gotten past the front door. But so I had no. So they give me, because probably they've been under the ambassador's desk. So they give me the floor. I press it. I get out. All these doors. By the way, really weird place, Russian mission. It doesn't look like a place, where there'd be a UN mission. It looks like a apartment complex run by gangsters or mafiosos or something like that. And so I'm looking for what random door am I gonna, knock on? And I knock on this door. Door opens up. The deputy ambassador is there. And I personally hand him this letter. Now, what's in this letter? All kinds of threats to the Russian government. Of course, it was written in my style, right? So without approval from the director of my organization, I went into the Russo-Persian Wars and how much territory these Russians took from Iran and how much bad blood there is in Iran, how much anti-Russian sentiment there is in Iran, and that really they would be making an incredibly stupid mistake to continue to support the Islamic Republic while it brutally represses the Iranian people. So I hand this guy, the deputy ambassador, a letter full of threats. And the guy, he looks a little scared. He closes the door. And the next thing I know, I'm waiting for the elevator. Boris and Ivan show up. These like 6'5", tall, like built Russians with the crew cuts. And they don't even look at me. One goes on each side of me. And they basically escort me into the elevator and deposit me onto the sidewalk where I regained my rights as an American citizen. So that was a little vignette from my days as an activist during the
What year?
2010. That was, I would say that was 2010 by that time.
Yeah, basically what Giorgiani is trying to describe, like, he started out with all the history of ancient Persia. Here's all the cultural stuff. Then he was given the modern day picture of like, this is what happened when the Shah fell, Iran fell to Islamic communism, all this kind of thing. And then on the like Giorgiani says, here's where I started getting involved in terms of the quote unquote activism that I've done. I would not have done what Giorgiani just done, where he's going into a Russian embassy, which means you're no longer on American soil, boy. You know what I mean? And then, like he kind of said, he hands the letter, and then next thing you know, fucking Boris and Ivan show up, 6'5", fucking like bodybuilder type cunts, and basically take him out and fuck him out into the street kind of thing. Do you know what I mean? So very, very thing at that. Also, Craig is saying, I'm going to contact your bank and tell them you have dementia to keep giving your money to some Indian romancer, Craig is there. I'm going to do it. And Shadi says, nice try. I got 121 of my dementia tests. What else you got? And speaking of Indian romancers, are you talking about this?
Don't beat yourself up over past mistakes. You are going to fuck up again in the future. Quite possibly in the most spectacular fashion. Why worry about yesterday's fuck-ups when you have tomorrow's fuck-ups to look forward to? You are a fuck-up, and fucking up is part of your growth process. Embrace the process.
Embrace the process. Okay? So that's your bit of evidence if you want to use it, Craig. That's clearly the Indian romancer. Hey, it is what it is. No worries, Shazzy, no worries. Welcome in, Stephen. Welcome in. Very much could have been an international incident. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like I don't take the piss with the embassies. Like, the one thing you should realize with embassies, that it's no longer your country's soil, and they can do whatever the fuck they want with you as soon as you step in those doors. You know what I mean? You're no longer acting under your own protections and laws and all this kind of shit. You're acting under Russian laws and all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? So gotta be very careful. And Jack says, I was confused with what Shazzy was talking about. I stepped away. Yeah, no worries. Like I said. Exactly.
It was well into the uprising. It was probably early 2010.
Interesting. Do you know the name of the deputy ambassador? Was it Alexander Darchiev by any chance?
No, but if you talk for a while, I can see if I have the letter still, and I can tell you. Oh, the deputy ambassador?
Yeah.
No, I wouldn't remember his name. But I have my letter still to the ambassador. Yeah.
According to a quick ChatGPT search, he has a mustache. I'm looking at photos of him right now. I don't know if that's the same guy. And I could show you, by the way.
He was rather startled when he opened the door.
Yeah, I could show you, by the way, when I'm also going to show you that tweet with Trump's address to the Atayola. So whenever you want to do that, we can definitely go for that as well.
Anyway, so let's not get too derailed. Anyway, the point is that I'm trying to lay out the history of the Iranian opposition for you. So because Barack Obama sold us out, we lost this opportunity for change of regime. It would have happened so easily if Obama had just not, enriched this regime and endorsed it. He literally publicly came out and, well, he did what Trump just did, but Trump actually did a lot worse. He publicly
creative like that. That's basically what we're talking about with the telekinesis. You know what I mean? Like, how is that phenomenon there that you're describing? That like you're already like, when we say it's like, oh, I'm so in sync with this person that I can just say like one or two words and they instantly understand exactly what I mean. Do you know what I mean? Like that is something. That is a phenomenon. Okay, I'm not crazy, I swear. But like there's certain people. Like here's another example of it. Like, have you ever like met a new person or like what would have been like a random stranger or whatever, and you instantly had like that chemistry or whatever, or that feeling that like you already know this person even though they're a complete stranger to you? What is that? What is that? I to me personally, and again, this is literally like I'm pulling this right out of my arse in terms of like, this is my own opinion. This is not scientific advice. This is not financial advice. Please consult with the doctor before you listen to Teriak. Do you know what I mean? But like, is that something where it's like you like had some sort of experience in the past with this person, and then through reincarnation you met them again? Do you know what I mean? That's one explanation for it, but I don't know. Yeah, it doesn't need to be words. Sometimes it's just a look, or just like an eyebrow raise, or something like that kind of thing, and boom. They instantly know what you mean. Like you've transferred information in something that's supposedly meaningless, but there's meaning behind. Do you know what I mean? Like there's something there that, like, again, science cannot explain that phenomenon. You know?
Look, they straight up came out and said, we're not interested in regime change in Iran. We're interested in working with, who's there and seeing what we can do with them, etc. And so he threw us under the bus. As you can imagine, that was incredibly demoralizing.
Yeah.
So then the next protests in Iran take place 7 years later. It's 2017. In the summer of 2016, I joined an organization called the Iranian Renaissance. And because this was a cultural organization, and with the objective that its name describes very well, namely to bring about a second Iranian Renaissance, because it was a cultural organization, it was able to bring together disparate political groups, right? So since we were not ourselves a political party, we were able to act as a nexus and organizing force to create a coalition of political organizations. And so we're in the midst of, so we start doing this, and in late 2016 into early 2017, and by the summer of 2017, we had brought together two monarchist political organizations, the Pan-Iranist Party and the Constitutionalist Party of Iran.
Mm-hmm.
We had brought them together with the party of Mohammad Mossadegh, the National Front. So just imagine what a diplomatic accomplishment it is that the people who were behind Mossadegh all these years finally agreed to sit at the same table as the most nationalistic of the monarchist groups under the umbrella leadership of the Iranian Renaissance. And I came up with a name for this organization. Cephe İrangerayan, the Iranist front. Now, you could, of course, translate it a different way into English, right? Considering that Iran is Aryana, which means the Aryan nation, etc. In any case, the Iranist front, Cephe İrangerayan, which included the Constitutionalist Monarchist Party, the Pan-Iranist Party, and the National Front, under the umbrella leadership of the Iranian Renaissance. And we basically came to Reza Pahlavi and we're like, man, your National Council that you formed in 2012 is lame. It hasn't done anything. It's been organizationally inefficient. And quite frankly, there's a lot of corruption. I don't want to name names, but, you know, there was money laundering going on. And at the very least, they were highly inefficient. So we proposed to basically hand this structure over to the Crown Prince and say, okay, you don't want to be an authoritarian leader anyway. I mean, Reza Pahlavi has been incredibly consistent on this for all the years since he has acted as an opposition figure, that he is simply interested in facilitating a transition to liberal democracy in Iran. And, you know, at the most, he would accept the position of constitutional monarch if, you know, that's what people really insisted on, right? So he says, well, you know, you don't want actual sovereign authority, but you're a great figurehead to unite people as part of a transition to a new system. And so here's the structure, you know, you be the figurehead. He accused us of being too nationalistic, too chauvinistic, basically accused us of being fascists. And then another thing happened. In, I believe it was May of 2017, there was another presidential election in Iran. And to our great dismay, although we had called for an electoral boycott, there was a 70% voter turnout, which is much higher than anything you see in the United States. And the majority of those 70% of eligible voters who turned out voted for this reformist mullah, Hassan Rouhani. Okay, and we're going to come back to him. He's very important. Hassan Rouhani.
And I just want to point out here, what I think happened with this, where Pahlavi was like, no, you're too nationalistic, all this kind of stuff. That he doesn't want to turn into like this tyrant or this like monarch, and like monarchies have a bad name. What Giorgiani's trying to posit here is a similar kind of structure that you see in England, where it's a liberal democracy, but it also has the constitutional monarchy kind of like elements where you still have the monarchy, the royal family, which is in one could make the case that that's an important thing to have in the country, because when you question what is an Englishman, or like what represents England, like that cultural identity, all an English person have to do is just say the royal family. You know what I mean? You know, again, like the modern royal family in England's been plagued with a lot of scandal recently and all this kind of shit. Jazzy will tell you all about the pedo prince and all this kind of shit. Anyways, right, Prince Andrews, like what that family is supposed to represent is the moral fabric and the ethics of the society, and like the aesthetics of the society, etc., etc. When you like basically like when Giorgiani's saying, like, talking about monarchy, that's the kind of system he's talking about. But like, this is the whole thing of like, even Churchill said it, it's like democracy is like the worst form of government except for all the others and all this kind of shit. Very difficult to actually find phrases in a certain way. It's very difficult to make arguments like for it, because there's always like flaws in inherent systems, all this kind of shit. For example, like everybody like, oh, democracy is awesome and amazing, all this kind of shit. And it's like, okay, like direct democracy, is that a great idea? Do we really want to give control to like 50% of the population who thinks that, like, you know, being American is a bad thing and all this kind of shit? You know what I mean? Like everybody like cheerleads for democracy, but they don't realize there's certain things that that democracy is very bad in. You know what I mean? Like, for example, like if 3 out of 4 people want to grape the 4th person, that's direct democracy. You know what I mean? How do you prevent the tyranny of the majority? This is a key central theme in terms of when America was founding its constitution. How do we prevent the tyranny of the majority? Now, America has the modern day problem of the tyranny of the minority, which is what you're seeing to manifest. That was the social justice warriors, then became woke, and is now like manifested into, I don't even know what the fuck to call it nowadays. Creative saying the only thing our royalty represents nowadays is tourism. Yeah, because it's fallen away from that. Because monarchy is now a bad word and all this kind of stuff. But what I'm talking about specifically, though, Creative, is this whole thing of like you still have your monarchy, but the monarchy doesn't have ultimate control. It's Parliament that have ultimate control, or like the majority of control, or whatever. Do you know what I mean? Oh shit! Just noticed my birthday. Happy birthday, Creed! I'm the exact same as well. like I'll wake up and like people will say it to me. I mean, I won't even realize until it's actually said to me. It's like, actually, no, Tarek, your birthday. It's like, oh shit, I forgot. Speaking of which, chat, we need 4 more donations. I lost track at the time. We only have 4 minutes to do it, so we need 4 $2 donations. Otherwise, we will have to go on a grift break. We have a streak so far, I think, that we haven't gone on a grift break yet. So let me know. Let me know. Thank you, Creative Witch. Happy birthday, says Jack. So, like I said, we got 4 minutes, less than 4 minutes to do it, folks. Are we going to get her done?
Actually, let me just broach that subject right now. Okay. The single greatest threat to successful regime change under the current conditions is a plot to replace Khamenei with Hassan Rouhani as the supreme leader of Iran. This is not a hypothetical idea. It is an active plan that is being pushed by the CIA, by Russia and China and all the European countries. So the majority of the existing European leadership, people like Macron over there in France, all the way to Xi Jinping.
We got sempiternal chaos with the $2. Oh, no, we don't. We have 2. Oh, yes, you're right. We only need to get 1 more before 2 minutes, because I forgot that there was the 2 other ones that didn't get counted because it came in so quick. So we only need, thank you for reminding me, Creative. We only need 1 more $2 donation, but we only have 2.5 minutes to do it. Are we going to get her done, chat? Is there any heroes in chat? I need a hero.
CIA are all on the same page that what should happen in Iran is that Khamenei should be replaced by this Gorbachev-style mullah. Why? Well, first of all,
my man Jack again. 1 second. Let me quickly reset the donor goal as well, just in case we get any. So don't donate yet. Don't donate yet. Crouch, touch, pause, and engage. Okay, the goal should be set back up again, just so we don't have any of those things where you miss out on it. Well, first of all, Jack, let me play the shredding clip, because you're playing a blinder tonight. You're playing, or today, this morning, depending on what time zone you're in. It gets confusing sometimes, but I'm going to play this first if you're hitting the goal, and let me know what premium memes want.
My fucking man! No, I didn't.
Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm a retard. Got L's in chat for Teriak.
Here's the thing.
Fine. Listen,
I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm kind of retarded.
It is what it is, chat. It is what it is. But thank you very kindly, Jack. Like I said, put us up to 50 out of 50. And we got Shazzy saying that the living room and kitchen room is done. Playing a blinder. We're all playing blinder, and thank you very much, Jack, for the L's, Jazzy with the bus, Operation Epic Fury, or what's the Israeli one? It was Rising Lion, now it's something Lion. Rising Lion, Raging Lion, or it's like Raging Lion or something like that. But Epic Fury is another one. I think the reason why the Americans are calling it Epic Fury is this whole notion of the movie Fury. So, like I said, and a lot of if you notice, a lot of the aesthetics that the White House or Trump's administration have been using on their social medias are based around Gladiator, that whole notion. You know what I mean? Like I said, if you look at the full picture, it's a thing of beauty. But there's specifics that are it's going to be brutal in some, like I said, like we'll get it, like once we get past this, I don't know if we'll get through all of it. One sec, let me just pull this up now, show you what I mean. Where there is a price, unfortunately, and it's one of these things where I don't want to over romanticize, because like people will then claim, oh, Teriak is like a war hawk and he just wants all this kind of shit and all this kind of thing. Like this thing that happened is okay, so let me just read out. So 3 killed, 14 injured in Texas, as authorities say, is a suspected T attack. Shooters reported from Senegal, had a Quran in his car and had clothing described as Islamic. And basically this was the scenes. I won't show any more of that out of respect, but that's what I'm talking about, where it's like you're going to get counterattacks, and it's not going to be ships coming in and trying to take over America. It's going to be like isolated things like that are going to take place. And this is why it's very important that Israel and America get this shit done now, rather than trying to make a deal or trying to postpone this or fool around or whatever. If they do not decapitate this regime, they will make future attempts on Trump. They will make future attempts on America, and you'll see what you've seen in Texas en masse. You know what I mean? Plenty of sleeper cells all across Europe, all across America, Australia, all this kind of shit. That's why this is so important.
It will allow the Islamic Republic to continue, but because this Hassan Rouhani is a deep state type who has gone to the World Economic Forum and personally met with Klaus Schwab and coordinated with Klaus Schwab's planners over there at the World Economic Forum, and he's spoken at venues like the Council on Foreign Relations. So he's part of this transnational deep state system, and he can preserve the Islamic Republic and thereby prevent Iran from becoming a huge thorn in the side.
Yes, thank you. It was Roaring Lion. The first one, if you know, was like 7 months ago or 8 months ago when they done the strikes. That was called Operation Rising Lion. Now the Israelis have the new plan, which is called Roaring Lion, which is this, like, we're going in guns blazing kind of thing. You know what I mean? It's called Rising Lion. The previous one was called Rising Lion because they thought if they just took out these key elements, then the people would be able to overthrow. And they go, no, we need to actually use more and just like completely take out the regime.
Of this regressive global perennialist agenda, this, quasi-feudal deindustrialization agenda. Okay. So now to go back to what I was saying, yes, that's Hassan Rouhani at the World Economic Forum with Schwabi over there.
Yeah.
Okay. That tells you everything. Some pictures really speak more than 1,000 words. So the worst thing that can happen is if this plot is allowed to unfold where Khamenei is replaced by Hassan Rouhani. I think, I don't think the Israelis are going to let that happen. And we'll come back to that. Anyway, in May of 2017, this Hassan Rouhani was elected president, and there was a relatively large voter turnout. And, on top of being called fascists by the Crown Prince, by being accused of being overly chauvinistic nationalists, we were extremely disheartened that, a large number of Iranians who reject the regime out of despair voted for this scumbag. So we thought to ourselves, and this is not the first time I've talked about these things, but I'm revealing sensitive information still in what I'm about to say, is that we thought to ourselves, look, we have to take a different strategy. We have to try to bring about a coup d'etat within the Islamic Republic. We have to, if we allow, let me just put it this way. We wanted to work with elements within the system who were nationalist and who wanted to transition Iran from out of a religious system into a nationalistic system, and who wanted to displace the mullahs, to remove the clergy from power. Elements within the IRGC that were nationalistic. And by the way, we now know for a fact that they exist. I mean, we knew back then that they existed, but now the general public knows because, as we said at the outset of this program, as soon as Mossad opened its Persian language lines, they got hundreds of IRGC officers contacting them, ready to collaborate. Now, what we had been told at that time, through secure communications from inside Iran, was that, and again, this is the summer of 2017, 1/3 of the IRGC was ready to stage a coup d'etat and transition from out of an Islamic system into a nationalist one, okay? Where Iran would be governed for a certain period of time under something like martial law, under a quasi-military government. And what these gentlemen in the IRGC were looking for was a political and intellectual leadership that could function in tandem with them. I mean, even if you're going to have a military regime, you need a certain bureaucratic structure, you need technocrats, and you need an intellectual discourse. And ideally also a spiritual discourse. So they were looking to us for that, and certain secure communications were made. And there were also certain defectors within the structure of the Islamic Republic itself at a high level. And I'm sorry to do this to the man, but I've already revealed his name in writing for reasons that I considered justified. But frankly, Esfandiar Rahim Mashai, the vice president of former President Ahmadinejad, was prepared to be a part of this coalition government. And the reason for that is that, frankly, Esfandiar Mashai believes in some bizarre cult that's a mixture of Zoroastrianism and Shiite Islam. And he was open to working with neo-Zoroastrians to create a kind of hybrid, nationalistically oriented government that would preserve Iran's not just territorial integrity, but Iran's force projection capability and autonomy and self-determination and so forth. So we started organizing this coup attempt. And my book, Iranian Leviathan, is an attempt at crafting a discourse that could have been foundational to the type of transitional regime that we were envisioning. So Iranian Leviathan is the clearest example of my employing what Plato called noble lies. As a philosopher, I crafted a discourse, particularly toward the end of that book, toward the end of Iranian Leviathan, a discourse which honestly disgusted me. But sometimes you have to engage in this kind of self-sacrifice, where you realize that something is tactically indispensable, operationally necessary, and you have to put your own sentiments aside to be able to forward a framework that's going to be conducive to, a change of regime that will preserve as many lives as possible and preserve Iran's territorial integrity and prevent things like the danger of separatism and secessionism and so forth. So the ending of Iranian Leviathan, in the ways in which it draws from Shiite esotericism and amalgamates it to a kind of Zoroastrian Mithraic discourse, was very much part of an operational plan that we had. Unfortunately, what wound up happening is that my colleagues decided that they did not want to collaborate with people inside the regime. And instead, they preferred to give their backing to the Crown Prince despite being called chauvinistic nationalists by him, and despite being effectively sidelined by him. So this became now this is why, if let me correlate my life and my experiences to publicly witnessed events. This is why the uprising in Iran in December 2017 into early 2018 failed. There was a massive nationwide working class uprising, not coming from well-off people, like the type of people who live in the northern part of Tehran. No, a working class, blue-collar uprising where people were so vehemently anti-Islamic that they were setting mosques on fire. It wasn't just a revolt against the Islamic Republic, it was a rebellion against Islam. And mosques were being set on fire, okay? It was nationwide. It happened. This was the most widespread demonstrations against the Islamic Republic that had ever taken place, more widespread geographically than 2009 into 2010. But the reason it failed was because the military coup that was supposed to take place during that uprising could not materialize without the coordination between my colleagues and those elements within the IRGC.
And just again, like a little fact check, is Giorgiani actually telling us the truth here? This is a video of them literally burning a fucking mosque down to the ground and cheering it on. Iran! Iran! Iran! That's Iranians burning a mosque to the fucking ground and cheering it on. They are done with Islam. They're finished with Islam. Giorgiani's telling the truth.
That wanted to defect. Okay? So, a very long story short, this is why I became increasingly disaffected and, dissociated myself from those people, because I considered that a tragic loss of an opportunity. And then we go along, so this is 2017, and then we go along for a few years after this failed uprising until we get to 2023, when in September of 2023, this Kurdish Iranian girl, Mahsa, or her Kurdish name was Jina, Mahsa Amini, was killed by regime officials who were accosting her for having improper hijab. And this incident sparked what ultimately became a nationwide uprising. And from September of 2023 all the way to, let's say, September 2022, from September 2022 till March of 2023, you had this Mahsa uprising, which could well have become a revolution. The reason it didn't become a revolution is because there was no proper opposition leadership. Finally, as the protests are starting to die down around Nowruz, or in March of 2023, Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi agrees to be part of a coalition with a few other opposition figures. It was Masih Ali-Nejad, who
100% creative. And this is why, like, I'll get accused of being a war hawk for saying this. I'll get accused of being a Zionist, even though we can play the clip of the dude on Speakeasy panel calling me a fascist and a Nazi. I'm apparently a Nazi Zionist. But like, this is what I'm saying, where they need to decapitate this leadership. Like not only Khamenei, because they've killed Khamenei, but like they need to make sure to take out him and all his loyalists. Otherwise, they put the new leader in. The new leader will say all sorts of shit to get power, to consolidate the power, and then once he's consolidated the power, he'll start taking out all like Iranian people, all this kind of shit. He'll basically just like put them in kangaroo court, say you're guilty of treason or you're guilty of defecting from Islam, and they'll be sentenced to death. Mass rape, mass abuse, and all this kind of shit. That's like every single time this has failed. Like this is when Giorgiani's talking about like Obama, when they were chanting Obama, you're either with us or you're against us. Like when Obama says, "Oh no, we're gonna make a deal with them" and all this kind of shit. They made the deal. Everything went quiet in Iran, and massacres across the country took place. And it happens time and time again. This is why I'm hoping, I'm praying. I'm not even Christian and I'm praying. You know? Even Pepe's praying. You know what I mean? That Iran can actually be free. You know what I mean? And like I said, it's going to be brutal. There's going to be a lot of people saying, "You're war hawk, you're inhumane, you just want to see blood spill and all this kind of shit." I'm like, no, unless you do this, they will just elect one dude who's basically a crony version of Khamenei, and then they'll just do the exact same shit. You need to take this shit out. You know what I mean? They got a son, but like, it's not just about getting him and a son and all this kind of shit. They need to get the whole fucking thing. And now Israel put out a post saying that they got all the leadership, but we'll have to wait and see. We'll have to wait and see. Her name is Sarah. She's extremely beautiful as her daughter, Matilda and Aurora. Yeah, but you know the name Sarah is Saoirse. You ever heard the name Saoirse? In Irish, it's called Saoirse, right? And let me... You have like that famous like American actress like Saoirse Ronan. If we go meaning, Saoirse, pronounced Saoirse or Saoirse, is an Irish female name given directly translating to freedom or liberty in the Irish language. Emerged in the 1920s, independence and Irish pride, international prominence. The English word to say Saoirse is Sarah. Ain't it beautiful? Ain't it beautiful, Stephen?
Was a leader of like anti-hijab protests for many years. She was a journalist, then led this anti-hijab protest for years. And Hamid Esmailion. Hamid Esmailion was the leader of a movement seeking justice for the downing of the Ukrainian airliner in Iran. There was this Ukrainian airliner that was downed by the IRGC, and all these civilians were killed, including quite a number of Iranians. And his wife and child were killed in that, and he became a crusader for, you know, justice against the regime for having, you know, shot down the civilian airliner. So he was another one of the people. And then you had Abdullah Muhtadi. Abdullah Muhtadi was a former Communist Party leader who then became a head of the Kurdish, basically, Workers' Party. So these are people who often have advocated a kind of federalism and decentralization of power and policies like, you know, I mean, retarded policies like education in the Kurdish language, as if you're going to go teach like physics to people in Kurdish in Iran, you know. And so his discourse was dangerously close to a Kurdish secessionist discourse. And like I said, he had a communist past. But he became part of this coalition because the Crown Prince was trying to reach out, you know, to as many people from disparate political persuasions as possible. So they create this thing. There were a couple of other prominent personalities like media figure. I mean, in other words, like a sports hero, Ali Karimi was part of it, is national soccer sports hero, and Golshifteh Farahani, famous Persian actress. To give visibility to the coalition, they were also part of it. And they called this thing the Alliance for Freedom and Democracy in Iran, AFDI. And they came out with something called the Mahsa Charter, named after Mahsa Amini. On March 3rd, 2023, they came out with this Mahsa Charter. It was extremely weak language. In areas, the charter was even opening Iran up to the danger of secessionism. The charter refuses to use even the term nation of Iran. And it was very sharply criticized by particularly, well, certainly nationalists, but monarchists, broadly speaking. They criticized the Crown Prince for even having agreed to be part of this coalition. And the thing lasted literally like all of 2 months. Reza Pahlavi goes on a trip to Israel, April, May 2023, and the coalition falls apart. In Israel, Reza Pahlavi meets with Benjamin Netanyahu personally, and he is chaperoned throughout his visit by Gila Gamliel, who at that time was the head of Israeli intelligence and has since become the Minister of Science and Technology. And I should just take a minute to personally thank her. She's been an absolutely extraordinary voice for the Iranian people and an unequivocal, uncompromising advocate of regime change throughout the whole of Operation Rising Lion. Gila Gamliel, former head of intelligence, and currently the Minister of Science and Technology in Israel. So it's Gila Gamliel who, recounts that during that visit of Reza Pahlavi, she thought to herself, and you can see when you see her interviewed and speak about this, you can see the sincerity, that she thought to herself, it occurred to me, sitting with him, that this really is an opportunity after 2,500 years for us to return the favor of Cyrus the Great. That, these Iranians freed us from captivity in Babylon and commissioned the rebuilding of the temple in Jerusalem and essentially created the state of Israel 2,500 years ago, recreated it. And we now have an opportunity to liberate the Iranian people. Okay, I believe she's very sincere when she says that this occurred to her and she was deeply struck by this during his visit. And she has continued to pursue that vision. Let me just, while we're on that subject.
Ain't it beautiful? Ain't it beautiful? Cyrus the Great freed the Jews from Babylon so they could build a second temple. And now in modern day, the Jews have the chance to return the favor. It would bring the most manliest of man to tears.
Take a moment to unpack this idea of Iranian Zionism that I developed. Again, in the very same book where I crafted certain noble lies to appeal to a segment of the IRGC that was ready for a nationalist coup, I also, in a very philosophically robust, complex way, developed the concept of Iranian Zionism. And this doesn't only have to do with Cyrus the Great and his liberation of the Jews from Babylon, but also with the actual building of the Second Temple by Darius. Cyrus commissioned it, but it was actually Darius the Great who completed that project. And Xerxes and his relationship with Esther. The story that we're given in the book of Esther. I set that in the context of the book of Job, which was written during that period when the Persians were freeing the Jews. It was written in the immediate aftermath of the Babylonian exile. The end of the Babylonian exile. And so, looking at the book of Job, looking at the book of Esther, and all of these very strange connections between the regime of Cyrus and Darius and the people who were rebuilding Israel, who were led by Mithraic Magi, I developed a very interesting idea of why it is that Iranians became the first Zionists in history, why Iran became the patron of the first attempt to recreate the state of Israel after it had effectively been erased from the face of the earth. So I coined I developed this concept and I coined this term, and man, did I get a lot of shit for it from, a lot of people, but including Iranian nationalists at that time. Well, guess what? The same Iranian nationalists who at that time gave me all this shit for that are now just, unequivocal Zionists themselves and are absolutely, in favor of Israel's efforts to catalyze a regime change in Iran.
Just to quickly paint a picture, if possible, of what you were just talking about for those who are just coming in right now. You were talking about how the CIA has been wanting to keep Iran in this state of perpetual servitude towards these mullahs and towards these Islamic ideas. Meanwhile, people point the finger at Israel, being like the secret puppet masters of the United States. But it seems like with all of the actions the U.S. has taken in regards to Israel, they have not pushed any kind of agenda that Israel would have been in favor for, going all the way, back to Obama and now with Trump as well. So at least that's what I'm getting right now, that the people who are associating the bad guys with the CIA may be in many ways right, as you were talking about, but they're also associating Israel as being friends of the CIA, and this is not something that you are thinking is the case at all.
Absolutely. when it comes to, look, there are many places where the agenda of CIA and Mossad, I'm sure, is aligned. So for example, these people who think like Jeffrey Epstein, is a Mossad operative who's blackmailing all American politicians. And look, Israel is blackmailing American politicians. Jackasses. Jeffrey Epstein worked for the CIA. Yes, he worked for Mossad also, but he worked for the CIA, and it's the CIA who got him out of prostitution the first time he was jailed. Okay? That wasn't the Mossad who got him out of, it was the CIA because Jeffrey Epstein worked for the CIA. Ghislaine Maxwell's father worked for 4 different intelligence agencies. So point being, look, if anyone's blackmailing, American politics.
Do you know what I mean? This brain dead. Oh wait, what does Giorgiani talk about? This.
This is diseased brain thinking.
To think that Mossad has ultimate control over America is farcical. It is farcical, right? When you look at like the where did Jeffrey Epstein get all his money from? Got it from Robert Maxwell, the dude who one could argue the character of James Bond is based around. How these intelligence agencies move. And then, and this is what a lot of Americans don't want to look at, or they feel very uncomfortable when they realize this shit. When you go back through the history, which we will do again, I'll probably do either next week or the following week, depending on when we do the Ghost Stories film room. Because the second film room of each week is always going to be like Speakeasy or Verbal Combat or Swords of Reason kind of stuff. When you look into the history and the founding of the CIA, Operation Paperclip, who they imported into it and who they put into those things, it was all National Socialists. And then we're going to say that the CIA are the good guys and Mossad is the bad guys. And if only the Mossad, like the CIA was to free its grasp of the Mossad and all this kind of shit. Exactly, Shazzy. Like MI6 is another thing that's infested with this shit. And they use it as a way to strong arm certain people into doing certain things for them.
It's not necessarily just Mossad. It's the American deep state itself that's doing it. Okay? And when it comes to Iran, clearly there is a divergence of interests and agendas between the American deep state on the one hand and Israel on the other, including its intelligence services. So let's get into the meat of that, okay? First of all, from the time that Bibi met with Reza Pahlavi in Israel, he started to give these addresses to the Iranian people. And this really picked up during the missile exchange. There was a missile exchange between, mostly it was Iran firing missiles at Israel, and the Israeli Air Force came back and hit some air defenses in Iran in October of 2024. And during that time, Benjamin Netanyahu started giving more and more, impactful and regular addresses to the Iranian people, basically telling them that the state of Israel is their friend and wants to see the liberation of Iran, wants to see an Iranian regime in the hands of the Iranian people, and wants to see the alliance of the Iranian people and the Israeli people restored, the alliance that dates back 2,500 years. And by the way, it's not limited to the Haqq-Rashid period. There were many other instances in the Sassanid period, during the rise to prominence of the Order of Assassins at Alamut, and also during the Safavid period, where Persians were protectors of Jews in the region against radical Muslims who wanted to wipe Jews out and are still trying to achieve that. So there is this historic alliance, and Netanyahu was emphasizing this and saying that his goal was to see an Iran controlled by the Iranian people. And among all of the Iranian networks that we have based abroad, among the various exile media platforms that we have, the best of them is Iran International, and they were facilitating Netanyahu's communication with the Iranian people and did a couple of really outstanding interviews with Netanyahu as well. So point being, Bibi's position was regime change from the beginning, going into this. And one of the most important pieces of information that came out very early in the war was, I don't know if you could call it a leaked assessment. It was more just like a public admission. I think it was a few days into the war, where Israel came out and said, we did an assessment that this would cost us 5,000 lives, that it would take 2 weeks to establish air superiority in Iran, and it would cost 5,000 Israeli lives. And they agreed to go ahead with it. So to those idiots who think that the Israelis asked Trump to publicly shout at them, and impose a ceasefire on them because the Israelis were taking too many hits from Iranians. Look, I don't want to minimize Israeli deaths, but only 40 people were killed because Israelis have bomb shelters, because they actually care about their people and built excellent bomb shelters. So sure, there was some destruction of private property in these, inept Iranian missile strikes, but 40 people were, 40, 50 people. Okay, They were expecting 5,000 deaths and willing to accept it. What does that look like to you? That's regime change. That's a regime change plan where they said, we had an operation plan that will take weeks. And we think it'll take us 2 weeks to achieve air superiority. They achieved it in 2 days. 2 days. And how did they do that? Listen. The degree of humiliation that this regime has been subjected to is something for the history books. They made a phone call over a secure line, IRGC secure line.
Again, a main thing that Giuliani's pointing out is all these whack jobs that are saying the Jews control America and all this kind of shit. Mossad is influencing America and all this kind of shit. Well, then why did Trump put a halt to this plan? Why did he call for an immediate ceasefire? When Israelis were more than willing to pay that price of 5,000 lives to free the Iranians. Why did Trump call a ceasefire? You know what I mean? And to echo Shazzy's comment as well, saying, I don't trust Charles. I need to see William as king. 100%. The lion will rise in the east, and then the lion shall finally rise again in the west. Those of you who don't know, the Iranians, they have the original Iranian flag, or the Islamic one, had the lion on it. And anyone who knows England knows the British lion. It's a key image for the British, and again, ties it directly back to Iran. Well, that's the whole thing. It's like, what if Mossad controlled America, why did America call a ceasefire? Sounds like Israel or the Jews don't control America. You know what I mean?
And called all the commanders, especially the ones responsible for aerospace and missile defense.
And furthermore, when you look at what went on in Venezuela and the security systems they had in Venezuela, it was Russian missiles with Chinese technology. You know what I mean? So, what does Iran have? Russian missiles with Chinese technology.
And all this. They called them all to a central location, and they bombed it. And they wiped out half of the IRGC leadership in one night. And then over the next 24 hours, they went with assassins and got the rest of them. In some cases, they hit them in their apartments with pinpoint precision. You see these shots of a hole going into a residential building, hitting the fucking IRGC commander in his bed while he sleeps, and the rest of the building is undamaged.
It almost seems like the kind of operation where regular Iranian people can go about their business, order sushi. Meanwhile, these rockets are being flown into the houses of these specific people.
Listen, I have to say, I was really almost angry watching Iranians celebrating. Not only do they go about their business, they were celebrating. I was, angry because I wanted them to be protesting. And I, repeatedly said, fuck's sake, people, I understand you're happy that the regime is getting the shit bombed out of it by Israel, but seize the opportunity and pour out into the streets and protest. But yes, they were, not only could they go about their business, they were celebrating. In some cases, they were celebrating in the streets. They were celebrating in tunnels. They were holding parties and filming it while Israeli bombs were falling, because they knew very clearly Israel is not there to harm any Iranian civilians. Sure, collateral damage happens, but these were extremely high precision strikes, extremely high precision. And just take a moment to say to all of those, I mean, really, imbeciles who come back with, oh, well, did the Israelis care to prevent civilian deaths in Gaza? You know, you really think they care about civilians? Look what they did in Gaza. Folks, we are not Palestinians. In fact, Iranians hate Palestinians. Iranians don't like Arabs very much in general, but they particularly hate Palestinians. One of the key slogans of the Iranian opposition is Marg bar Filistin, death to Palestine. And there's a reason for that. The same regime that has been butchering and torturing Iranians and executing young people and forcing parents to pay for the bullets put into the bodies of their children, that regime has been funding the Palestinians, including terrorist groups like Hamas, for 46 years. And it's been doing it because the regime and its militia apparatus were trained and organized by Yasser Arafat in Palestine in the late 1970s. So when people talk about the Islamic Republic being an occupation regime, there's a lot of truth to it. These people were trained in Palestine by Arafat and came in and fought the Shah's military on the streets in Tehran. Okay.
And again, is Giorgiani telling the truth to this? Is there any receipts that we can get, that we can pull up? Of course there is. This is an Iranian college where the leaders are telling them to chant death to Israel. They're saying to the college students, chant death to Israel. And the students respond with death to Palestine. This is Islamic regime officials telling them to chant death to Israel, chant death to America. And the students are saying death to Palestine. Fuck you and fuck this Islam. So again, maybe Giorgiani might be saying a couple of truths here.
Okay. So, yes, the Israelis know who the Iranian people are. They know the Iranian people are their greatest future allies. That Iran, for all kinds of strategic reasons, but also for cultural and historical reasons, stands to become the single greatest frankly, I'm sorry to say, the only ally of Israel on the face of the earth in the very near future. Israel has already lost the support of the American people, who thus far were the only large-scale demographic in the world that was still supporting Israel. Europeans hate Israel, and many American youth, the youngest generation in America right now, is turning against Israel. The only people who still support Israel within the American establishment are a bunch of retarded evangelical Christians. And, you know, I understand that the Israelis have to take money from these people. Otherwise, what are they going to do? How are they going to survive? But the Israeli intelligence services know that these people are not their real allies. These people are waiting for Jesus Christ to come back and convert the Jews. Israel's real allies are the Iranian people. And the Israeli intelligence services know that very well. So they're going to go out of their way to make sure that no Iranian civilians are harmed. And that's exactly what they did.
I do have a question about the modus operandi of Israel when it comes to Gaza, because the impression that people in the West have had is that Israel is just this, you know, regardless of what you said about how they see the Iranians being different, the government of Israel.
And folks, just remind us, we do have less than 20 minutes to hit the super chat call. If we don't want to go on a grift break, we got to get the donations going, okay? But, like, I also think that because it's the last hour, should we do a kind of thing? It's basically like if you want to extend the show by an hour, get the donations in. We only need 5 $2 super chats. Like I said, no worries if not always appreciated. Never expect the folks, but you do have 20 minutes. Otherwise, we will be wrapping up. We'll probably have to do a part 2 of this as well, because we're only about 2 hours into the 4 hours of this podcast. Really great stuff from Lev Polyakov. He does multiple stuff with Jason Rezajani, including like in the studio. Called Break the Rules. Let me actually link the thing. So full podcast by Lev Polyakov. I also have Break the Rules. That's his YouTube thing that I have in brackets. And here's the link if you just want to watch the full thing. We won't get through the full thing for the show, but let's continue on with the video.
Israel and the IDF is seen as these mustache twirling, top hat wearing bad guys when it comes to, you know, just waiting to find like some Palestinian child to like kill and maim. From what I understand on the ground, at least historically, Israel's been employing various techniques in order to get civilians out of whichever area they happen to be bombing, like with roof knocking, for instance. And I don't know exactly what went on with this particular war because of the fog of war, because of most of the information that we have comes from sources that are associated with Hamas. So what exactly is the truth of what has been going on when it comes to the IDF in Gaza?
So just briefly, because I want to come back to
Yeah.
Iran, but what you said is exactly true. You know, they try not to harm civilians. They give evacuate. Look, what military in the world gives evacuation orders to areas that they're going to attack when the same evacuation order is informing the Hamas commanders that that's going to be the next target? That's a huge tactical disadvantage for you. And yet they do it to try not to harm civilians. But these motherfucking terrorists put, you know, weapons depots under hospitals. They, you know, hide all of their military infrastructure under civilian, you know, housing and so on and so forth. And it's their very explicit intent to use the Palestinian people, let me take that back, to the people in Gaza. I don't recognize the Palestinian people. I don't even recognize their existence. In any case, they take great, they very explicitly want to use the people of Gaza as human cannon fodder and to capitalize on their martyrdom in order to stoke more you know, anti-Israel sentiment. The people of Gaza and the West Bank raise their...
We have War Fatigue with the $2 says, I may be broke, but it's honest work. Yet I appreciate the honesty in quotes. Like I said, the whole podcast, I've been pulling up things where Giuliani's making claims. I'm saying, here's the video evidence. Here's the proof. You know what I mean? And we've had critiques from chat. And I'm saying, I'll look up whatever you want me to Google as the quote unquote counter evidence. You know what I mean? But folks, we only need four $2 super chats more, and we get an extra hour. Can we get her done, chat? Can we get her done? We have about 15 minutes left to do so.
Their children with the idea that their children will be used as martyrs for the cause. It is the most inhuman, you know, social system that's imaginable. But of course, it has roots going back, you know, 1400 years into the methods and means that Muhammad and his, you know, heirs in the caliphate employed to culturally genocide all of those populations conquered by Islam, you know, between Arabia and North Africa. So anyway, so much for the Palestinians. But you mentioned the evacuation orders, which is also very relevant to the unfolding of Operation Rising Lion. The Israelis were issuing very specific, very careful evacuation orders. You know, they had these Persian spokespeople. Israeli military uniform, spoke fluent Persian, would you know, in some cases they use Iran International and, you know, basically broadcast services that Iranians can receive through a dish, you know, inside Iran. But in some cases they even seized control of the national radio and television. They were able.
And we got Shazi helping out in chat for the £2 saying, I'll help chat. Is there anyone else in chat that, like I said, we only need 3 more. 3 more and we get an extra hour. We might actually get through the main parts. I think some of this is like Q&A. Yeah, like to be like super chats kind of thing. So at least get through the main segment of the podcast before the questions from chat as well. But if you want to get to that point, he's got to get 3 more $2 donations.
able at one point to
You got 10 minutes
capture
left.
the Iranian airwaves and broadcast televised messages to the Iranian people. I'll come back to that. And they have these spokespeople who, you know, in the Israeli military uniform, one of them became very famous among Iranians. They started calling him Amu Kamal, Uncle Kamal. These Iranians loved this IDF spokesperson who used to come on and he would give.
And we got War Fatigue with the $2 says, as the secret chief said, draw the bow. Which draw the longbow or pull the longbow is an idiom meaning to exaggerate, tell tall tales, or overstate the truth. It originates from medieval archery, where stretching the truth is compared to the effort of pulling back a powerful longbow, meaning to lie, brag, or embellish a story, making it more dramatic or unbelievable. So it's like you're making the story unbelievable. I'm not sure if that's the critique you want to go for. But again, like I said, more than happy. You know, you can send another $2 donation, say, Teriak, Google this. This refutes what Giorgiani's saying. But like I said, we have all the ancient lore, the biblical lore, or Torah lore, depending on what way you want to look at it from that perspective off. And then we have modern day. You know what I mean? So again, he's made a lot of claims. And at each segment of it, we've backed it up and even shown that, like, how it ties into Ireland, how it ties into England, how it ties into all these other things. We even went back to Mesoamerica at one stage. You know what I mean? So, like I said, I'm an evidence-based guy. If you got any evidence or anything you want to Google, let me know, War Fatigue. Let me know.
Specific evacuation orders for neighborhoods where there were military or government installations that were being targeted. So Israel was very systematically evacuating certain small areas of Tehran, right? Strike by strike.
Mm-hmm.
And then Donald Trump comes out on June 17th and he says, evacuate Tehran. Immediately, everybody evacuate Tehran. The whole city of Tehran is a city of 15 million people. A city of 15 million people. Evacuate Tehran? So people are, and now this was just after the, IRGC had hit some hospitals in Israel, including hospitals where there were children being treated. They'd hit some hospitals. And so we're thinking to ourselves, fuck, maybe the Americans are going to come in now and they're going to come in and like nuke Tehran or something, or drop like, what do they call these things? These fuel air explosives, the giant ones that are just short of a nuclear weapon, but they're
mother of all bombs.
Yeah, the Moabs. Yeah. We're thinking, okay, the U.S. Air Force is going to come in because Trump, the way he worded it, it was like, oh, what a shame. They should have signed my deal. And what a shame. All these lives are going to be lost now. And immediately everybody evacuate Tehran. Okay, what's the U.S. Air Force going to come in and drop Moabs? So millions of Iranians evacuated the capital. There was traffic backed up, bumper-to-bumper traffic for 48 hours. Now, let me ask you, Lev. When an American president issues an evacuation order like that for the capital of Iran, who's going to listen to it and who's going to stay in the capital? The people who are going to listen to it are exactly the same people who you want out in the streets protesting against the regime. Yeah. The people who are going to stay in Tehran and take control of the city are the people who support the regime and maybe are ready to be martyred as supporters of the regime, right? So fucking Trump, from the beginning, sabotaged this operation. I know from multiple sources that there were Israeli commandos on the ground in Tehran who were trained to lead.
We got War Fatigue with the fire saying, yet to exacerbate the quote, to draw the bow, to attempt to pinpoint the target of logic. And just to show you, this is basically what I'm reading from. Draw the longbow or pull the longbow is an idiom meaning to exaggerate, tell tall tales, or overstate the truth. It originates from medieval archery. Basically, the point that I brought up, to lie, brag, embellish the story, making it more dramatic or unbelievable, dates back to the 17th century, referencing the strength and skill needed to use a longbow in battle, often used to describe someone whose stories are considered far-fetched. Stretch the truth, exaggerate, fib. Are you fibbing? Are you telling fibs? Are you telling the truth? You know what I mean? So draw the longbow or draw a bow, literal, the physical act of pulling back a string to shoot an arrow, but basically the idiom is exaggeration. You know what I mean? So like I said, more than willing. Like we pulled up different things from other people. Said, okay, how does this relate back to Giorgiani? You know what I mean? We're saying, oh, like, you know, look who funds Giorgiani. So yeah, okay, give me the link and I'll pull it up. You know what I mean? But folks, we did hit the super chat goal, which means we'll set one more just see if we'll get an extra hour. Oh shit. I done it wrong. Wait, hold. Let me reset the goal. Reset the goal. Wait. So this is for a 1 hour extension. Just want to hear more about Iran and Giorgiani. There it is, boys. Boys and girls. Let's get it done. And as Shazzy was saying, one more chat. We got War Fatigue as well coming in. So, like I said, case in point, augmented inverted facts. Yes, okay, so that's your claim. So evidence lies with the claimer. So what is the counter evidence that you have for fatigued? That's what we're trying to get at here. I mean, because like I was saying to Barney earlier on as well, you want to make sure you're not doing yourself a disservice. You know? Like, let's actually work out what the truth is. So if you have any counterfactual say, no, Giorgiani's wrong, the Iranian people actually hate Americans. Here's a video of Iranians saying fuck America or death to America or whatever. You know what I mean? Marduk. Okay. Marduk meaning. Marduk was the supreme deity and patron god of the city of Babylon in ancient Mesopotamian mythology, later recognized as the king of the gods and a primary figure in creation, justice, and magic. His name, like, is derived from Sumerian Amar Utu, calf of the sun, symbolizes power and fertility. How is this evidence for anything? Let me know, War Fatigue, because like I said, I'm more than willing to pull up whatever you say, but Marduk, like, how is this related to what we're talking about? If anything, this actually justifies what Giorgiani's been saying with this whole thing of, like, the Jews being enslaved. He frees the Jews from Babylon and builds a second temple. And that's Cyrus who does that. A Mashiach of the Jews who's not even Jewish. And this is confirmed in ancient Persian texts, saying, "Yep, Cyrus the Great freed these people and spent from the own treasury to rebuild his second temple, and then from that as well, Darius continued on after Cyrus died." You know what I mean? Marduk is where we get our New Year's resolution idea from. Okay, cool data, bro. Like, this is what you said. You said Marduk. That's my evidence, Marduk. So we look at Marduk, and it's like, how is this countering anything that Giorgiani said? You know what I mean? And OK Mango says, it can be argued the story of Marduk inspired the epic P.M. Beowulf. Maybe. How does this tie into Iran? How does this tie into the claims that Giorgiani's making? You know what I mean? Because everything he said, I've literally provided the videos. He's saying that Iranians love America or Iranians are done with Islam. Here's a video of Iranians literally burning down a mosque. Here's a video of the Islamic regime trying to get the college students to chant death to America, death to Israel, and then they return with death to Palestine. Do you know what I mean? Marduk was created from Anuna to fuck off to Tiamat. Is that the Oxford definition? I'm trying to equate, like, remember, like, you're saying that Giorgiani's stretching the truth. You need to provide counter evidence that Giorgiani's lying or he's misrepresented the truth here. You know what I mean? And like I said, I've done my own personal research. And again, I am fallible. I can be wrong, but where's the counter?
Not just protests, but an armed uprising. They had brought assets into the country. They were trained in how to basically tactically guide street protests. And there was an appointed hour when an order was going to be given for these cells to go out and act as catalysts in the street, for then people to, spontaneously join them, okay, and form street demonstrations. Donald Trump, with his evacuation order, scuttled that completely. So this is the first act of sabotage on his part.
What exactly do you think was the goal here for Trump and the people, let's say, behind Trump? Are we seeing the same echoes of the... Yeah.
We'll come to that. All right.
Okay.
Let me lay out the facts.
Sure.
And then we'll speculate as to motives. Going back to, what I laid out at the outset. So now the other thing is that, important to consider is that within 48 hours, maybe 72 hours, Israel had accomplished the objectives of destroying the nuclear and missile targets. I mean, the damage that Israel could do to the nuclear infrastructure and the missile targets was done within the first several days. And they also took out almost the entire general staff of the IRGC and some regular military high-ups who are loyal to the regime as well. Then Israel's targets consisted after that of organs of the regime that are responsible for managing the bureaucracy and also repressing the Iranian people. So they went after the ministries. They hit the Ministry of the Interior. You know what the Ministry of the Interior does? The Ministry of the Interior coordinates between provinces and the central government. So if you want to, stage a nationwide uprising, it's important to get rid of the national government's ability to coordinate with the provinces, right? So they took out the Ministry of the Interior. They took out the Ministry of Defense. They took out the Ministry of Justice, which is incredibly symbolic, right? I mean, the Ministry of Injustice is like the main organ for the prosecution and repression of dissidents in Iran. Well, they destroyed the Ministry of Justice and killed the justice minister in the process. They hit the intelligence ministry, and they also hit IRGC intelligence. And then they started bombing security apparatuses, like, for example, the headquarters of the Basij, that militia, repressive militia, anti-riot force that I was talking about earlier. They hit the Basij headquarters. Well, what does that tell you? It tells you that at that point, the goal is regime change. The goal is regime change. They are trying to take out every organ that stands between the Iranian people and they're taking their country back. So, and then there was this rather controversial strike where they also hit Evin prison. They blew the doors off of Evin prison, the worst political prison in Iran, to which some people, have protested, there were all these internal doors inside the prison and all the guards ran away when the prison was struck by the Israelis. So then the inmates were stuck there without any food or any medical attention for, 48 hours or whatever until the guards finally came back. Well, I'm sorry, but if the guards were gone for 48 hours, why the fuck didn't ordinary people organize something like the storming of the Bastille and come and liberate their fellow Iranians? That was what Israel was looking for. It's on the Iranian people. If, Israel made it easier for them than the storming of the Bastille, all they had to do was walk in there with the fucking chainsaws and cut the gates open and free the political prisoners. Anyway, look, but of course it didn't help that, Trump had issued evacuation orders for Tehran, and maybe some of the people who would have done something like that had already left the capital. In any case, you can see from the targets that were being, hit after the first 72 hours that Israel's goal was regime change. You had a number of top Israeli officials come out. Not just Netanyahu himself, but also, what's his name? The former prime minister. I'm blanking on his name right now.
And by the way, while Giorgiani is looking this up,
Bennett.
if you guys are enjoying the video,
Naftali
Naftali Bennett. And for Naftali Bennett,
Naftali Bennett came out, and the former head of the Knesset came out. No, the current head of the Knesset came out, and Gila Gamliel, and they're all directly messaging the Iranian people in both by text and video messages, saying now is your time. We're basically here to facilitate your overthrow of this regime. Now is the time to claim your destiny, get out into the streets, and let us help you liberate yourselves. So the messaging was all consistent, was coming from high-level Israeli officials, and the goal was regime change. Did you find the quote from Trump, the tweet?
I did. Let's pull it up right now. And while I'm pulling it up, I also want to remind everybody, if you guys are enjoying the show, make sure to smash that like button, smash the subscribe button. It's all very important that these kind of conversations get supported. And I can't wait, Jason, until you come back to New York City. We're definitely going to have to do a live one in the studio. And all the patrons, if you become a $20 patron, you are going to have access to the show as an audience member there. You'll be able to ask questions and all that good stuff and the after party afterwards as well. And once again, that's patreon.com/breaktherules. So here is the quote, I believe, over here.
So here's what happens. Okay, let me set this up a little bit more, because there's a lot of misinformation. And also, look, the Israelis have been put in a humiliating position where they have to try not to look like they take orders from America, contrary to what people believe, that, the Israelis are dictating to America or control American policy. No, actually, America often interferes with Israeli policy. And the Israelis, understandably need to maintain an appearance of sovereignty and self-determination. So you had people like Israel Katz, the defense minister, come out and say, if we could have found Khamenei, we would have killed him. We didn't really find him, otherwise we would have. And and Netanyahu himself saying, no, we don't need permission from anybody to kill Khamenei. When we decide to kill him, we'll kill him. Statements like this, right? They're not true. These things are not true. And we know they're not true because of what's on the screen in front of you right now. So, but again, let me set this up a little bit more. The Israelis were getting ready to move into the final phase of their operation, as Trump himself admits here. And I remember very distinctly when Fordo was bombed by the Israelis for the first time, they came and they hit all the roads around Fordo and cut off access to the site. Why? And nobody's talking about this. No, in all this, discussions about Fordo and why did Trump bomb and how much damage was there to the nuclear facilities underground at Fordo, nobody seems to want to remember the fact that, and I posted about it when it happened, the Israelis bombed Fordo first. They bombed all around it, cutting off the access roads and isolating the site. Why do you do something like that? Because they were going to bring a commando team in, and they were going to enter Fordo and blow the whole thing up from the deepest sublevels upwards. They were going to plant explosives all over the site and completely demolish it using a commando team. They called Trump and they told him that they're going to do this. And Trump said, no, don't do it. I'm going to come and I'm going to take it out with B-2s. So, first of all, the strike was less successful than it would have been if it had been done by Israeli commandos. Also, imagine, another operation for the history books. If Israeli commandos had gone in there and had set explosives and blew that place up effectively, right? So Trump goes and he carries out this B-2 strike, which is only partly effective from what I hear. It collapsed the entryways and access tunnels down onto the centrifuges. So the centrifuges are very hard to access, but a lot of the equipment is still undamaged at the lowest levels there. So the strike is less successful than it would have been if Israel had carried it out, number one. But number two, and more importantly, Trump put himself in a position to then dictate a ceasefire to both sides. By entering the United States into the conflict as a belligerent nation, he then put himself in a position to mediate, really to dictate a ceasefire to both sides. And after the ceasefire, by the way, let's all please take a minute to remember that as the ceasefire was being put into effect, Donald Trump went out in front of the entire international media and said that Israel doesn't know what the fuck it's doing. They asked him what's going on. Is the ceasefire holding? Because the Iranians fired a bunch of missiles at Israel and the Israelis wanted to retaliate, and Trump told them they weren't allowed to retaliate to the Iranian missile fire. And he is asked, what are they? And he goes, they don't know what the fuck they're doing. They've been at war for so long, they don't even know, what they're at war about. So he lowers Israel to the level of the Islamic Republic and has the audacity and temerity to tell the Israelis and their exquisite intelligence services that they don't know what the fuck they're doing. Okay? And then, after the ceasefire, Khamenei comes out. Why is this man still alive? Why is he still alive? Okay, we're about to find out why he's still alive. The fucker comes out like, I don't know, I think it was 48 hours after the, maybe it was 24 hours after the ceasefire, 20 to 24, 48 hours of the ceasefire. And he declares victory. He declares victory like 48 hours after the ceasefire. And, oh man, you want to read something delusional. Khamenei's speech about, how victorious Iran was and what massive damage they inflicted on Israel. And, the damage they inflicted on Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar. Do you know the reality of the strike on Qatar when, after Fordo was bombed and, Natanz and the site in Esfahan were bombed by Trump, the Iranians called the Americans in Qatar and said, we have to show some kind of retaliation. Please let us show some kind of retaliation. So is 1 o'clock okay for us to send the missiles? Is 1 o'clock is okay for you? You'll be ready to intercept them, right? This is what they did. This is the actual fact of what happened. By the way, who's willing to live under a regime like that? I don't care, even if you're, deluded by Islam, and suffer from the Islamic mind virus. Like, how without dignity do you have to be to live under a regime whose military and leadership act in such a fashion? Anyway, so Khamenei comes out and he declares victory, and he tells this completely delusional story about how much damage was inflicted on Israel and how they destroyed Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar and all this. And Trump gets pissed off by this because, of course, Trump is a narcissistic egomaniac, and he gets pissed off by this. So, and by the way, these people who always apologize for Trump's tweets and say, well, he doesn't write his own tweet. No, bullshit. Trump absolutely dictates his own tweets because no social media manager would ever compose tweets that sound like this. Okay? So he gets pissed off, and he gets his Twitter person who he dictates to write this. Why would the so-called supreme leader, I'm going to try not to imitate Trump. I really try not to imitate him. Why would the so-called supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, of the war-torn country of Iran, say so blatantly and foolishly that he won the war with Israel when he knows his statement is a lie? It is not so. And then get this line. As a man of great faith, he's not supposed to lie. Moron, have you heard of Taghieh? Taghieh is the Shiite religious doctrine that they can lie about anything they want, whenever they want, if it tactically serves their purposes. The doctrine of dissimulation. What, you don't have advisors that can give you the most basic information about the enemy that you're dealing with? Enemy that's been chanting death to America for 46 years as the core mantra of its regime? Okay. As a great man of faith, he's not supposed to lie. His country was decimated. His 3 evil nuclear sites were obliterated. By the way, not true. They were not obliterated. And I knew exactly, okay, here's the important part, which sadly, it shows that Israel Katz and Netanyahu lied. They lied to save face for Israel. And I knew exactly where he was sheltered. and would not let Israel or the US armed forces, then he has to go, by far the greatest and most powerful in the world, terminate his life. I knew exactly where he was sheltered and would not let Israel or the US armed forces terminate his life. I saved him from a very ugly and ignominious death.
But why? Why did Trump save Khamenei? Because we know from Israel's intentions here, they want to wipe out Khamenei and apparently they want to do the whole Greater Israel Project, all this blah, blah, blah, blah, blah, right? But remember here, folks, right? Israel supposedly controls America, and now Trump is saying, no, you're not, I saved Khamenei's life. You can't have your cake and eat it too. Either the Israel controls America or they don't. And this is why this whole Duisburg worldview, it's incoherent. It cannot explain everything. You know what I mean? Creed saying, yeah, I told Rob about both attacks against the first Midnight Hammer and the second. The attack on the Qatar base was just to get Israel to lay off, and he didn't like that fact so much. I'm not sure what you mean, Creed. You know what I mean? Because if we're saying, are we saying that Israel controls America? It's like I said, if we jump down that well, we ain't going to be doing too well. You know what I mean? Maduro says for Iranian president 2026. What can I say? Like I said, there's a reason why America done that shit in Venezuela, and it's because Venezuela is protected the exact same way Iran's protected. And if you can get around Venezuelans' defenses, then you can get around Iran's defenses. A lot of this shit is done basically they say, okay, if we do this, then XYZ could happen, and if XYZ happen, or if X happens, then it could be ABC. If Z happens, then it could be DEF. There's all these scenarios planned out, and as Giorgiani was explaining, Israel was basically made calculations, says if we do this strike, there's a potential that we lose 5,000 lives, and they said, fuck it, this is our chance. And then Trump threw a spanner in the fucking works. You know what I mean? Midnight Hammer was projected and Iran was told prior. But even this whole thing, there's just so much stuff. I'd love to sit down with one of these anti-Semites or these people who are anti-Zionist or whatever they call themselves, and literally just expose that it's an incoherent worldview. You know what I mean? Because if you're to make the claim that Mossad controls America and Israel controls America and all this kind of shit, why did Trump call the ceasefire? It makes no sense. And again, Shadi's saying it's called Trump strategy. And this is the thing, like I said, that's why I have this clip loaded up. All right? Here's the Democrats.
The United States has conducted an operation that killed Osama bin Laden.
Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi is dead.
The United States launched a targeted operation against that compound.
They did a lot of shooting and they did a lot of blasting, even not going through the front door. You think you go through the door. If you're a normal person, you
order pizza. Pizza comes to the front door. It didn't even go through the front door.
Say, knock, knock, may I come in?
After a firefight, they killed Osama bin Laden and took custody of his body.
He died like a dog.
But his death does not mark the end of our effort.
A beautiful dog. A talented dog.
We give thanks for the men who carried out this operation.
And I don't get any credit for this, but that's okay. I never do. But here we are.
May God bless you, and may God bless the United States of America.
And I'm writing a book.
Oh my God.
Very well.
The United States.
And I'm writing a book. I'm going to write a book about it. It's going to be tell-all, an expose. It's going to be the greatest expose of all time. Okay? You know what I mean? It's literally like the fucking, what's the movie? The Interview. It's like Dave Skylark. You know what I mean? Like that kind of shit. But this is where it lands you. It lands you in this whole shit where he's saying stuff that Giuliani's kind of exposing, that it's like he's like, this is clearly this tweet was clearly dictated by Trump. You know what I mean? There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. But sometimes you need that strategy where on the outside, Giuliani's going to be very pissed off at certain things that Trump's doing, but for the long game. Do you know what I mean? And that's where it's like, there's the uncertainty, the whole like fog of war aspect, all this, etc., etc. Yeah, I need to show you the past. They've been on both sides of every war since the beginning of time. Or do you think we attacked Iraq because of 9/11? Wait, are you saying that it was the Jays done 9/11? I'm not American. I can see the strategy. Mama. Do you know what I mean?
And he does not have to say thank you, Mr. President Trump. In fact, in the final act of war, get this. In fact, in the final act of war, I demanded that Israel bring back a very large group of planes which were heading directly to Tehran, looking for a big day, perhaps the final knockout. Tremendous damage would have ensued, and many Iranians would have been killed. Yes, the regime supporters. It was going to be the biggest attack of the war by far. During the last few days, I was working on the possible removal of sanctions. So Israel is getting ready to carry out the knockout strike. They're about to go for the jugular. They want to kill Khamenei. They want to bomb the rest of the regime and basically facilitate the Iranian people taking their country back. And he's sitting there planning sanctions relief. He's sitting there designing the policy, which then came out. It hit the media that he wanted to give them $30 billion to rebuild their nuclear program and about $15 billion more in sanctions relief. Just like Obama. Just like Obama.
Now, and here's like probably the first time where I'm going to counter Giuliani's narrative to show I'm not 100% in terms of like with anybody. You know what I mean? Another way of explaining why this went down the way it did is because when you look at, for example, the Crown Prince in Saudi Arabia, if he sees America just show up, take out this dude, and then all this kind of shit, then all of a sudden he's going to be like, okay, I need to now go into subversive mode, where I'm going to act like I'm Western friendly, but secretly I'm going to scheme the West's downfall. You know what I mean? So Saudi Arabia is a key friendship or strategic partner, probably be the best way of phrasing that, for the US, and you need to make sure that you do this in a certain way so that you don't seem as though you just want to genocide all Muslims or whatever. You know what I mean? So the reason why Trump would have done it this way is to show the Saudi Arabian and all this kind of shit that we've literally explored every possible situation with these people. And now Trump can even say to the Crown Prince, I saved Khamenei's life. Like now that like Khamenei's dead and all this kind of shit now, like Trump can now point back to this moment and say, I tried to save his life, but they would not do the deal with us. So what else can I do? What else can I do? You know what I mean? And this is what Shazzy says in terms of the strategy, the Trump strategy. And again, Shazzy, if you don't mean that, let me know in chat as well. Trump is carving out new places to run for president. I appreciate it, Reexamination. I appreciate it. Welcome in as well, sir. Pull up a chair. Get comfy. Get comfy. Folks, if you want to extend the show by another hour, we got to get the super chats in. We got 30 minutes left. We need to get $5 $2 super chats. Otherwise, we'll be wrapping up. No, I mean that, Eric. Exactly. See what I'm saying, Shazzy? See what I'm saying about that? Like that connection, you know? Like that creative was saying earlier on, where it's like sometimes it's not even a word, it's just a look, kind of things like that. But this is what I'm saying. So it's like I'm doing it this way, which obviously pisses Giuliani off, or probably the majority of Iranians, because they're so they've done so much to try and overthrow this regime, time and time again. Like we talked about with the Obama, you're either with us or against us, all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? So Trump doing it this way is, like I said, that he at least has his option now where he can turn around to the Crown Prince in Saudi Arabia and say, I didn't just come in and take him out. I had talk after talk after talk. And then even when the Israelis tried to wipe him out, I saved him. I tried to save him and tried to say, sit down and just make a deal. And he wouldn't make the deal. I had no other options left. I gave him X amount of chances. Still wouldn't listen. Now you have the justification. There was no other way. Creed says, yeah, I'm saying it was weird that when we arrived, USA at Auschwitz. Oh, sorry. When we arrived, as in the USA, the Allies at Auschwitz, they somehow had already freed themselves, and the entire story is not what it seems. There's, oh, bro, Creed. I need to do like a specific like 1940s film room where we go into specifics of that, because there is plenty of evidence to show that actually the Germans weren't doing the death camps. It was actually when the Russians took over those areas or claimed those areas during the war, then they got turned into death camps. Then they done all this kind of shit. But my counter to that would be, just like the death camps alone are not the full travesty of like why it was so inhumane and like why we look as the Nazis as monsters and all this kind of shit. It's because of the inhumane testing and all this kind of shit that the Nazis were doing on these people. Like literally, they'd take someone, they'd like gash up like wound, like proper like wounds, all this kind of shit, and then just throw them out into the cold and leave them for dead, and see how long could the human body survive with such injuries, like basically like, you know, like making just getting a knife and doing a huge fucking slitting like your arm open. Like doing it on your chest, doing it on your legs, all this kind of shit, and just throwing them out into the cold and waiting for them to die. You know what I mean? So like this whole thing is, oh, the Nazis were bad because they killed 6 million Jews. That to me is a distortion. I can agree. That's a complete distortion, way oversimplification of it. When you look at what they were doing, that was the horrendous shit. But the reason why that is not talked about a lot is because when we look into MK Ultra and we look into all the Operation Bluebird and all this kind of shit, which was done by the CIA, it was the exact same experimentation, exact same goals of, can we control the human mind? Can we control the human behavior and all this kind of shit through very inhumane means and all this kind of shit, you know what I mean? Attack was on 9/11 was Islamic calendar. This is about Tisha B'Av, rebuilding Third Temple and Greater Israel. Oh God. Oh God. So, just to be clear, Blood Logos, you're saying that Israel's doing all these attacks in Iran because they want to make Iran Israeli? They want to convert Iran into the greater state of Israel? Do we know anything about the actual Iranian people? You know what I mean? Yeah, if you accept the okay, sure. I'm not sure what you mean, but Chris says, yeah, if only 16 million died, what happened to the 50 million others? You know, I'm saying the shit that was being conducted in those camps, it's not just the death camps. The other camps were just as fucked up. You know what I mean? Like the same stuff with like the mescaline, which then got adapted into LSD. That's where LSD comes from. You know what I mean? That wasn't the Germans. That was the Americans. Long after World War II apparently ended. You know what I mean? Depending on, oh shit. Barney with the $2 says, Mo, hilarious or horrific, allegedly. It is what it is. Appreciate the $2. We only need 4 more super chats if we want to extend by an hour. If not, no worries, folks. No worries. But pending on the battery in it, Governor, Barney. More than Iran. What you mean? Like, yeah, like so you genuinely believe that like Israel wants to take over the Middle East? Is that correct, Blood Logos? You think that Israel wants to take over Iran? Yes, I think we're in agreement. Had lots to do with Operation Paperclip. Yeah, Operation Paperclip is like the key thing where it funnels out and all this kind of shit. rewatch this stream. Please rewatch this stream, Blood Logos, and you'll see the whole history. Because if you think that Israel is going to invade Iran, a population, as we know from Tucker Carlson, is 92 million or 91 million, you're going to have 15 million, if there even is 15 million Israelis, are going to travel across the Saudi Arabia desert, across all these Muslim countries, and then going to try and put troops on ground in Iran just to take over Iran. My brother, you have no concept of the history between these two nations, what ancient Persia was, who Darius the Great was, who Cyrus the Great was. Please look up who Cyrus the Great was. Because this whole thing of, oh yeah, they want to turn Iran into Israel. Bro, you have no idea. Jack says, I'm back, was catching up on what Shazzy and Witch were talking about earlier. Hey, my man. So I'm saying, doing a bit of research. You know what I mean? Know the world. Okay, I'm not sure. And did you work it out? It shouldn't be difficult to work out, but like I said, look up the Greater Israel Project. Okay, perfect. Okay. Bing. Okay, so here's the map of the Greater... Oh, one sec. The Greater Israel Project. First of all, let me know if this is what you are talking about. Blood Logos. Is this what you mean by the Greater Israel Project? I'm not sure. Don't want to say the name unless I'm wrong. Yeah, no, 100%. Keep it low key. Get it? Keep it low key. Well, supposedly the bank demands the entirety of the Middle East, and but to see the way, Barney, that you're going, I'm not quite sure. Don't really have an explanation, but I'm still going to claim it's the Jews. It's all their fault. But yeah, back to Blood Logos. Is this what you're talking about with the Greater Israel Project? Because there's a fatal flaw with this theory. I wonder if you can work out what it is. Yes, they want parts of Iraq, Syria, Egypt. Notice how it's changed. Right? They're bombing Iran because they want to do the Greater Israel Project. When you look at this map, Iran's over here on the right-hand side. Not in the red, because if you're to look from Iran to Turkey and all the way up in terms of Azerbaijan, all this kind of shit, that was ancient Persia. Iran stands in their way, not the... Oh my god. That has nothing to do... You see the way? That's nothing got to do. You're not allowed to bring that into it, Teriak. You're not allowed to bring in facts that counter my narrative. It's all Israel's fault. Israel's to blame. You're not allowed to mention anything. But why would they be bombing Iran? And why are they okay with Saudi Arabia? Because they've no quarrel with the Arabs. The Arabs like, you have your peninsula, that's Gucci. Do you know what I mean? But explain, like I thought you were saying that Iran wants to invade. You were saying more than Iran. They want more than Iran. So why is Iran not in the Greater Israel Project? You think Iran will stand by while they take over? You made the claim that they want more than Iran. But when we look at your map, you said Greater Israel. And like I said, I've been making the claim the whole stream. Give me a link or give me something to Google, and we'll be able to quarrel it out. But you've kind of shot yourself in the foot here, Blood Logos, because the Greater Israel Project never talk about taking anything of Iran. Even if this Greater Israel Project goes ahead and Israel takes over all this land, they still want Persia to come back. They still want the Persians to have their land. Because when you look through the history and you actually look up who Cyrus the Great is and Darius the Great is, the Jews claim that Cyrus the Great is a Mashiach. An Iranian non-Jew is a Mashiach to them. How does that make any sense? You know? I meant more than take them out. Well, if they take out Iran, why do they not take over the land? If this is just Israel wants to colonize, you're going to take out a country and then not take over the land? Do you see how this falls on his face? Why? No, all is rhetorical, albeit the axiom. The axis of power. Well, I found that, but I was confused what he said or which said something about him. Paid member or something. Like I said, Jack. Is it the Jaybirds only opposing force that just facts that destroy the concept, Teriak? Is it the Jaybirds only opposing force that's just facts that destroy that concept, Teriak? Do you understand how they want to rebuild the third temple? Okay, if Israel rebuilds the third temple, what the fuck has that got to do with me? Because again, you're the one that brought up the Greater Israel Project. And why, like, Iran has nothing got to do with the Greater Israel Project. Do you know what I mean? And note how, like, we're now ignoring the other side where the Iranians are like, we want to kill all the Jews. You know what I mean? No, the Iranians don't actually want to wipe out Israel. This is Islamic regime. No, they're the good guys. They're the honest ones. They just want to stand against the Jews for trying to take over the Middle East, even though the Jews don't want to take over the Middle East, because even if I grant the Greater Israel Project, it doesn't touch Iran. It doesn't touch any of ancient Persia. If you knew what ancient Persia was, what the modern day countries for that would be, it would be Iran, northern Iraq, Turkey, Azerbaijan, Albania. It'd be that region. I'm trying to explain, it's a lot to type in YouTube comments. I have the map right on screen. You've shot yourself in the foot here, Blood Logos. You're the one that mentioned the Greater Israel Project. Look up the Greater Israel Project. Nothing got to do with Iran. And if you recognize the Israelis and the Persians, they actually get along. They actually have respect for each other. Because, like I said, Cyrus the Great and Darius the Great. But you're not able to explain the whole connection to Darius the Great and Cyrus the Great and how that's so meaningful to the Jews and the ancient Persians. You know what I mean? You're not able to explain that aspect of the history. But I can. You know what I mean? Because it's not this whole thing of like Israel wants to take over the world and all this kind of shit. It's literally they want Persia back on the global stage, and Persia does need to come back on the global stage. You heard it here first. The map is not happening. It's like the Gandalf quote that Jack had earlier on. You shall not pass. Iran currently controls that area, no? Or does the Jays? Oh, this is all like fucking like, as Giorgiani would say, like false countries, false nations. You know what I mean? But if you notice, like the Iranian border is up here. Like no part of Iran, modern day Iran, takes part of the Greater Israel Project. And then when you look at northern Iraq, Turkey, Azerbaijan, Albania, that's what ancient Persia was. Ain't that a bitch? Gandalf action. Oh, Gandalfation. What can I say? Gandalfation. Either way, I gotta go sleep. Have a nice night, y'all. You too, Jack. Appreciate you for the donation, sir. Thank you very kindly. Enjoy your sleep. Well deserved. So yeah, hopefully I've dismantled this whole like J-Spurg thing. Like I said, anybody who wants to try and convince me that Israel wants to take over the world, or like any of this like basically Jewish conspiracy theory bullshit, or the anti-Semitism thing that's you commonly see on X, more than happy to have that conversation. I welcome you all. I do Wheel of Madness as well. I do potential open panels on the Friday and Saturday the Fridays and Saturday shows. We need to get the $50 before we open up the panel. But when we do open up the panel, you're free to talk about all this shit. But the main thing Again, just going back to blood logos, because you had your chance, and like I said, I pulled up the map just so we could all be clear of what the Greater Israel Project means. Right? That was your Carve. Now, or that was your attack. Now let me retort. Allow me to retort. Blood logos, right? If Israel is a great threat to America and they quote unquote control America, like the Mossad controls America, like what we always hear and all this kind of shit, why did Donald Trump call a ceasefire? Right when, and even Trump admits this, right when Israel was about to land the fatal blow. Where's the video again? These are Trump's own words. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, I demanded that Israel bring back a very large group of planes which were heading directly to Tehran, looking for a big day, perhaps the final knockout. 7 months ago, Israel were about to do what they've currently done, which is just to decapitate this Islamic regime. And Trump prevented it. He called a ceasefire. How do the Jews control America? If they're calling a ceasefire for the quote-unquote thing that they want, this ultimate Greater Israel Project. You know what I mean? Lol. Exactly, blood logos. LOL. It's ridiculous. Crazy. One might even say it's crazy. You know what I mean?
During the last few days, I was working on the possible removal of sanctions and other things which would have given a much better chance to Iran at a full, fast, and complete recovery. The sanctions are biting. But no, instead I get hit with a statement of anger, hatred, and disgust. What did you think, moron? This guy chants death to America every week at his Friday sermons. But no, instead I get hit with a statement of anger, hatred, and disgust and immediately dropped all work on sanctions relief and more. Iran has to get back into the world order flow. Okay, so here you see what I said about Hassan Rouhani. Hassan Rouhani goes to the World Economic Forum and Schwabi. This is what Trump wants. This is what the CIA wants. They want an Islamic Republic of Iran that's part of the world order. They don't want a regime change in Iran. And Trump flat out came and said so. Before this tweet, at the end of the war, he said, I don't want regime change. It would cause too much chaos. And then he was dumb enough to tell his advisors who leaked this that he was afraid Iran would become Libya, which just goes to show, what a fucking ignorant.
Yeah, exactly, Coco. You got to get real. It's all the Zionist faults. Like the Zionists wants Europe and America to become this caliphate of Islamist extremism. It's like that's what Jews want. They want more Islamic, radical Islam to take over these powerful nations. So what? Then they'll definitely get wiped off the map. You know what I mean? So stupid. It's so stupid, but it is what it is. It is what it is.
Extremist this man is, and that he has no real advisors around him, probably only sycophants who haven't given him the most minimal education as to why Iran could never become a Libya scenario, or an Iraq scenario, or an Afghanistan scenario. Okay.
It's also very ironic, by the way, that so many of the Trump supporters are not big fans at all of the World Economic Forum, Klaus Schwab, any of these people.
Yes, but Donald Trump is a New York Democrat businessman who was friends with the Clintons. And we'll come back to that. But what it says about MAGA, that this was their candidate, that this man is what America produced as its savior. Okay, it speaks volumes about the American people and the state of the failed American nation. Anyway, we'll come back.
And again, here's where I go against Jorjani, as I explained previous, that this is basically Trump saying to the Crown Prince, I've literally saved this dude's life and he still won't have a deal with me. Hence why we had the current shenanigans happening in Iran. You know what I mean? And this is why they need to make sure they wipe out this regime, and Iran will finally be free. Persia will be back once again. It's still the question of Turkey, but the way things are going with Azerbaijan, Albania, and all this kind of shit, and the fact that Iraq is basically up for grabs at this stage, there's potential. There's potential.
Back to that. Completely failed nation. When this is the man who's charged with its resurgence and renovation.
Oh, no, blood logos. You have to answer my question. Why, if Mossad and Israel control America and they're blackmailing American politicians and they have all this power in America, why did Trump call the ceasefire? There is no logical reason. There's no, like, why would Israel get Donald Trump to prevent Israel from doing what Israel wants to do? Do you not see how stupid this is? And like I said, I'm not even 100% on board with what Giorgiani's saying about Trump now. Because like I said, now that we've had the 7 months of progress since this podcast, we can now see Trump's in the perfect position in terms of the Middle East, as he's like the rational one, essentially. Like, this dude kept saying that he wants to do a deal, Israel done their attacks. I prevented Israel from following through on them, and I saved this dude's life. Then he strings me along for another 6 months and still won't come to the deal. The only option left is to take him out.
So he says Iran has to get back into the world order flow, or things will only get worse for them. They are always so angry, hostile, and unhappy. And look at what it's gotten them. A burned out, blown up country with no future, decimated military, horrible economy, and death all around them. They have no hope, and it will only get worse. I wish the leadership of Iran would realize you often get more with honey than you do with vinegar. Peace. And by the way, before this, I don't know if we want to pull that tweet up too or whatever, but when he imposed the ceasefire on both Israel, you can take this away now. When he imposed the ceasefire on both Israel and Iran, he said, God bless Iran. And he meant the Islamic Republic. He said, God bless Israel and God bless Iran. And he praised them for having stamina and courage. He praised the Islamic Republic for having stamina and courage. You put in a good fight. You did good for the 12 days. God bless you, really. God bless the Islamic Republic. Fuck you, Donald Trump. Fuck you. Fuck your followers. And fuck the country that thinks someone like you is a savior.
I mean, when it comes to the kind of things that Trump supporters wanted to occur, like I said before, they're not big fans of the WEF by any means. I think that when it comes to the deportations, they do view America as something that they would want to return to a state of hard men making good times. But the problem is that I'm not sure that this isn't even the criticism that a lot of liberals have against the Trump administration when it comes to like, oh, this guy's being too much of a fascist and he's deporting, these poor MS-13 gang members. It's not that. It's more the fact that who are the people who are around Trump? What is this level of incompetence? And also, is it incompetence intentionally so? Meaning that there would be people who are behind the incompetence who are actually far more competent than we realize.
I'll tell you what the problem is. The problem is that Donald Trump is an unstable megalomaniac. He everything is about his ego. He has no principles, no long-term vision, no coherent policies. And the reason why competent advisors cannot prevail upon him to enact, successful, well-formulated policies is because he only surrounds himself with sycophants. That's the problem. I'm convinced this is the case, is that Trump will not tolerate anyone around him who's not a sycophant and who doesn't in some way affirm whatever happens to be his view based on the mood he's in that day. Okay? Now, let me also back up for a minute and remind people of the fact that in the weeks leading up to this war, the same Donald Trump was going to rename the Persian Gulf the Arabian Gulf. This same Donald Trump was planning to go to Saudi Arabia, and in his speech in Saudi Arabia, he was going to say that the United States recognizes that body of water as the Arabian Gulf, the way that he changed the name of the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America. And the only reason he didn't do that is because there was such a backlash from Iranians that I think he actually became afraid of what would happen to him if he did that.
And notice, Arabian Gulf. So now all of a sudden this justification that I'm telling you that Giuliani didn't have at that time is that the reason why he didn't let Israel do all this shit in one night is because He needed to show the Crown Prince, I've given Iran every opportunity possible. Even when Israel was just about to take them out, I prevented it to give them every possibility to make a deal, and they still refused, right? Because what Giorgiani's not factoring in is, here was the choice, okay? And if I had Giorgiani right in front of me now to justify Trump, right? Who would you rather have, Giorgiani?
What's the message to Iran?
Don't.
As President Biden said, just don't.
Exactly. One word. Pretty straightforward.
You would have had that bitch who just would have made more and more concessions, nothing would have ever got done, etc., versus...
I'm going to bomb the shit out of them. It's true. I don't care.
I'm going to bomb the shit out of them. So it's either you have someone in office who's going to take out the regime, or you have someone who's going to do a lot of the saber rattling. Don't you dare. How dare you? Like fucking Greta Thunberg, essentially. You know what I mean? So it is what it is, as they say. And folks, if you want to extend the show, we only got 5 minutes left to get four $2 super chats. But to be honest, we already smashed the goal today. So shout out to you all, Jack, Jazzy, who else here? Barney, Sempiternal Chaos, GT, obvious, War Fatigued, obvious. Appreciate all the donations. Thank you very kindly. But one sec. Maybe. Yeah, 100%. Sorry, one sec. Let me get the thing back on. Yeah, let's see the final 5 minutes, they say.
And so what does he do instead? Instead of like just fucking taking some responsibility that you're a moron who had a really bad idea, he goes on stage in front of bin Salman in a completely cocksucking speech where basically he sucked bin Salman's cock for an hour, completely humiliating to the United States and whatever dignity it has left. Oh, I love Muhammad. Muhammad, you know how much I love you, the things I do for you, Muhammad. Like, it was disgusting, okay? Disgusting. And in the midst of that speech, he says, he's about to say Gulf, he's about to mention the Gulf, right? And instead of saying the Persian Gulf or using Arabian Gulf, he goes, the Gulf of Iran. Can you believe they were going to name it that? They were going to call it the Gulf of Iran. They're not going to do that. I stopped them. What the fuck are you talking about? What Iranian politician would ever consider renaming the Persian Gulf?
It's a Trumpism, as they say. It's a Trumpism. More noble lies, as he calls them. Hey, where's the counter evidence, Creed? Give me the counter evidence. We'll pull it up. We had blue logos doing, have you heard of the Greater Israel Project? And then I pull up the map and I show that it's like the Greater Israel Project has literally nothing got to do with Iran. You know what I mean? Like, we can clearly see the border of Iran. And it's like the whole red area is the Greater Israel Project. Like, none of the red areas in Iran. Yet somehow, they're doing all the shit to Iran because that's how they get the Greater Israel Project, even though the land's not got to do with Iranians. Makes no sense. You know what I mean? Yet, wait, you fuckheads are premise vetoed the fact that chief in command try extorted puppet fucking idiocracy. Barney, I have no fucking clue what you mean by this. Let me know in chat. Blood Logo says, bruh. He stated that himself, so what more evidence do you need? Okay, so Giorgiani invented noble lies? Like, where does the noble lie come from? Creed. Who was the first to evoke that idea? At least in Western philosophy. Who was the first to evoke that image? Yeah, Iran would just let them take over. You see, like, how it's like, We're not going to look at Iran. We're not going to look at Islam. We're not going to look at all that fucked up shit that's going on, all this kind of shit. Israel's the real problem, guys. And then, like I said, okay, you know, why is Israel the problem? They have all this power, and it's actually Israel and the Mossad that actually control our politicians. They control the whole government. They control Trump. You know, Trump is an Israeli asset or an Israeli puppet. Okay, when Israel was about to take El Khamenei, why did they call a ceasefire? I'm not walking away from this, Blood Logos. You still have to give me the justification of how they control everything, but then they stop themselves from doing the thing that they want to do. It makes no sense. Well, hey, that's for you to unravel, Blood Logos. Whenever you're ready. Barney with the $5 says, are you serious? Why so serious? It seems some folks still deluded with Chief in Command, AYFKM, perhaps consider an extorted puppet. Yeah, okay, so again, if Trump is being extorted by Israel, is being extorted by the Mossad, why did he do all this shit with the tweet and prevent Khamenei from being executed? When Israel literally could have done what they done last weekend 7 months ago. I mean, this is a 7-month-old stream. Look, let me show you the proof. Rajani, regime change in Iran, streamed 7 months ago. But appreciate you for the $5, Barney. Thank you very kindly. Creed says, okay, I'll find the timestamp when he states it himself, talking about his own books. Yes, he has talked about the noble lie, but where does the noble lie come from? Plato. The Republic, specifically. From Plato's works, The Republic, he talks about the noble lie. You know what I mean? And notice, if he is lying, like you could have taken this whole stream with all the claims that Giorgiani made and said, no, he's actually lying about this. Here's the link. And I would have pulled it up the same way I pulled up with Blood Logos saying, have you heard about the Greater Israel Project? And I pulled up the map, knowing full well the Greater Israel Project has nothing got to do with Iran. I never said anything about Zog. Okay. Calling a ceasefire doesn't disprove that. Okay, let me put it in plain terms. If Israel and Mossad controls America and controls Trump and all that shit, why would they have done a ceasefire 7 months ago and then waited 7 months to do the thing that they could have done 7 months ago, which was prevented by America, was prevented by Trump? If they already control America, let's say I control re-examination, right? I have full control over him, right? Why did I then get him to stop me from doing something that I want to do anyway? It makes no sense. Just because you recognize Islam as the enemy doesn't mean you have to see Zion as innocent. You don't have to take sides. Okay, Coco. Who is Cyrus the Great and who is Darius the Great? And if you're Christian, you should know who these people are. Do you know what I mean? Why do Iranians chant death to Palestine? Did you guys even see that video? Should I pull it up again? You know what I mean? You didn't address the word salad. It seems like folks are, it seems some folks still deluded with Chief in Command, AYFKM, perhaps consider an extorted puppet. You didn't address my argument. Is this an argument, Barney? What's going on here? Once again, never said anything about Azog. You think Zion are good guys because you... sorry, one sec. Oh yeah, sorry. You think Zion are good guys because you know Islam are bad guys? They're both up to no good. Unbelievable, Jeff. Unbelievable. Who does Israel view as the reincarnation of Cyrus the Great? No, who is Cyrus the Great? Blood Logos. And why did they call a non-Jew a Mashiach? You saw interview with Tucker and the representative. The Martians require the world, dude. This is why. This is why I have this meme.
You know, this is diseased brain thinking.
You know what I mean? I'm just asking questions. But then I'm also going to make a bunch of claims that I don't have evidence for. But I'm just asking questions. You know what I mean? I know a little about ancient Persia. Okay. Where does the word Aryan come from? You know what I mean? Like, all you guys will have such negative critiques against Israel. And then we'll claim it's actually the Israelis who are the reason why, like, the immigration's out of whack and we have all these Islamists mayors and these Islamist extremism in Europe, and it's starting to be uncovered in America and all this kind of shit. It's actually Israel, the Jews, that actually want to make Islam a global world threat. The same people that literally pledged to wipe Israel off the map. They want to put them into power. You guys. Who does Israel view as the reincarnation of Cyrus the Great and what? Blood. I told you. Why can't you answer my questions? It comes from the ancient Indo-European, or so I think it's Proto-Indo-European Ardia. It means noble, free-spiritedness, someone of high moral character. Versus Islam. Take your pick, Western man. Take your pick. But, folks, where are we at with the Super Chat call? Folks, we have not hit the Super Chat call, which means we won't be extending for another hour. But, like I said, get your questions in now. Get all the stuff out of it now, because, like I said, we got to wrap up. But I'm more than happy. Blood Logos, Coco, anybody who's like basically anti-Semitic or hates the Jews or think Israel controls America somehow or some shit like that. More than happy to welcome these conversations. Like Wheel of Badness itself is a specific kind of show, but on the Friday and Saturday shows, we possibly do open panels depending on how much donations we get. And once the panel's open, you can bring all your quote-unquote evidence. So you basically have, what day is it today? Today is Monday for me. So you have like 4 or 5 days to get all your facts and evidence on stuff. Make sure we donate on the Friday and Saturday shows. Like I said, you can come on panel, present your evidence. Like I said, even in chat, you could have just said, "Oh, Teriak, explain this. Google this and explain this to me." You know what I mean? At any stage, and multiple people said, "Pull this up or pull that up," and then we looked at it, and I basically said, "Okay, how does this interact with Iran, or how does this dispute what Giorgiani's been saying?" And I even disputed what Giorgiani, the claims that we ended on. I was able to dispute it and say, come up with a theory saying, well, yeah, like the reason why Trump done this is because you're ignoring Saudi Arabia. You know what I mean? How do we do regime change in Iran without upsetting Saudi Arabia? Well, this is how you do it. You'd show that you basically exhausted every single possible avenue, that you even saved Khamenei's life, and he still wouldn't make a deal. That's how you do it. And that's why, again, note that Giorgiani got pissed off with this, but Trump was even like doing the whole flirtation thing where it's like, we should call it the Gulf of Arabia. You know what I mean? Just to do everything he can to appease the Saudis, because he knew this was coming. You know what I mean? Cool. I'll try to get on a panel. You stream at weird hours for me, though. Yeah, like I said, it is what it is. I'm a European streaming to Americans. on a Australian time zone. I basically have an Australian sleeping pattern. I like wake up like 9 a.m. Australian, which is like, midnight my time. You know what I mean? The Hollywood Island types. Yeah, like that's the whole thing. Oh, Epstein was a Mossad agent. No, he was CIA. There's no fucking way you'd be able to do that kind of activity in America without the CIA finding out, if not encouraging it. They're setting it up themselves. Step back, divide, and nothing. Barney with the $2 says, yet I feel obligated to donate. Appreciate you kindly, sir. Like I said, bring all the critiques. I'm more than willing to have these discussions. Because there are simple questions that this worldview of it's the Zionists, or it's the Jews, or it's Israel, or whatever. You know what I mean? It falls flat in its face to simple questions. Case in point, why did Trump call the ceasefire if Israel were calling the shots? It's clear what Israel wanted to do. And Israel wanted to take Khamenei out 7 months ago. Why, if Donald Trump is controlled by Israel, they call the ceasefire? It makes no sense. But I'm more than happy to do it. And Kokomo says, I can hate gangs and not blats or cartels and not Mexicans. Yes, and this is where I'm talking about Iran. The Iranian people hate Islam. They've been burning down mosques. Check the whole stream. That's what we've done the first, I think 3 or 4 hours. We're just all unpacking the whole history, going far back to ancient Persia, all the way up until modern day, to when the Shah fell and Iran got Islamified and all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? We went through the whole history and we showed the videos of during previous Iranian uprisings trying to overthrow the Islamic regime, that they literally burnt mosques down to the ground. You know what I mean? Was hoovering, rest of my house, I'm done. Shout outs to Shazzy. Shout out to Shazzy. You know what I'm saying? But like I was saying, I have finished the show. I need to drip off. Is there anyone live at the moment? Let me pull up the YouTubes. Sometimes the studio thing, when you try to redirect, it doesn't show everything, and then you have to do a refresh. The only one is PPD, and we're not able to write into them. So, folks, I do have to leave you. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. I'll see you again for tomorrow. I also shout out to you for smashing the goal today. Appreciate you all. I'll see you roughly the same time tomorrow. But, folks, this was a damn good show.
That was a damn good show. For more damn good shows, click the video over there or the link in the description box. Oh, you're getting pumped up. Don't forget to red pill the morons in the comment section below. This is all BS. It's all a bunch of lies for votes. Yeah.